porque me dejaste. Bueno, mira, señora, ay señorita, nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar. Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí y siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo y si te sientes más feliz. Y si te sientes más feliz, oye, y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad, oye. Trompeta,
Trompeta. Hey guys, what time is it? What the hell time is it? Yo, what up, folks? All right. I mean, it's 2:01 at this point. This person called me a hypocrite. We arranged a time, 2 o'clock. So I just want to make it known that I'm here, 2 o'clock. Haven't gotten a DM yet. I'll check my unreads or people who I don't know. Nope. Nothing from this person who claims that I'm a hypocrite based on some bullshit. We agreed to talk on Saturday. And then, you know, no follow-up. And even a statement that, like, they wanted to have a private conversation, not a public one. No, but you had a public accusation, didn't you? You had a public accusation of hypocrisy, right? So we're going to have a public conversation. I feel like that makes sense, right? If you make a public accusation of hypocrisy, I feel like there should be, and, you know, you agree to a conversation, should be public. And on the 8th day, God said, "Thou shalt piss." How you folks doing? Happy Saturday. It's Saturday. I'm back in the city. We're back. And isn't it great? I love when people are just in the middle of the street, chilling in their Santa Claus outfits. Don't you guys love that shit? You're just like walking down and people are just standing in your way in their Santa outfits. Isn't that just the best? Don't we all love it? We're gonna do some call-ins. I know that there's a particular person who DM'd me and messaged at the end of the stream yesterday after my conversation with Hutch, who wanted to have a conversation. And you know me, I'm always up for these kinds of convos. That person, I think their name was like YOLO Swag 42069. I think we might have talked before, so I don't think they're a troll. But we'll do that. I see Casey, Casey in the chat. So if he wants to talk, we can talk at some point about something. Hopefully, I mean, it's only 2:00 and wow! Thank you very much, Vasraka. That is a rare emo for a tier 3. Appreciate you. Private convo on the same top. Oh, sorry. I mean, my apologies. I didn't see Jen. I also DM'd Letitia Jane's info before that. You obviously don't check random DMs. I mean, I'm just saying I'm looking for DMs right now, you know? So the mere fact that I didn't reply to your DM, though I appreciate it, and I'm sorry I didn't reply to you, I get a lot of DMs, doesn't mean that I'm not looking specifically for the user. And in that context, so there's nothing inconsistent about that. Just heads up. But thank you so much for the gift of membership. Vasaraka, a very rare Pepe. Chief Justice of Vasaraka. No, we're definitely going to talk to you, Casey, at some point. But okay. We are, I want to show you guys a thing first, because before we, YOLO Swag, if you're anywhere, you should just get into the disagreements, and I'll pull you in eventually. But I do want to make sure that because people are just like clipping certain things from the conversation with Hutch, and like they're not getting it, right? So I'm hopeful to explain things, right? I love to explain things, and I want to make sure people understand, and that even if you disagree with me, which I totally respect if you disagree, that you take the argument at its strongest, not like in some way that it's not intended and isn't true. Thank you again for the memberships. Really appreciate it. So, I understand culpability to be equivalent, so culpable, to equal an element of moral fault. Right? Moral fault. You did something you ought not have done. Okay? For an agent, right? Quote, an agent. Right? You wouldn't say, for example, a meteor strikes into the world, and therefore the meteor is morally culpable for all the things that come as a result of the crashing into it, right? So for agents, we ascribe culpability, which I take to be equivalent to moral fault. I want to be very clear that in the context of the conversation I was having with Hutch, I was not talking about legal culpability. So legal versus moral. I'm almost certain I made this point explicitly at least twice in the conversation. So at no point is this a myopic conversation about legal culpability or mere legality. Oh, of course you can charge someone for such and such, but you could blame them for that type of thing, right? So I want to just put all doubt to the side that what we're talking about here is culpability, which I see as equivalent to moral fault. It pertains to agents, and it pertains to some kind of action/inaction. Okay? Some kind of, call this, even though I don't think that free will is a coherent concept, what we understand this to be is some sort of decision. Or some kind of thing, right? Some kind of way that an actor or an agent can act, right? Or fail to act. Okay? Action. Failure to act. And as I understand these terms, I think this is actually very, very important to ground out so that you guys know what the hell I'm talking about, okay? So I understand one to be culpable with respect to an agent and with respect to an action or inaction. Okay? And additionally, an extra, I would say, gloss here or point of analysis is state of mind, which is part of the analysis here. This kind of decision point includes within it an analysis of one's state of mind. Okay? So an agent can be morally culpable, as I understand it, for some kind of decision point, some kind of X variable, where we include the thing done, being done, proposed, and one's state of mind as the analysis here. Okay? Now, there are certain things that maybe like reasonable minds can disagree about the degree to which state of mind matters. You know, you could have some sort of meta-ethical disagreement of some kind and say, you know, all of this is kind of meaningless. I understand this all to be grounded by like subjective preferences and subjective beliefs about what one ought to do. Okay? Moral oughts. And I understand something to be a moral ought not. A moral ought not if it fulfills certain categories of things that I don't feel conform with what I would like to see actualized in the world, according to my subjective ethical system. And everyone kind of, I think, has that sense. One of the ways in which this manifests itself is the violation of individual rights or the causing of damage. Okay? Causing negative effects on people's happiness, or, you know, depending on what your consideration of agent is here, maybe that this includes other kinds of species, not just humans, but at a bare minimum, everyone seems to agree includes humans. Doobie says, Ethan chose to tell his massive audience his child potentially ate feces and the entire family had parasites. If we use Hutch's standard, isn't he the most culpable for increasing the risk that a chatter might call CPS? Yeah, we'll definitely get into this, okay? That is something, actually, that I wanted to bring up. Because I don't agree that he's culpable in that sense. And I'll explain why. So in the context of agents and different degrees of culpability and different things that might cause one to think that a decision is an ought not. Thank you again for Super Chat. Doobie says, if Ethan is the most culpable, does Hutch think he's partially responsible for the CPS call? Okay. Appreciate the Super Chat. And by the way, before anyone says anything, I don't condone everything that Super Chatters say. All right. And obviously I don't agree, right? I think this is meant to say that, you know, we don't think that Ethan is culpable in that sense, right? We have agents. They have culpability for certain decisions or actions or inactions, certain what I'm calling X things, like, you know, decision points on the decision tree. Factoring into that is their states of mind, and ought nots relate to those kinds of things that either, you know, violate rights, cause damage to other agents in a way that you know, violates our intuitions or subjective values, or if you're, I don't know, some kind of religious person, God's law, etc. Okay? That's how I'm understanding all these terms. I'm not strictly speaking in a legal sense. I want to emphasize that I am not saying that because something is illegal, it is bad. You know, I can think of things, for example, like North Korea, that are illegal under North Korean law, or even in American law, that I don't think are like moral wrongs. Okay, so my even though I think that law ultimately is grounded in some dispositional attitude about morality, I don't think that that is always the case in all circumstances all the time. Okay, I think it's a decent rule of thumb, but I just want to again emphasize that I'm not talking about that here. So there are different ethical obligations. This is what people I think crucially are not understanding. Ethical obligations. Related to potential actions or inactions with different states of mind. Right? There is an ethical obligation for the following. One should not, in general, right? And these are always subject to some kind of increasing escalation of, maximum disutility where the whole world's going to be blown up. But in general, we'll call these in general. In general. These are kind of like, the deontological or threshold deontological values or whatever. To give an example, one ought not intentionally and maliciously cause the death of a human being. You get me? And we will ascribe a certain level of moral fault to such an action. And that action is going to be indexed also with respect to the state of mind. One ought not, intentionally and maliciously, cause the death of a human being. And again, in general, right? One also ought not recklessly cause the death of another human being. One also ought not, negligently cause the death. You get it, right? One ought not intentionally steal. One ought not, recklessly deprive someone, you guys get it, right? Of the use of their property. As understood, that unfortunately, like, property is going to be, there is going to be some sort of interpretation, like the property rights to the extent they're defined by the state or by, your natural Scottish moral realist conception of property. There's going to be some additional reference point there as well. So there are some additional things here that are beyond the scope of what I'm talking about. Okay. Should have asked the daughter's culpable too. Yeah. So we all understand that someone is culpable for the thing they do or fail to do. That is the moral harm. Okay. The action or inaction that you're only responsible, right, for the moral ethical obligations that you in fact violate. That should be like a very easy thing to understand. You're not ethically culpable. Not legally, right? I'm saying ethically. You are only ethically culpable for violations of particular ethical obligations. Right? So if you did not intentionally and maliciously cause the death of a human being, you are not ethically culpable for intentionally and maliciously causing the death of a human being. Do we all agree on that? Is that like an insane thing to say? People, I see unhinged people in my replies. Oh my God, I can't believe you say so the example given, the one that I brought up, right, to try to illustrate this point, I think for like the 20th time in that conversation. is that one is culpable with respect to particular ethical obligations. And that states of mind loom large over that analysis. I really don't think that is insanely complicated. You get me? So the example goes. If you tell your loved one, oh, don't worry, right? Go to the bad part of town because I really want you to grab me a slice of pizza, and the bad part of town has the best pizza. And so, just go over there. You're going to be fine, right? And so imagine this parent tells their child, go to the bad part of town, you'll be fine. Knowing, right, that there's a substantial and unjustified, I don't think, so look at this, what this person says. I don't think anyone else uses your definition of culpable. You don't think that everyone else understands culpability in the sense of moral fault? What else could culpability mean other than if you're using it in the context of legal culpability? I just don't understand. If we're not talking about moral fault with culpability, I just don't understand what else you could be talking about. So, I mean, I really do think that the arguments for, I don't know, personal language here or some kind of like really out there interpretation of these terms, it's a weak one. I mean, I understand. Does anyone understand culpability from an ethical perspective in another sense? The obligations, the ethical obligations that one ought not violate, right? And if one does, one is culpable. Moral fault, ethical fault. Right? Are there not degrees of moral culpability? 100%. Like we are definitely going to get into this, all right? But what I don't want to hear are things like, you're using private language. I really don't think that my notion of culpability, as I'm explaining it right now, is private language or some kind of out there interpretation of culpability. You are culpable if you have moral fault. You don't think the father in your example would feel morally at fault, right? So you, hang on, I gotta put this because the chat highlights are fucking this up. Hang on 1 sec. Okay. This kind of comment, you don't think the father in your example would feel morally at fault? It is such a silly comment, and I'm not trying to be mean, but it is a very silly, you're just not getting it, right? First, you're conflating the question of whether one feels a certain way with whether they are culpable, right? So one can feel morally at fault, doesn't make them morally at fault. Everyone knows this, survivor's guilt. People who survive, for example, the October 7th attacks, I'm sure a lot of them feel responsible, but that isn't a rational belief, and we would never say they're morally at fault in that context. So the first confusion of a comment like this is conflating one's state of mind regarding their moral fault as actually whether or not we consider them to be morally at fault. So that's the first confusion of this comment, okay? The second confusion of this comment is conflating moral fault in some sense with moral fault, in some capacity, versus moral fault for specific ethical obligations. And what would they feel morally at fault for? Even assuming that we were judging, your one's beliefs about their moral fault or culpability, which of course, we're not talking about beliefs here. This is not a question about beliefs, except to the extent that you're grounding out your own, like, I don't know, but that is like the meta-ethical grounding of your ethical system, whatever. But that's beyond the scope of what we're talking about. We're just talking about like the state of mind of participants in the stylized examples or in the actual case, as to their culpability isn't determinant of whether or not they're culpable. We can make our own judgments about that, okay? So I'm not trying to pick on you, Kid Cannibal, but it very much is a total confusion of what we're talking about here. And again, moral fault with respect to some things, and not necessarily all things. So that is how people try to suss out these ethical obligations and the violations. I mean, imagine someone who cheats on their test, right? And their teacher then beats them in response to them cheating on the test. What would we say to that kid when we bring the kid in to talk about what happened, our child or something? Okay, listen, I'm not a fucking parenting expert. how are you feeling, all that stuff. I'll get all the throat clears out of the way in terms of best practices of parenting. But let's say years down the line, we are grabbing a beer with the kid. He's now 25 years old, and we talk about it. We would say something like, "What are you ethically responsible for there, Mr. Kid?" Or grown-up kid version, right? In that context, we would say, "All right, you are ethically culpable for something, right? What are you ethically culpable for? You are ethically culpable for cheating on your test. And so you deserve some consequence. What are they not ethically culpable for?" Or in the case, let's say, they're not ethically culpable for their own like assault, right? So the mere fact that there is ethical culpability as to a particular obligation doesn't mean that you are ethically culpable for everything down the causal chain. Even if you are a but-for cause of whatever thing comes down the chain, right? Let's say the teacher gets so mad at the cheating, he like goes on a rampage at the school. Even if it's the case that you are a but-for cause and you have ethical fault, we are not going to say that your moral fault extends to the massacre that occurs by virtue of the provocation of the teacher who then goes on a massacre, right? You have the ethical obligation of cheating on your test. And the example I gave is one in which it's unforeseeable that the result would occur. But even if it would be like foreseeable, some consequences foreseeable. And again, I want to stress, your mind might reject this, but you really have to just follow me along here. Even if you say it is foreseeable, right? That is almost the definition of reckless and negligent. Reckless and negligent relate to not just taking on any risk, not just being part of a causal chain, but putting aside, failing to have and consider a substantial and unjustifiable risk of a certain quantity, right? You're not negligent if you go out and drive to pick up McDonald's and a kid just runs out in front of you. You couldn't have seen it. They were hiding. They were like wearing camouflage, and no reasonable person would have been able to see this individual. And but you caused the death of a human. Now, if someone would say, "Billy, why'd you go get McDonald's?" Well, you didn't violate any duty of care there, because he didn't fail to apprehend and take care of like a substantial and unjustifiable risk. Likewise, if you're consciously putting aside a substantial unjustifiable risk, you're culpable to the extent of that violation of the ethical obligation. One ought not recklessly cause the death of another human being. So just keep that in mind, right? So and this is really important, because which ethical violation, which category, which box you fall into is going to have all sorts of different implications as to our priors. We are going to treat someone who, not just from a legal perspective, but from a ethical outlook, someone who negligently causes the death of a human being, right? They're taking care of their sick, old, elderly grandparent, and it's really important the grandparent get the drug at the specific time. They know about this, and they fall asleep. And they kind of just, Like, they really, and they cause the death of that person. We are going to consider this person a less culpable actor than someone who causes intentionally and maliciously the death of their grandparent by intentionally poisoning them, or intentionally choosing to be away when they promised that they would be there to administer the thing that would save that person's life. This is also what I don't want. Honestly, I think it's all, the talk about Denham's culpability is pointless. Like, don't just get frustrated and say, "I'm too tired. I'm too this. I'm too that." We're talking about something that matters. That's why I start the conversation by saying we care about the ethical oughts of different situations, right? Like, come on. And people who are trying to jump ahead to get to different hypotheticals, of course, we're definitely gonna get to these, and we can apply them. And this is not an esoteric notion. This is not weird. Ethan Joseph tells a massive audience child. Oh wait, no, we already have that. Thank you so much for the super chats. And very, very, very key, very, very key, that one is only culpable for the ethical obligations they in fact violate. They're not culpable for the ethical obligations they don't violate. So when I say the father in the example that everyone is soying out about, like incoherently, is not culpable for murder, I just mean that he didn't intentionally, maliciously cause the death of another human being. He's not culpable for something he did not do. He didn't do it. He might be culpable for other things, and maybe you could add facts that make him in fact culpable for the murder, right? Add facts where he's only sending them there because he's hired a hitman or because he has some sort of practical certainty that death will occur. Okay, so we can add facts to it. We can definitely add facts to it. Oh my God, Jen! Before people just go off the rails and get emotional and soy out, and this is to everybody, okay? You guys are so emotional and just like rabid to apply the facts before we like agree on a baseline here. This is why I start this way. The reason I start this way is because I feel like I do need to actually bring people across, because otherwise we're just not communicating correctly, okay? So we're definitely going to talk about culpability for different things, right? Is she culpable for copyright infringement? My belief is yes. Yes, I think she's culpable for that. I do think that she's culpable for that. So all I'm saying is not from a legal culpability sense though either. From an ethical sense, I believe she could be culpable for some things, and she is culpable for some things, and not for other things. I mean, if this triggers you to hear me say this, it's like a very just totally unobjectionable framing of how we judge different ethical actions. You really do need to leave the stream and like take a breath, have a walk. Because I can already start to see all of you guys getting triggered in the chat that I say this. And up to this point, there should be no controversy. There's no use of private language. This is all very straightforward. Someone says, I'm confused on your definition of culpability. It seems very narrow. It seems to me that the father who sends his kid to the dangerous neighborhood for murder is culpable in the death. So the problem there is the conflation in causing the results, right, of another human, of some bad action. We tend not to ascribe, except in some circumstances you do, but the mere fact that you are a but-for cause in something bad occurring, we usually don't ascribe ethical fault for that, right? So what people are not thinking about is they look only at the result and say, well, you're culpable for the result. But that's really not how we usually think of things, right? Like I can give you 1,000 examples of someone being a necessary and central cause in the death of their own child, where you would ascribe no fault at all from an ethical perspective, right? You're sick in bed and you send your child of 25 years old to go pick up medicine for you to help you out. Your child drives to the store, and on the way there, a robber goes and just a madman sprays her car with bullets, pulls her out of the car, and then drives away. The person who sent their daughter, this is not just legal. Jesus, like you guys are so horny to put me in the box that I'm conflating legal and ethical. This is not just legal. Now, some of these have a resemblance to certain principles of law, but that's merely as a fact that like law is catering to our ethical intuitions in many respects. Okay. Now, the example that I just gave, I gave you an example, a hypothetical. And again, if really, like, seriously, if this triggers you at all, get out of the stream, right? It's like you need to go take a walk. All right. In that example that I just gave you of the sick parent sending the child over to the drugstore, and that child, and then have that person is killed. The child is killed. The parent is racked with guilt. Why did I do this? I could have been fine without Advil. I didn't need the drug. So put all the mental states of the principles aside, okay? We're not worried about that. We're trying to assess ethical culpability. Now, there is absolutely no question that the mother who sent their child over to pick up the medicine is a but-for cause of the death. She is a central component. If she had not sent her child over to go get drugs, her child would be alive. Notwithstanding the fact that she is a but-for cause in the death of her own child, we would not ascribe culpability to the mother. The reason we would not ascribe culpability to the mother is because the mere causing of something bad to happen usually doesn't violate our sense of a violation of a specific ethical obligation, right? There is no ethical obligation to that most people have, right? Maybe you think differently. Do you guys ever see the SpongeBob episode? We have to stay indoors, like agoraphobic or something, because you're just so scared. Is that the right word? Agoraphobic, whatever the thing is. Like, there's no ethical obligation to live your life or to go forward in the world in a completely risk-free fashion. We understand by virtue of existence, there are unpredictable things that can happen, and notwithstanding the fact that an agent could take on some amount of risk, some trivial amount of risk, or just exist, and in so doing cause unfortunate things to happen, that is not, as we understand it, a violation of an ethical, like an ethical obligation, and we would not ascribe culpability to that. Everything I just said, no, because so look at this again, triggered losers. No, because in the bad neighborhood example, you were negligent in the trigger. Right? Okay, so now you're starting to see where I'm going. Don't get triggered. Right? I understand the distinctions in the examples I'm setting. All right. Do you think that I'm just like wandering into this totally fucking like without any understand? Like, I understand why this is different, right? Everything I'm saying right now is to explain why it's different. So of course I would understand what the difference is between the two cases. The reason why I brought up the case of the father sending in a negligent fashion, where there's a significant risk, right? Not just a trivial risk, a significant risk, and either consciously putting that aside, or just not taking into consideration something that they ought to have taken into consideration, given what was available to them at the time. The fact that I'm putting up that example should cause you to think that maybe Pisco actually sees an ethical distinction between even that culpable state of mind. It's culpable, but it's culpable with respect to the actual violation of an ethical obligation that occurred, not to the violation of ethical obligation that did not occur. Okay? Do you understand where I'm getting at? And so now we're going to get to it, right? The father who sends their child to the bad part of the town, where they are disregarding a substantial, a significant, and unjustifiable risk to the life and health and safety of their child. That father, again, presuming they're not doing it as part of like an intentional plan to have their child be killed. You have to assume, right? This is a hypothetical. Just assume the facts that I'm telling you. That's why we're doing this example. So don't be like, oh, I can't think of like what I would do. Like, just don't do that. That's lame and stupid. And I would assume that people who are in the debate sphere think that that's like dumb to do, right? The parent who sends their kid and disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk to the health and safety of their child, they are ethically culpable. They are ethically culpable, but they're ethically culpable for the ethical obligation that they did in fact violate, not the one they didn't violate. And which ethical obligation did they violate? Did they violate the ethical obligation to refrain from intentionally and maliciously causing the death of a human being? No, because they didn't do that. Okay? They didn't do that. And so because they're not morally at fault for the ethical obligation to refrain from intentionally and maliciously causing the death of another human being, right? Then, therefore, there is no moral fault and therefore no culpability. Now, what are they culpable for? They are culpable for recklessly, potentially, right? If it is in fact so. Now, I doubt on those facts, right? This is where you can know, right, that I am not just applying the legal test, okay? because the legal test almost certainly would not give this person who sends their child over there any kind of fault. To let you know, I'm just letting you know that under those facts, very unlikely that an individual who sends their assume like adult child, right, adult child over to the bad part of town to do a particular thing, very unlikely that the law is going to impose some kind of fault on them. So the reason I say that is just to suggest to you and prove that I'm not merely copying over the legal test to my ethical obligations. I'm willing to say, yes, the father has ethical obligations that they violated. This was a risky thing that they sent their child to do, and they disregarded. They knew that there was a risk. They knew the risk wasn't trivial, and they knew that consequences could occur, and they disregarded that and sent their kid anyway. And so they do bear some culpability. They bear culpability actually fully for recklessly contributing to the death of their child. What they're not culpable for is murder, right? Do you understand that? Because they didn't do that. They haven't violated an ethical obligation with respect to that. None of that should be like a bizarre way to look at it. That is not weird. That is just like basic, I think. I mean, you guys tell me if I'm wrong. Is that not intuitive to you? There are different ethical obligations and different ethical rules you could violate. And violating one does not entail the violation of another. So when I say, yes, there's an ethical obligation to moderate your chat, right? And there's an ethical obligation not to call CPS in some way, like improperly, right? And that these are two ethical obligations. Now, they might relate to similar degrees of risk, but they're separate. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can a stochastic terrorist ever be shown to be culpable? You could absolutely say they're culpable with respect to certain things, but not others, right? So they're culpable for having language that that we think it's like a foreseeable consequence is some particular action, right? And then we would say, listen, you're saying all this shit, and some people might take it this way, and so even if it's not your intent to do it, that might be the result, and so you have some level of ethical culpability. But you would never say that they're ethically culpable for the murder itself. I mean, this is so simple, guys. And thank you so much for the sub at tier 2. Because I agree with, for example, Cowboy Mark says, Denham's not as direct as the analogy implies. It would be like, guys, stop trying to apply before we even agree, right? Like, this is crazy. As the analogy implies, it would be like a dad hosting a house party and some bozo tells her to go to the bar area, and maybe dad overhears and does nothing. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying. But let's not even apply that just yet, okay? So let's like breathe before we start to apply to the cases. Let me build it out, and we're definitely gonna have colors, right? Your ethical oh wait, I was about to say something. I agree with, for example, Destiny's observation that there's a huge double standard, that it's an untenable double standard with respect to violent rhetoric, that the right are definitely unwilling to denounce it in all respect. These are all things I agree with. And I think that is a good thing to call out. Okay. Now, I don't agree with, not condemning to certain people the death of Charlie Kirk. Okay. I don't agree with that. I think that violates a certain ethical obligation. Okay. And so you're culpable for that. But that is, in my opinion, minor. It's minor. And if all of a sudden there's some insane DGGer or some insane resistance lib who goes out and shoots an entire party filled with MAGA supporters, and he writes in his manifesto, I'm inspired by Destiny, I'm inspired by DGG, Pepe wins. And that's their manifesto. We would all understand that Destiny is not culpable for that action. He is not culpable for that massacre. Even if all of a sudden the Republicans come on stream and say, we told you there was a risk. We told you that you didn't listen to us. You knew your audience was this and that. And we have clips of warning you. They could shout that as long as they wanted. They could say that for as much as they wanted. They could talk all they want about how it was warned. And, oh, we knew this was risky language. And you're calling them fascists. And I would be right there alongside everyone else saying, he's not culpable for that massacre. I don't think PewDiePie is culpable for even assume, like, because he did some, I don't know what he did. Or like, for example, another one example is Lauren Southern. Now, Lauren Southern might be culpable for some language that we don't agree with or saying things that aren't true in some context. What she's not culpable for is the murder of human beings if they're inspired by her. Okay? And you all understand that. And if you claim not to understand that, I am going to press every single person who comes in to try to deny that with the example I just provided. The example I just provided was, assume that someone looks back and says, I was inspired by, take your pick. I know it might be different for Hassan Piker, okay? So let's not go there. Let's give you a harder case, all right? Don't just take the easy case. I was inspired by Kyle Kalinske. I was inspired by Destiny. I was inspired by, Pisco kept talking about fascism and the end of our republic and whatever. I was inspired by Pisco. The example I'm letting you know what I'm going to say. I provide is some maniac from our own communities, after we've been warned not to call them fascists. We have been warned. No one can say that we weren't told. No one can say that they haven't claimed a risk to what's going on. All right? You have to be able to deal with that, because I promise you, none of you are going to say, unless you really want to bite some insane bullets, that those individuals, the ones who say fascism, the ones who say, I'm not going to condemn the assassination of Kirk. Now, do I separately think that that's wrong to do? It violates an ethical obligation? I do. I think it violates standards of decency and norms, social norms, for sure. But that's the scope of the ethical obligation and the breach. The scope of the culpability is the scope of the breach of the duty. And there was, in the example that I provide, there's no breach of the duty with respect to Kyle Kalinske or Destiny or myself in that example of the duty to refrain from intentionally massacring groups of people. We haven't breached that duty. And so we're not culpable for it. Okay? For that specific obligation. Now, people will bring up Trump. Well, they think they get me, right? They think they have this this Trump card, right? They're like, Pisco. But then how can you say, that Donald Trump is guilty for January 6th? How can you say that his words are irresponsible, therefore? Okay? So, I don't necessarily give Trump the moral culpability of massacres and killing people when such people do those things. I give him the culpability of what he deserves, the violation that occurs. Specifically with the January 6th incitement, one of the elements and why I think that he's culpable is he intended it, okay? He intended it. He intended for force or intimidation to be used, and he intended the wrongful thing. That is the overturning of our election. And so, obviously, that intent is so important to our intuition about Trump's ethical culpability. If we truly thought that Trump was not intentional or malicious in his conduct, we would have a very different intuition and result as to his level of moral fault and culpability. That is not difficult. It is not a distinguisher. And he is, in fact, responsible for the breach of his specific ethical obligations, and not for things he didn't do. And look at this genius from Timothy Douglas. Oh, wait, you're talking to Doobie, not me. Thank you. So I just hope you guys understand this. This is not something controversial. So when I say something like the father in that stylized example should not have the ethical culpability of the murder, I mean exactly what I say, that we don't ascribe that ethical violation No, Destiny unblocked me. We don't ascribe that violation to the father. That is, the father did not maliciously and intentionally cause death in another human being. Now, he might be culpable for something else. He might be culpable for a different violation. But that, crucially, is what I was trying to talk about the entire time with Hutch. And Hutch thought, I love Hutch, Hutch, my boy. Hutch thought that, like, well, if you ascribe any culpability to obligation that has as one of its motivating factors an element of risk that is itself intrinsically tied to the other ethical obligation of CPS, that therefore, you can take a little sugar and spice and put them together, and therefore you're culpable for the underlying thing. I believe it's a category error. You're culpable for what obligation you in fact violate. And no amount of a violation of that specific norm. Now, maybe, again, the more you do it, maybe then we'll start to imply actual intention, and that'll change our intuition about the moderation. Like, if we actually think, right, that this is part of an attempt to intentionally actualize, bring about that outcome, as opposed to something just like negligent or something, then maybe the facts, if you start to add them, we will understand that there is a kind of constructive intent that is provable by circumstantial evidence. I'm not trying to claim that you need to explicitly state it in order for it. That's the only way in which you can prove the kinds of mental states that we're talking about here. Okay, because I know I'll get that fucking comment. It's some shit I didn't say that people are bringing up. All right, but that's what, like, I find not justifiable. That a ethical obligation and a violation of the culpability with respect to failure to moderate turns into the culpability for something that wasn't in fact done, or there's no evidence. When I say not done, I mean by the person. Okay, clip that out of fucking context as well. That it wasn't in fact done by the person we're trying to ascribe culpability to. Now, they did something else, right? They're potentially guilty of something else, but not that thing. Do you get it? Do you understand? Do you understand where I'm coming from? Does that sound bizarre and weird and fucked up? And if so, please jump into the I don't see this guy 420 YOLO swag 420. Oh, he's streaming tomorrow. Okay. Or he asked if I'm streaming tomorrow. Okay, so he's getting. So the floor is open. So takers of all kinds. But now that I laid that out, I hope you guys understand. My position there. It's not ridiculous at all. And I saw some comments. They're like, I'm about to bring someone in. Don't worry. This shows that, like, I don't know, he's bad faith. He's trying to like, what? You guys are unhinged. Oh wait, YOLO Swag's in there. Yo, what up, YOLO Swag? First in line, man. You reserved your spot.
Well, that's what you do when you're planning ahead, right? But
yeah.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome. Back in the city. Holidays coming up. We have I go home for like Christmas and stuff, and the tree looks great. But so I'll probably go back and you'll see me in my in my childhood bedroom like next weekend or something, probably.
Yeah, I think so I was watching just now, and with regards to sort of what you're talking about, I don't disagree. Like, you're making like a logical sort of argument about, ethics and like what your obligations are for, right?
Yeah.
And I would say yesterday, Hutch was sort of defensive and didn't want to cede this point. Why do you think he didn't want to do that?
I think people, when they talk to me, think that what I'm trying to do is like kind of improperly put them in a box. And so they feel that by granting something that should be uncontroversial, that I'm like, you're trying to misrepresent me or something. He's not the only person for whom that happens. There's just, I lay out building blocks that I think are unobjectionable. And yeah, I mean, like, I have some idea of where I'm going, but like, you should just be honest. And if it comes out that like, oh, I agree to that, but now I'm going back on it or something, like, we can just hash that out. This is a safe space, I promise you. But I think that there's like an unwillingness sometimes, and again, it's not just him. I'll say stuff to certain Trump people where it's like, well, you would agree that if like Trump literally did a military coup, for the, whatever.
I've seen you talk to Rob Noor.
Yeah, and they'll be like, well, I don't know what I would say. I don't know if I like. And there's this because they think that what I'm leading to is some kind of improper thing. But I'm just like, just don't fight me on things that are obvious building blocks that are unobjectionable. And I think that what this doesn't happen, for example, with me and Avi. Avi and I disagree on stuff. We disagree on like Trump. We disagree on even some things about these recent strikes, although there are more nuances. But we just breeze through. We breeze through because we both just like give our honest takes and immediately respond to those like things. And it doesn't take a million years to get someplace. And that I think is.
I have an idea about why it was taking a million years to get someplace in that situation.
Yeah.
And I would say, if I'm Hutch, what I'm hearing from you basically is that he thinks that she's responsible for messing up some ethical obligation around that like video she watched and then what happened after, right? And you would agree to that, but to a narrower part of it, right?
Yeah, I basically think what occurred was to the extent that there's an ethical violation with respect to that stuff, it violates like standards of decency, like initially, in that I think that someone who hears that should chime in and say, listen, the mere fact that there's, we don't have enough information based on this to conclude negligence. But that is like a minor, in my opinion, a minor violation.
I was building to something more.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Well. So he thinks like she's fucked up somehow. And basically what he's hearing from you is he just sees you as trying to downplay what she did, basically, right? Like that's sort of in his head. It's like, why are you downplaying what she did is basically what he's saying in his mind, kind of, in a way. And so maybe to help bridge that gap for him, I think what you should do is like ask yourself, what ethical obligations did she actually break? Like, could we list those out, do you think?
So I think that could be worthwhile to do. And
I think it would help him trust your analysis more if you do that.
But that, you understand that is not the conversation. So basically you're suggesting there should be a throat clearer where I say Hassan bad, Denham's bad, Denham's bad, Denham's bad, to give, not for the purpose because it's strictly speaking relevant to the conversation, but to assuage the fear.
It would assuage his fear that you're downplaying what she did, which is clearly going through his head, right? That's why he's not agreeing.
If that's what you're saying, that the reason he's levying objections like that to unobjectionable things is because he thinks in general I'm downplaying her misconduct, then you're accusing him of being A, irrational, and B, kind of like bad faith. I mean, that is bad faith. It's basically saying is not agreeing to things solely because of some other concern, either optically or because of something that's not on the table at the moment. You understand what I just said there?
Or he just is conceptualizing it. Like maybe he just doesn't have this ethical obligations framework in his head when he's thinking about the scenario, like he's just not thinking about it on this level. And so you forcing him to sort of go through this like reasoning framework that he's not engaging in is going to not like, it's not necessarily going to change.
But I'm trying to explain it, right? The thing is, I think I tried to explain it and say...
Well, this would help explain it to him, right? Is to say what it actually is she obligated to do that she failed to do. Because if you spell those out to him and they sound better, then he'll be like, oh, okay, then I get it. Because she is obligated for this, this, and this. But not getting there keeps him being defensive. And the argument keeps going that way, right? Like,
yeah, but like, YOLO, you understand I did. I said... So he asked me directly, do you think that she should have shown that bad empanada stream or video without objection to it or commenting on it in a negative sense? Or
watch it, period, right?
Or watch it, period. And I instantly said, yeah, that was wrong to do.
I don't think you instantly said that, though.
Yes, I did.
You equivocate.
No. If I, first of all, I didn't equivocate with what you were about to say. So we're going to address both things you said. So the first thing we're going to address of what you just said was, did I instantly say that it was wrong to watch that video? So that's the first thing. And the second is, I assume you're going to say I equivocated as to whether bad empanada is bad. And so we'll address that secondly. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to go to the VOD, and we're going to go to the part in which he asked, was it good to watch the bad empanada video, and where I instantly say it was bad. And if that happens, the reason I do this is because I just want to make sure, what will you do if I show that? Are you going to like apologize? Are you going to, what's going to be the situation? Like, how would that change your mind?
When he asks you, is bad empanada bad? And you say, that's his reputation.
That's different. So the first,
that's what I'm talking about.
No, it isn't what you were talking about, Yolo. What you were talking about was, you need to like say the ways in which Denims, separately from the thing you're talking about, did wrong things. And I said, well, I did. When he asked me point blank at different points, I would answer it. And so that isn't what you were talking about, my overall sentiment as to bad empanada. What you first were talking about was whether or not I was being candid regarding my feelings about ethical obligations that Denims did in fact violate. That is what you first were talking about. Agreed? Not my general sentiment of bad empanada? Wait, why won't you? This is another example of it, right? We just all listened to you say it. I just laid it out. It's unobjectionable. Everyone can just rewind 50 seconds when we're talking about where you said one way in which you could approach Hutch better is to actually just like give ground on ethical obligations she did in fact violate. I say I did that, and you're not agreeing that was the initial thing that you were complaining about, not the general character of bad empanada, and you're not giving me ground on that. Why not? Why aren't you accepting that? Yes, I was wrong, and the initial thing that I was complaining about.
I remember, and hey, maybe I don't have the exact timestamps, but I remember you saying that when he was saying like, oh, well, if this happened in a video you were watching, would you keep watching it, or would you say something, or would you turn it off, if this was happening in a video you're watching, right?
Did you hear what I just said? I don't think that you're responding to me. This is why I get frustrated, dude. Like, what I just said was, we're not having the conversation right now. Like, we're having a conversation about what just took place. So the only thing that's on the table currently is to just make sure that we're both like sentient creatures.
So all you want me to do is say that, well, immediately when discussing Denims watching the bad empanada video, you said what she did was wrong.
Right. So what? No, because like we're not even talking about that. We're talking about like, are you wrong about your characterization about what we just said? Right. So what you just said was, what we were talking about was this whole time was bad empanada and your take on it. And I said, no, that isn't what we were just talking about. What we were just talking about was whether or not I was willing to concede as a show of good faith on the ethical obligations that Denims did in fact violate, and you did not accept that.
All right, so which of those ethical obligations did you concede on when you're talking to him?
The first thing I want you to acknowledge is that is the first thing that you brought up, and I didn't dodge your question about bad empanada's general character, that came after. I just want to make sure that you will just give ground at all. So you, because you did say just then that's what I was talking about this whole time was bad empanada's general character and your commentary on them in equivocation. That was wrong when you said that, right?
I guess I mixed up the order of what.
Great. I mean,
you're following.
That's it. Okay, like, cool. Yeah. So the two claims that I'm saying, the reason I do this, I mean, you laugh because the reason I'm doing it is because I just need to know, like, just because you think like it's good faith for me to give ground on different ethical obligations that Denims did violate. The way that I understand that I'm talking to someone who's in good faith is to give ground on like unobjectionable things. And when people try to gaslight me about things that the conversation, that makes me feel that this is not a good faith conversation. So as a show of good faith, it seems ridiculous that I'm like forcing concessions on like what just happened in the conversation. But the reason I do that,
what just happened in the conversation? So what was the problem? We're wasting a lot of time on this. I don't know.
The only reason we're wasting on it is because you're making claims about like.
What claim did I make? Sorry, I'm getting lost.
The claim that you made was regarding the order of different objections that you were raising and which ones that we're bringing up at which particular time. And you claim that the whole thing, the reason we're here is because the objection that you were raising related to my alleged equivocation on bad empanada's character, as opposed to what actually started this whole dialogue, which was,
I should not have mentioned that fact before we investigated the initial claims about your things. Okay.
So I believe that I quite quickly conceded that on at least two ethical obligations that I felt, although I am informed someone sent me, I'm not going to say who, sent me information that perhaps the characterization of Denim's chat as being all kind of saying that we need to call CPS, that might have been an exaggeration. That maybe it was less people than was represented.
Wait, why are you bringing up the characterization of Denim's chat? We haven't gotten to the other thing you're talking about.
What I'm saying is, so what I'm trying to say is that I was quick to acknowledge different ethical obligations, including that she was negligent in moderation, and additionally that it was wrong to watch the video of Bad Empanada in the manner that she did, or at least watch it at all. I said that, and the only thing I'm trying to signal is, depending on whether or not the characterization presented to me regarding what the chat was saying, whether it was actually negligent or not, I mean, that will change whether I think that there was a violation of that obligation. I just want to be clear about that. So yeah, I did get wade into the merits a little bit there, and so apologies for that.
Yeah, who could ever do that?
No, but I am acknowledging that. I'm just saying that, I want to let you know that I did state that she failed to moderate responsibly, and that was based on Hutch's characterization regarding the state of her chat. That's fair, what I just said, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So now I'm going to, Control F in the video for Bad Empanada. How you doing, by the way? You having a good weekend?
Not too bad. It's cold.
Yeah, are you based in like the north?
I'm on the north coast of the U.S. Yeah.
Awesome. I didn't want to dox you. All right, Control.
Well,
F.
it's a big area, so that's fine. Are you going to share in Discord?
No, but I will.
Just pause and wait.
Yeah,
Are you?
I'll let you know. Then I was watch this Bad Empanada video. Okay, I think this might be it.
Malicious behavior.
Yeah,
and then people like Denims watch this Bad Empanada video about Ethan, and if you again, it's been like a year and a half, but like her chat on the screen that day when she was watching this video, they were all doing like CPS talk, and it was just like she was making no effort to moderate. Would you agree?
And
for
you feel
example,
she has an affirmative obligation to do that, right?
Of course, don't you?
I'm not sure what the standard is for. So if people are calling for CPS calls in the chat, I'm not sure that I would moderate those opinions. If they have the opinion, that would you?
1000%.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that.
You would, come on. If you had people in your chat that were like, I don't know.
This is on the obligation to moderate.
I think he's like beating his
hang on. I want to get to the.
I think we should call the cops.
My computer's
you
frozen.
Don't think you'd have a responsibility?
Oh fuck.
So just give me. No, I'm good. I don't know why it's slow. What I'm trying to get to is the Bad Empanada. Should you have watched it? And there, by the way, for everyone fucking soying out in the chat, what I'm talking about is like the opinion that CPS ought be called versus saying and calling for CPS to be called. And I very clearly say that you ought not do that, and you should moderate that. So just before anyone gets loses their mind, let me try to find the specific thing. Oh, here we go. I think this is it.
Platformed a Bad Empanada video where he was making the case that CPS should be called, and she made no meaningful. She like maybe she made some. She made no. She did not go nearly far enough in terms of moderating her. If I was her, first of all, why is she watching that video? Why is she platforming Bad Empanada? Why is she watching a video with this guy who is tacitly encouraging his audience to call CPS? Do you agree that that's wildly irresponsible as a creator?
To watch a Bad Empanada video?
Yeah, to watch not in a vacuum, to watch a Bad Empanada video of him making the case for why the viewer should maybe call CPS.
Is it a good thing to do?
Is it irresponsible? Is what I said.
Should she do it? I think the answer is no. I don't think so. I clearly say there that the answer is no, that she should not watch that video. So you would agree I was willing to say that she should not watch that video?
I'm behind, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that you do clearly say no.
Yeah.
Hutch is also kind of loading that up in a way where it's bad empanada video doing this and this and this is this.
Yeah,
and
so
this
right?
the
way I understand that is like, and I think that you would agree with this, because even as phrased there, I think that the obligation is a little different. Like merely watching the video by itself, I don't think is a violation of an ethical obligation. But if you like know what's going to be in it and you're not actually, or if you think that it's reasonable this person who has like a reputation for doing bad shit, that you're not actually going to like criticize or comment on it, I think that's a more tailored version of what I'm saying. But I'm trying to address your point, which is like I'm unwilling to give ground and say that she violated ethical obligations. And I very clearly am not willing not to give ground. Like I am willing to give ground. Agree? I say yes.
Well,
you should not have watched that video.
Tailored answer, you are yes. For
okay,
this
so
one.
like
what I was saying,
that's not the only time either. When we're talking about the moderation of chat, and we get to should you moderate those calls to action, and I say clearly yes, you should moderate those. And as he presents it, which is all of her chat, what he says, like all of her chat saying the call for CPS, and understand the distinction that I'm making here between an opinion that CPS ought be called versus calling, saying that CPS, saying go call CPS. I think that's a little harder of a case if someone thinks it, has the opinion that CPS ought be called. I think that's a deranged opinion. But what I'm saying is, I do think that there's an ethical obligation to moderate your chat if they're calling for CPS to be called, as opposed to merely justifying it. That's the kind of distinction I'm drawing here. But even then, I'm saying, yes, there is an obligation to moderate that stuff. And that is something I'm willing to say that she violated in the context of this conversation on Hutch's rendition of the facts, which are that all the chat was saying calling for CPS, which to me, I understand to be like a significant percentage of the chat, such that it would be like obvious that that's what was happening. And so, yeah, I am willing in the nature of this conversation to say that.
So this is what I'm envisioning that I think, like, I know that you did obviously give him that, yeah, some of these things you did were wrong. I know that, what I'm not saying is that you didn't do that at all. The example that I would say is that, like, if you wanted to list out the things she did wrong, like, you could say she violated an ethical obligation to not spread malicious lies about how someone is parenting their child. Like, if that type of an obligation was enunciated.
What lie did she spread?
She spread the lie that his kids were crawling around and eating dog shit.
Okay, so have you seen when Ethan describes it?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's a reasonable conclusion that a baby ate poop based on what Ethan said initially?
No.
So Ethan says the following. He says, you get Giardia. Now, I understand that, maybe he's incorrect about the nature of being able to contract Giardia, that maybe it turns out they didn't have Giardia. But the way he describes it is that you can only contract it through poop. You agree he says that?
Yeah. And do you think that's a statement of fact, or is that him saying to his employees that, oh, no, you guys don't worry about getting this from me because you won't get it from me because you have to really come into contact with it?
I believe it is a statement of fact. It's about his level of certainty regarding what his kids actually have. Do you agree with that?
Well, when he describes that level of difficulty in contracting the disease, to whom is it being said to?
It's being said to his producer.
Yeah. And his producer just before that was like, oh, I don't want to get this. And so he's saying it to his producer. He's not saying it that's what his kids had to do.
Hang on. So I'm going to play the clip of it.
So that's only one part of it. The next part is...
What's the next part?
That Olive has Giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea and...
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why.
It's relatively common.
It should be, they should have found it already. But anyway, so she has Giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And, well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And now Ela has Giardia.
shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from
Yeah,
you?
I'm trying to.
Because I'm not trying to get
Can
that.
we crank
it's-
the AC maybe?
Is it?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But
So
unfortunately,
the problem is,
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like
Yeah,
in the
literally.
air, bro.
that's not what I said. That's literally that's what
admitted
you
had
said.
caca breath.
No, that's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So because
Keep interrupting.
it can go on surfaces and stuff. So Olive chews everywhere. So Sonny, it makes sense why he got it. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrheas, like in the middle of the night, all day, all the time, he's having these crazy diarrheas. Then when me and Ela start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
And they put their hands into the poop.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it. Neither has Ela. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent and then extremely foul smelling diarrheas. And the first night, it happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room. He was crying in the middle of the night. And I was immediately struck by the foulest fucking, his whole room was just wafting.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I got the gist of the beginning. Yeah, and I've seen it.
Do you think it is reasonable or unreasonable for a person viewing that to conclude that Ethan's belief is that his children have Giardia and that they contracted it from ingesting poop from his dog? Is that reasonable or an unreasonable belief based on if you listen to that stream?
That's not the claim I made.
No, I know. I'm asking you something else. You made a claim that she lied, right? So
my claim was specifically that his kids were crawling around on the floor eating dog shit, like assuming that there's dog shit all over their floor.
Okay, I just want to get the base facts out there. Okay, so do you think that it is a reasonable conclusion for a person who listens to that clip to come to the conclusion that Ethan Klein believes that his children have Giardia and that they contracted it through ingesting feces in their mouth from the dog? Is that a reasonable belief given someone who watches that video, or is it an unreasonable belief?
I think that takes it to another step. I think that's slightly unreasonable. I mean, it just depends on the exact verbiage you're using.
You think
when
it's
you say
unreasonable?
ingesting.
You think
when you say ingesting,
putting in your mouth and eating it?
Yeah, so I would say a more reasonable belief would be that dogs.
No, I'm asking if that belief. Wait. I'm asking that belief. Is it unreasonable for someone to conclude?
I do think that's unreasonable.
I don't agree. Now, I think that it is unhinged to call CPS on the basis of this. But given the things that
can I
Ethan
substitute
there,
and explain what I think a more reasonable belief would be?
Well, no. We can talk about what another belief
well,
could
then
be.
never mind.
Wait, no, because I do want to address this belief. Now, there could be more reasonable interpretations, but I do want you to contend with this specific takeaway from the video. So we can talk about other potential takeaways that could be like more reasonable or more based in facts. But I'm trying to make sure that the characterization that I'm providing, that you don't think it's unreasonable. And I think that
I do think it is.
Okay, and can you explain that? Because here are some base facts which I think support the notion that even if it's not true, it's a reasonable interpretation that someone could take. Fact number one, Ethan states that you can only contract it through poo, correct?
He says that. Then he also says it gets on surfaces
wait.
like 15 seconds later.
No, I understand that. Wait, so we can just go through the facts, right? So you agree he says that you can only get it through fecal matter, correct? Whether that's true or not isn't the point. You agree he says that, right?
He says that phrase, but then he also says it gets on surfaces. So
this is the
if you mean he said this quote, yes.
This is the frustration. This is the frustration that I'm having, because this is the kind of shit that I felt like I was having from Hutch, where is there a reason why you feel like you need to add the color commentary and side comment? Like, yes, he does say
because
that.
I'm not sure if you mean Ethan said this is the only way to get this disease, like as he said this statement as a quote, but then he also said something else that contradicted it just a few seconds later. So
wait, no.
He said that quote, yes,
that it can be on surfaces.
As a viewer, I took away that also, it could get on a surface, like if a dog shits and comes in the house and sits down.
But it would still it would still be contracted through feces, right? If you contract it through it appearing like on surfaces.
Yeah, and that's why I was quibbling about the word ingesting. Like, because when I hear the word ingesting, I imagine literally taking a piece of something and eating it, not inadvertent contact, like an allergy in a kitchen.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. Inadvertent contact versus someone ingesting something, putting in their mouth or whatever.
Yeah, that's because Bad Empanada's video is clearly saying they're ingesting it.
Let's just keep going,
and not
right? You agree
due to inadvertent contact.
You agree that Ethan makes reference to eating poop and that the babies are putting things in their mouth, correct?
He said they're at the age where they put everything in their mouth.
Yes, yeah. So he's referencing the babies putting things into their mouth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And he also, so regardless of whether or not you think it's the only possible conclusion one can draw, it's not an unreasonable reading of it, right?
No, I think it's unreasonable based on... Well, I mean, if everybody watching that at the time, before Bad Empanada makes this video and does the analysis of it, like all the people in the room with him, no one took that away from the situation. Everybody understood, this is probably like some inadvertent contact with the dog. Dog sheds, dog sits down somewhere. Like that's the obvious understanding. Like no one watching it at the time was thinking that.
Okay,
it's only after Bad Empanada invents this notion that they're actually ingesting whole pieces of shit that it becomes a more likely.
I want to be very clear about where I stand, right? Like, I don't think it's a necessary conclusion from watching the video. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's necessary that you like. I'm not. The people are in the chat already going crazy. Like, yeah, there are poop particles in the air that could be referenced here. That and that this doesn't imply negligence or that the widespread existence of poop all over in different places or whatever. It doesn't imply.
I would say,
wait, let me just finish and then I'll let you have your word for sure. It doesn't imply that they are being irresponsible. I don't think that. I think that goes way too far. But what I think is a little much to take is the notion that it's unreasonable for an unlearned viewer to come to the conclusion that Ethan is implying or suggesting that it's possible that his children ingested poop. I mean, I maybe we just have different priors on that, but from hearing that, it just does seem like that is one of many possible interpretations that one could have, and it be a reasonable interpretation. I mean, like doesn't he make a joke like, "Do you plan to ingest my poop?" You have to. In fact, hang on a second. He says, "You quote have to ingest my poop." He uses the word, "You have to ingest my poop." Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, given that Ethan says you have to ingest my poop, do you think it would be unreasonable for someone to say that Ethan believes that his children got giardia by ingesting poop? You think that that's unreasonable? Given that Ethan says you have to ingest poop.
Well, poop is, when you say poop, you're literally talking about like a poop, not necessarily having inadvertent contact with fecal matter or something like that, right?
I understand that you could mean different things. I'm saying Ethan uses the term ingest poop, right? Ingest my poop. Agreed?
Yeah.
So do you think that someone who's viewing that, ingest my poop, that it would be unreasonable to suppose that Ethan believes his children contracted giardia by ingesting poop?
In a strict sense of ingesting being...
That's the term he uses.
Any consumption, then sure.
Well, whatever his... and do you think it's unreasonable to think ingest means consume as in put in your mouth?
In this scenario, I think it would.
No, just
be unreasonable to believe that. That's what he meant.
He says it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. When he says it's extremely ridiculous to get that you have to ingest my poop, he's suggesting that it's hard to get, right?
Yes.
Right. So
can I lay this out on my own terms?
Go for it.
Because it's not that complicated. It's like, it's the difference between a dog getting shit somewhere that a baby accidentally comes in contact with, like sitting down or shedding hair that has it on it, or it getting in the air, versus the claim that was they're rolling around in dog shit, eating dog shit. That claim on the far end of it, I don't think is reasonable. Right? Like that's the only point I'm trying to make.
I agree that some additional interpretations that we haven't yet addressed might be unreasonable, right? And that there is like a degree of scale here. Rolling around in poop, he didn't say rolling around in poop. He didn't suggest some quantity of poop. He didn't suggest that they aren't keeping close attention.
He didn't even suggest that the dogs were shitting inside either, which is another claim.
Yeah. I'm willing to grant that for sure, 100%. All I'm saying,
I just don't want to play the game about.
No, I'm not saying that this is the only reasonable interpretation you have, or this is a good faith interpretation in the sense of like that they're being irresponsible. That's what I mean. Because I don't think it's a necessary conclusion they're being irresponsible. I'm very clear about that. All I'm saying is it's not unreasonable for a viewer watching this to be grossed out because he's suggesting that his kids contracted a disease by eating poop, and then that's what he means. I mean, he says ingest my poop. It's ridiculous to get. I don't think that you could, if someone was like, wow, did you see, Ethan said that his kids ate poop and got a disease, and then you played that clip, would you be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's such an insane interpretation. You wouldn't say that, right? Would you say that?
I would probably say, I think they were more really talking about like inadvertent contact with a dog shedding and kids on the floor. Like that's what I would respond to them with.
A dog shedding in the sense of like, well, maybe putting like the hair. But all I'm saying is you wouldn't look at your friend like, whoa, do you even speak English? Like, what are you talking about? Like maybe you would kind of do those things like, well, hold on there. We don't know if he means putting whole pieces of poop. We don't mean if it's poop particles.
That's what I would say. Yeah,
I know, but you wouldn't look at your friend and be like, wow, that is a bad faith interpretation, would you?
I would think that was a bad faith interpretation.
Really?
Yeah.
For some, okay, I just disagree. I think that if I hear that, I'm like, one of possible reasonable interpretations, I wouldn't be like, wow, that's an insane thing. I would just be like, caution, friend, like just be careful about what conclusions you're drawing.
Or maybe I would think that they don't necessarily, they're not thinking about, maybe they don't have experience with kids or dogs, and maybe that would color me to say that it's maybe less unreasonable, something along those lines.
I mean, I think that like this got out of hand because people are implying things that aren't that you can't extrapolate from this clip. And I can understand why H3 feels frustrated at that and angry about that. I totally understand that. I'm not saying that I can't understand frustrations at some of the unfair extrapolations. One thing that I don't think is an unfair extrapolation, even if it's not true, right? It could be a case that this is not true. That it's not true that you can only get it from Jarda. It's not true that that they ingested poop or whatever. I just don't think that I would look at someone who interprets that as like, wow, you're bad faith. I think that like a person
you're making the claim into they got it from ingesting poop. That's not a claim I ever attacked. The claim I attacked
is the rolling around part.
Rolling around is shit all over the floors and all the shit that was in the Bad Empanada video that was co-signed by Denims. That's the actual claim, right?
Okay, so what you're saying is the claim by Bad Empanada, made by Bad Empanada, that you're suggesting Denims is adopting in the sense of watching, kind of nodding along, being coy regarding it, and in your mind, adopting that malicious lie that is the rolling around part and all that other stuff.
That's what really matters. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I could say that there's some.
Do you think she played a part in spreading those claims?
So did Ethan, right?
Which claims for Ethan and which claims for Denims? Because you have to differentiate them. Because the ones I'm talking about are the ones that don't appear that you were just arguing over, right?
So,
like, we didn't argue over the ones I'm talking about. We're arguing about there's shit all over the floor that kids are rolling around in and picking up and eating. That's the claim.
I think if you're
I'm actually talking about. You're saying that Ethan spread that claim? I don't hear him saying that.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that specific claim, but in general,
good. So let's talk about the ones I care about.
So you don't care. So if people are saying that Ethan said that his kids ate poop, you don't have a problem with that in terms of assuming that they only saw that initial clip and they don't have any follow up or anything. You wouldn't have a problem with someone saying, Ethan, his kids ate shit and they contracted the disease. You wouldn't be like, that's bad faith. You'd be like, that's one of possible reasonable interpretations. Fair? But
I'd say that's a reasonable interpretation lacking a lot of context, which it could be malicious.
But at least we can agree that's so if someone spread that around, you'd be like, okay, maybe
you need to add more. I would say, hey, this is like way lacking in context, what you're saying. Right?
But what I mean is like spreading around a reasonable interpretation of a clip.
Who's doing that?
No. It's if it's the case, if you were spreading that around, right? I just want to really centering in around the culpable conduct, right? If you're spreading around the claim that Ethan's kids ate shit and contracted a disease based on your viewing of that clip, that spreading around a reasonable interpretation of a clip, that's not culpable, right?
If the interpretation was reasonable, then yes.
Yeah, assuming it was,
that's the whole point. That's right, the whole argument is the interpretation reasonable?
So now we're
and you're trying to say it is.
Well, hang on. I think a reasonable interpretation is the eating poop part. I think that's a reasonable interpretation of that clip. Now, that he corrects the record later, and if you're told about that correction after the fact, then I think it would be an unreasonable interpretation if he's, for whatever reason, correcting the record. But I'm just going off of those assumptions just to be clear about what we're talking about. What you're talking about is the bad faith interpretation are these extra little bits. The bad faith interpretation of rolling around. And
it's the whole picture of what they're saying, right?
What's the whole picture then?
The whole picture is that they have a filthy house with dog shit all over the floor that their kids roll around in and pick up and eat.
Okay, yeah, okay. I would agree that...
Right? That's what we're talking about. It's not that complicated.
I would agree that is a baseless extrapolation, and because there's not a basis to suggest that is the case, that suggesting that is spreading around something, at least which you should be aware, is baseless and therefore culpable. Whether or not it's intentional, I think, I think people should be more, they should be more careful in that respect. And so I have no problem saying, to the extent that you're spreading that around by platforming the bad empanada video, that's why I said that not pushing back, not paying attention enough, not correcting the record, not giving caveats, that is itself some level of ethical culpability for that specific failure to act, failure to inform, failure to warn. So
earlier when I was saying, if you would say this to Hutch, it's like, hey, Denham's failed her moral obligation in not spreading malicious lies about somebody and the way they parent their kids. Like, doesn't that get you way closer to where Hutch was at? And maybe
you just heard me say
be willing to buy in.
You just heard me say an even greater version of that, right? I even said it's irresponsible to platform the video. What I meant, I should have said more clearly without giving pushback, right? Because I don't think you would agree with me, right? Just watching a bad empanada video in and of itself, you wouldn't say that that's a breach of an ethical obligation. What the breach is,
it almost is, but unless you're the only way you could do it is if you're
criticizing, right? That's what I mean.
And fact checking everything. That's the only way you can do it.
Got it. Yeah. So, and I agree with that. So that's why I'm saying I'm trying to correct that position because I think it's too strong of a position when I just say flatly no, because I think that there is a context in which it can be responsible to present that opinion if what you're trying to do is to be critical, cynical, and deconstruct it, right?
But I mean, bad empanada, I would say it's almost at the point where like any attention to him is kind of bad. And maybe that's sort of a platforming discussion, but that's just my opinion, so.
Really? So
I wouldn't critique somebody. If someone was going through and debunking his videos, I wouldn't give them shit for it. I wouldn't say you're doing a bad thing, but I also wouldn't want to.
That's too strong, man.
Boost that.
Wait. So
you think so?
If that's the case, then H3 is culpable by your own lights. Agreed.
Because I don't remember them watching bad empanada videos.
He talks about bad empanada. Does he? Yes or no?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. So by your own lights, if that's the standard, you would agree Ethan himself is culpable for that conduct.
The conduct I was talking about was watching his videos.
Yes, that's critically. What I mean. So just be aware. If
that's a different conduct than mentioning him, right?
Hang on. So I agree that the watching a video might be separate. And I love, by the way, now that we're particularizing the levels of ethical conduct, that's, by the way, what I was trying to do in that video, that maybe there's a different kind of breach. If you're
but you just switched it up on me. You switched it up.
I
was like,
absolutely I absolutely did not.
I said watching the videos even critically could still be bad.
Because this
and
is
then you said, Ethan mentions bad empanada. So that's different, right? You switched it up on me.
No, I did not switch it up on you because I listened.
Wait, didn't you?
No, I did not. I'm about to explain it, right? So you said that by platforming him, by giving him any attention, that is itself wrong. Did you say that?
I think it was in the context of talking about watching his videos.
Sorry. Did you say, regardless of what you meant, did you say giving him any intention?
I might have said that, but what I meant was watching his videos.
So if that's the only thing you meant, you can't fault me for, quote, switching it up if what you said
God
was
damn it, I'd
giving
never
him
be able
attention.
to catch you in anything, will I? Damn it.
No, I mean, because come on. So you were saying that you gave him giving him attention is wrong, and that's when I said, well, then by your own lights, Ethan is culpable because he's giving him attention. Fair?
I guess.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. And listen, I don't agree with that standard. I don't think just giving people attention is in and of itself wrong. I think that, for example, like I give Nick Fuentes attention, I give bad actors attention. Now, and there's different kind of requirements that I would like. I wouldn't ever play a Nick Fuentes video and just kind of be like, yeah. Oh,
the only reason I brought up this point was just to say how much I think he's a bad actor. That's all. That's the only point I was trying to make.
But don't say things that are unjustifiable in the context. Like, that is by definition a virtue signal. You understand?
But I said,
do you understand
I wouldn't give somebody shit for doing it, but I just don't think it's a great thing to do.
You just said that the only reason I brought that up was just to signal how bad of a person that Bad Empanada is. And that is by definition a virtue signal. You agree?
And problem?
And the problem there is, don't say things that you don't think you can justify if they're only virtue signals, right? I don't want that. This is the problem, right? Like, I want to have a real conversation and know that the people that I'm engaging with who say things actually believe them. And what you're suggesting to me is that the sole purpose.
Well, what I said was to reiterate was that I don't think I would give somebody shit for it, but it's not something I necessarily like. I don't think it's necessarily good to do. It's not bad necessarily, but I wouldn't give someone shit for it, but I don't think it's a like worthwhile thing to do. Do you remember when I said I wouldn't give somebody shit for doing it? Like
just then, right? Yeah. So I'm asking if that, by that you meant it's neutral. It's not good or bad.
I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Maybe a waste of time,
So
I sort of,
let's take a step
when
back.
I initially said it, I laid that out. So I hope that you didn't get caught.
Well, no, I think you said that it was bad to give him attention. I thought you said that. But you don't believe that. So I'll just ask you again. You don't have to, regardless of what you did say, do you think it's bad merely to give him attention and nothing else?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, got it. That's
not
cool.
anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 years ago, I would have said yes to him, but now he's got enough attention. So
I'm not saying that's inconsistent. Okay. But I agree that watching the video uncritically and not being scrupulous of someone who has a reputation for this kind of conduct or for who you know to be a malicious actor, that is in and of itself an ethical wrong. And I was willing to say that in the conversation with Hutch. And that's why the whole purpose of this little part of the conversation is you seem to suggest that part of the reason why the conversation was failing is you weren't willing to give ground or an accounting of the things that you thought were actually wrong that these people could be responsible for. But I just think that you didn't pay attention to the conversation if that's your takeaway, because at multiple points I say, yes, she's culpable.
Why do you make Hutch and I work so hard to say certain things are done wrongly, right? Like,
what do you mean?
Well, we just went through a whole argument about how, what did she spread malicious lies about someone in the way they raise their family? That's a new ethical obligation that I introduced. And you didn't want to give me that. Right?
I asked what the lie was that she spread.
And then you changed it to be narrower so that you could maybe say it was reasonable. Then I said, no, this was the lie.
No,
right?
Because
did that not happen?
No, we're just trying to understand each other. So if by lie you meant, so where I was going to go is, if you think the lie is that she interpreted the kids of eating poop and that's what she was talking about, then I would say, well, I don't know that there's good evidence.
Yeah, but I never said that. You changed it to that.
You
narrowed it to that.
I was trying to understand you, what the lie was. That's why I asked the question. And you seem to take objection with the fact that I don't just assume that you're correct. And that the fact that I'm asking what you're talking about, you're like offended that I do that. Why is that a problem?
Well, because
what you're saying?
I said one thing and then you changed it to be a more narrow thing. And now you're saying, well, I just wanted to understand you. Right?
So when I asked you what the lie was, I'm not changing something. I'm trying to understand it. When we were going through that back and forth of whether this was a reasonable interpretation and getting to the bottom of what the lie was, and then when you clarified that really what the lie is more limited not to the ingestion of poop by the dog, but the notion that the poop is more spread, the rolling around part, and the kind of general sense that the house is disorderly
and like picking it up and eating it, and not like through some accidental contact.
I immediately granted that and said that. And so there's no bad faith here. It's just a conversation, but you're exasperated that we went through that exercise to clarify exactly what the lie was. That's not a problem that I did that, is it? You don't think what I just did wasn't bad faith, was it?
Well, it seems like you had ready to go to say, well, maybe this wasn't a lie that she spread. Was that not the initial thrust of what we were talking about?
I have had this exact conversation about the poop story before, where someone has come and said,
so why don't you not grant that she was lying if you know all about this?
No, because the lie as presented by that person was that the kid ate poop. And so as I think about it and you say, well, it's broader than that. It's the rolling around and the bad, or
it's
I
the
don't
whole
know.
Picture, yeah.
It's the whole picture. If that's what's characterized as a lie, I might treat that differently, and I do. And that's good faith, not bad faith, right? That's good faith. That's me. I've heard this before. This is my response to it. I listened to the clip before. That's why I had it ready to go, as opposed to the other stuff from the conversation. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I consider it. And instead of doing this kind of like, I don't know, I'm like, oh yeah, I would agree. Instantly. That's the definition of good faith. But you somehow think that me clarifying that, going through that, is like improper that I just did that.
Well, why did you do it? Because you wanted to understand the lie that I was proposing she spread?
Yeah.
Right?
I wanted to understand what you're saying.
But hold on. But you're aware of this whole situation. You've watched the reaction. You watched the original video.
I've never had a conversation with you
about it.
Why
did you not
before.
know that she spread a lie already? Why didn't you not?
So I didn't ever conceptualize the lie on those terms with respect to the bad empanada video. What I've said before is that I think that the notion that this is negligence, that is a wrong judgment to make based on the facts. But to the extent that there's an implication that there's other stuff going along, I think that that's untrue or an unjustified implication.
So that's
just to be clear, that doesn't stand to reason that it's a lie. Someone could come to a bad interpretation of facts and just have a poor judgment. But human beings jump to conclusions all the time regarding, they claim that they heard that, and then they claim that Ethan says things that are broader, even though when you actually look back at the clip, he didn't say that. That doesn't necessarily make it a lie. But I am willing to grant, given the fact that it's a prepared video from Bad Empanada, he's selectively editing. I'm assuming. I haven't actually watched the full fucking video of the Bad Empanada clip, but the ones that she's reacting to, I have heard those parts. But this is the whole kind of thing I want you to acknowledge is it's what I just did there can't be characterized as bad faith. You don't have a reason to think that what I just did was like deceitful, improper in the context of this conversation, right?
Well, it depends on what you knew about the video and Dunham's reaction to it, in my opinion.
Assume that I am being honest at this moment in the sense of like, I have never heard this particular distillation of the spreading of the lie. I've heard the judgment aspect of it where I have explicitly rejected the notion that these facts are able to make out negligence and that it would justify CPS. But the kind of broader, implication that this is like a disorderly home or something like that, I am saying it's unjustified. Yes, but me coming and you saying that and me acknowledging, I think that that's an unjustified deception, especially if you have time to actually watch the video and edit it up. That to me isn't bad faith. There's no indication here of bad faith.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really tell. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't.
Oh my
I don't
God,
take you for bad faith most of the time.
This is the problem, dude.
Can I explain myself?
So many people like in the replies. They're
Can
like,
I explain myself?
I don't understand why you're platforming this person. I don't remember like. Me asking questions is taken, and me genuinely grappling with things that people are presenting to me.
Can I explain myself?
Go for it. Yeah.
Because it's the kind of thing that if you had seen Denham's reaction to this and saw what Bad Empanada was saying and saw Ethan's video, then I would assume the lies I'm talking about. I would not assume that we need to clarify. That's the thing I'm trying to say.
Because
right? And maybe
the lie that people tell me that was being spread was that the kids ate poop. That's the lie that people say.
So you've never heard it like this until we just
I never heard this
right?
kind of version of the distilled story of it where, again, I want to clarify. I have heard the claim that he neglects his children, and I have said that is unjustified bad to spread. I have said that. Mm-hmm. But this kind of like the fact of the matter regarding the house and rolling around or whatever was the statement used by Bad Empanada, phrased that way, I haven't heard it because people will, what they tell me is she lied about them ingesting poop. And then I listened to the clip and like, that's a reasonable interpretation, bro.
So,
and even then, I'm giving a negative inference to Bad Empanada because of his reputation and because of what I know about him. It is possible that it's not a lie. I am telling you that. And by possible, I mean if it were any other person, if there were any other person,
he just has a bad interpretation.
Yeah, there could be, and you agree with that, right? I mean, if this were someone else, right? If this were someone else,
not him,
right?
I don't think anyone would make it if it was. Nobody would make that video if it wasn't him, though. So it's kind of like a catch-22.
I understand that part of it is the fact that it's him, that he's has
and nobody else. Nobody else made that video.
That's what I'm saying. But I do want to show you that my interpretation of that statement is I am taking a negative inference against Bad Empanada. That's me being like less charitable to Bad Empanada based on my priors and based on his reputation. And so that is not me treating him nicely. That's not me treating him with kid gloves. It's me taking a negative inference against him.
I get it.
Okay. So you agree that you're not going to call what I just did bad faith. And you agree, therefore, that I am willing in the conversation with Hutch to acknowledge where Denims has done wrong things, right? No one can deny that. Correct?
I feel like you're fighting on some of the wrong things she does a little too much, but maybe that's just because I'm really familiar with the situation, watched all of it, so there's that part of it too, right?
Maybe that's true. What I want to deal with the claim first is like that I was unwilling to cede ground about where Denims had some ethical violations. That's not true. Right?
I didn't say exactly that maybe you were unwilling, but maybe it would make more sense to Hutch your framework if you threw out more of those obligations she broke to like get out of the black and white of like, is she responsible for everything or just like not moderating your chat, right? Like that sort of, I felt like this is the thing I saw is when you guys were in between that binary, right? That was the binary conversation was sort of between, is she responsible for the whole call happening or is just she not responsible for just not moderating her chat? Because when I hear you say
that I think that's right.
She's responsible for not moderating her chat, of course, but like that is not really like the most severe thing.
What is the most severe thing?
The spreading of the lies.
Okay. Spreading of lies is the most severe thing that she did. And that is, just to understand the audience, the lie is what Bad Empanada said, and her not debunking or giving caution and just letting the video play and kind of tacitly endorsing it by her conduct and her lack of statement. That is her spreading the lie. Fair?
Yeah, I mean, she had some statements that are like lightly agreeing, but obviously she didn't, fully, she didn't say, oh my gosh, this is 100% true. It's not quite as explicit as that.
Right. It's not an explicit adoption, right? We're reading into, and I'm not saying that your reading in is unreasonable, but it's levels of attenuation. Agreed? It's not like I adopt what Bad Empanada says, but
I wouldn't, it's maybe one level of attenuation. I wouldn't make that plural.
Okay. Well,
it's clearly your intent to endorse what he's saying.
Right. I'm just saying we are applying a negative inference because it's Denims that she adopts it, in addition to the fact that she's like not kind of, not specifically addressing it. I will say there are times in which people will watch videos of other individuals where there's lies contained in it. And we are, maybe there's, and I would even say that there's an affirmative obligation when a potential statement bears on someone's like fundamental. Well,
especially because in my recollection, Denims knows who Bad Empanada is. She's not unfamiliar with him.
Okay.
And she knows, like, she's been doing like anti-Ethan Klein streams, whatever, during this time period. Like, she's not coming to this randomly.
Mm-hmm.
It's her audience. Like, she's playing to the audience that wants to see this. And they probably even sent the links to the video to her, right? So, it's kind of like this whole thing. Like, it's not like a random video that contains a lie she doesn't, speak out against.
I hear you. That maybe the threshold is raised or lowered because of the nature of it being bad empanada, her familiarity with bad empanada. But do understand that the obligation that you're providing here is that there's an ethical ought with respect to letting lies be said on your stream in videos that you're reacting to, and not debunking them or implicitly adopting them, right?
Yeah, I would say she implicitly adopts them and spread them to her audience.
Okay, and she implicitly adopts it because of her body language, her demeanor, and the fact that she didn't rebut it.
I feel like, I mean, there's also some of the way she says like, wow, every time I learn more stuff about Ethan Klein, it just keeps getting worse and worse. Like stuff like that. Like that's way more than just
wait a second
debunking it.
Wait, is that a lie? Yes or no? It's a statement.
It's not a lie. It's an endorsement of like, wow, I can't believe what I'm hearing. This guy's crazy. Like, it's an endorsement of what the content is, right?
Wait, is it? Isn't that just her interpretation? Like what you're saying is she knows that Bad Empanada is lying, right? Otherwise,
I don't think she cares. It's not necessarily a thought that goes through her head whether she's telling the truth or not.
Okay. And that's because she has a reputation for lying.
No, the reason I brought up that statement was to say it's not just her not debunking something. She also made statements that made it appear like she agreed in an implicit way. You know, that's what I was trying to say.
Whatever violation I think this is, I do think that there's when there's people with bad reputations who have history and track record that we think is unsavory, for you to have an extra critical lens. I think that's an obligation. And especially when the statements are being made with respect to people's personal lives, their children, etc., I think that there's a best practice here that implies an ethical obligation. Here's where I have the problem. I don't think that violation of that ethical obligation is what people are talking about when they consider her to be culpable for the CPS call, which I think even Ethan rejects, to be honest. There's not a clip of him where he seems to affirmatively reject that interpretation.
Yeah, but I agree with your framework of ethical culpability, right? So,
okay, so then you agree. So
that's why I'm trying to stake out other obligations.
Did I say anything in that debate that you recall in the moment that you disagree with?
I think it was mostly just that I mean, Hutch was being a little defensive around it, obviously, for good reason, because, you know, you have to keep your defenses up against Pisco. Mm-hmm. But, you know.
I mean, why? Can I ask you why?
Because you're a formidable verbal interlocutor.
So? Why should that, shouldn't you okay, maybe I can understand. But, I just don't like this whole, well, we have to be more unwilling to accept truths or be additionally defensive in the sense of unwilling to grant things that are obvious just because it's Pisco, you know?
Yeah, I would say that the ethical culpability, moral culpability statement, though it's obvious, I don't think it's as obvious to other people who don't think about things like that. Let's be real.
That's why I was trying to explain it to Hutch. I tried numerous times to explain different ethical obligations, and one can violate one without violating the other. I was trying to say that.
But people are saying, what the people's response to you is not your theoretical ethical reasoning is incorrect, Pisco. That's not what people...
No, yeah, because they're bad faith and they're emotional babies, and they're like, oh my God, you wouldn't blame the father at all. And it's just insane interpretations that are based totally on emotion and not at all on what I'm actually saying or implying in any respect. But as you sit here, right? I asked you, is there anything that you found in that, as you sit here, are you able to identify something that I said that you disagree with? I haven't heard an answer to that question.
Well, I didn't say I necessarily disagree with the facts and stuff that you're saying.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm asking you the question. I'm not saying that you said it. I'm asking, is there something as you sit here that you can identify in the moment right now that you disagree with?
Well, it's what I was trying to say is that I didn't beat my wife. I didn't say that you made something.
I know that I agree. With, right? I agree that you did not say that I said something that you disagree with. I'm asking you the question. Is there something that I said during the course of that debate that you disagree with?
In a factual way, no. I did want to ask you about what you think of Bad Empanada's reputation, because the way that
it's shit.
Yeah. So do you agree with Hutch's characterization, or that like it seemed like you might not be familiar is what I'm trying to say.
So when I say I know he has a reputation for bad things, I think it's true that he's a bad person and malicious. And the reason I'm thinking about it is like, if someone pushed me on it, I don't consume his content. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. Do you want some good examples?
Perhaps. No. Yeah. You can send me good examples. But people are like, oh my God, he paused like a second before he answered the question to think about how much, like, because really, I'm thinking about someone who consumes bad empanada coming to me and saying, wait, you think he's malicious? Can you give me one example of it?
Yeah, no, I would love to give you an example.
So the reason I'm cagey in the sense of like, as I recall, I couldn't like give you, because I really can't, as I sit here, give you concrete examples that I know a lot about. And so the reason that I'm qualifying is because it deserves qualification from someone who doesn't have the same exposure. Agreed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't need too much exposure. A little bit will go a long way.
Okay, but there's nothing wrong with me qualifying, right?
No, I would just...
Okay, so then why do people freak out about it? Why do people freak out when I qualify things that deserve to be qualified?
Because they're more familiar with him, and he's just really gross.
Do they not have a theory of mind? It's not a good reason. Do they not have a theory of mind that just because, like, I am not in their heads seeing everything they're seeing?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but like, if you're curious, you could go find out. Like, if you want.
Yeah, I could go find out like who fucked your mom. I could go find out who, what the square root of 7.
Or you could just ask your friends. You could just ask like your colleagues.
I could do that. For example, I could do a lot of things. The question is, did I do anything wrong by qualifying something where I don't have in the moment concrete examples? And I'm just giving you, he has a bad reputation. I know that. I seem to recall as I'm thinking about it, I remember thinking strongly that he was malicious about certain things, but I don't. And as I sit there, I'm not able to produce those examples. But so that's why I qualified the extent I did. Although I in an unqualified fashion said yes after I gave the initial he has a bad reputation and I was thinking about it. But like it's kind of the people who are like, you're not condemning the genocide hard enough. Have you heard those people, by the way? They're like, you call it a genocide, but not hard. Like that's what you guys are, or not you specifically, but certain of the commentators are like, oh my God, I can't believe Pisco, and all the fucking shit. Like, I can't believe I ever like Pisco. What the fuck? He's betrayed.
Well, hey,
it is so unreasonable.
I can meet you on this a little bit. I can meet you on this a little bit, right? So, and if, correct me if I'm wrong, but right, you didn't cover every, mini series in this 5,000 part series of, Ethan Klein drama and Hassan Piker drama stuff, right? You cover very little of it.
I covered so the only reason I'm having this conversation is because
you jumped in because it's a legal issue, and I
had an interest in copyright
expertise to bring to bear.
I mean, I don't claim to be an IP lawyer, but I don't claim to be IP. And also, I'm seeing this, Jen, like, and people are adding me with this, like, you have certain people in your server and so that means that you are okay with these people or that you interact with these people. This is all bullshit too, okay? My server and the people who are in my comments, I don't ban people in general because of their views. So when someone says, oh, fuck Hutch in my comments, are you telling me that I should ban that person for saying fuck Hutch? I let them say fuck you, Pisco. I let them, so in general, I like hearing the speech.
I'm not on that bandwagon.
And so I let people who are pro Destiny and pro Justical be in my comments. And you guys seem to have an issue with that. Destiny was in my Discord the other whatever month, and we had a conversation about the socialism conversation or whatever. And if it's I didn't know at the time someone was adding me is so-and-so is are they in your server, whatever. Because guess what? The server has rules. If you violate the rules, you're banned. I'm not going to do this whole thing of, well, I'm going to ban everyone who says fuck Hutch in my comments. I'm going to ban everyone, unless you guys think I ought to do that. Should I do that? Should I ban people?
I don't think so.
Who dislike Destiny?
I think you should farm. Okay. I think you should farm them for super chats.
Okay, so like if there are people in my chat who say fuck Destiny or have opinions of Destiny, you're not suggesting that I should ban them, right? Just like, by the way, people who are in other communities say fuck Pisco. Do you hear me going around saying that they should ban those people, or that I have some moral fault with that? Yeah, they come into my chat. I don't adopt and agree every single person who's in my chat and says an unhinged thing or says something I don't agree with. I agree with what I say I agree with. I adopt and I have all sorts of people in my chat, including conservatives, including MAGA people, and my preference is never to really ban people unless there's violations of TOS. Even the most unhinged people who constantly say things that I consider to be lies about myself, I don't ban. And this is a standard, like the amount of unhingedness, and in my opinion, Pisco derangement syndrome regarding the people who happen to show up into spaces that are open These are open spaces. My comments are open to people who want to comment. My Discord is open to people who follow the rules. It seems like what people are suggesting is I should preemptively ban certain groups of people because of their perspectives on other things, even when there's not a violation of the rule with respect to the server conduct. I think that's insane. You agree that's crazy, right? That's crazy.
It's fucking. It's like it's more pathetic than crazy. It's so cringe. It's like pathetic kind of thing. You know, like that's how I feel about it. It's like pathetic to like care, to like go into peace. Like I'm in your Discord, right? Like, am I gonna go and like look at the members and then like see where else they go?
That's what they were doing. Like, oh my god, I can't believe he associates with Distilk.
Like,
when have I associated with these people? They're in my server, perhaps. And I actually did. I went and saw that Distilk was in my server. But like, is that me associating with them? Is that me cultivating snarkers? Because we actually we even adjusted the rules to say. I forget what adjustments we made because it was starting to become obnoxious that we were having these kind of like, this was fucking, I don't know, the frontier of whatever wars, drama wars were happening. That pissed me off. But in general, we're pro free speech. We're pro free speech, and I'm not adopting all the people who happen to be in my comments, in my servers, and I resent fully that kind of shit. Because it's not something that's ever applied in my favor to like remove the Pisco snark shit, saying, oh, I don't think he's a lawyer. This guy is like fucking, he's putting himself out to be the expert at everything. Like, do I go around and fucking like, now I will definitely take umbrage with particular comments, but
here's the problem is that most YouTube lawyers are fucking, what most YouTube lawyers are like. It's a stereotype.
Okay.
You know, why are you on YouTube and not, like, because I see you fight with so many YouTube lawyers that are just fucking idiots. So, I know there's that problem.
But the point isn't that people make those comments and that, there's some lolcows and shit. Thank you, Doobie, for the $10. Okay, you're switching here. I was banned for agreeing with you on the socialism thing and kept banned because the guy paid. I don't know about your ban. And I'm sorry that I still haven't informed myself about it. I'm sorry. But in general, I don't do it. Sometimes my mods do it. I don't have that many mods. But in general, mere difference of opinion is not sufficient. And again, I'm sorry that I don't recall. But I want to say one thing, which is, I understand people will make those comments and they'll say, "Where do you go to law school? What the fuck does he know?" And I'm never ever waving around my credentials to be like, "Guys, you should listen to me because I went to a T14. I did it." Like, I don't do that shit. And I don't talk about that stuff because I want the arguments to stand for themselves. What I'm saying is, I don't have this expectation that I blame those communities for allowing this kind of commentary, as bad faith as I sometimes think it is, and I don't take the view that everything that is said in those communities applies to the person who is responsible for the community. I thought that was a standard that we can agree with, and in general, maybe it's the wrong thing. Maybe someone can convince me, but it doesn't mean that I'm in line with everyone who believes that certain thing. I hope that makes sense.
Totally. And I think it's also just like, I don't know.
Gentleman says, it's not banning. Why are they attracted here? To constantly say we DGG fans are stupidly and shouldn't be here even though we were here first. Jen.
What the fuck? That's just, turn off your computer. If you are saying a comment like that, regardless of the situation, turn your computer off.
So Jen.
Who cares?
So people understand, in terms of political persuasion, let's just be totally upfront here. Destiny and I are very aligned politically in terms, we quibble about things on the margin. Should you charge him with insurrection? Should you do this or that? But in terms of political ideology, there is no indication whatsoever, save for those like disagreements on Hassan's detainment, on like the lawsuit, whatever. It's not a massive political gulf between me and what's going on there. And so I imagine that people who watch the channel are aware of that. I imagine that. And I'm not trying to change who I am in terms of what's going on. Certainly, I think that there are individuals who are more socialists sometimes, or who disagree with Destiny, who come watch my thing or watch my stream because I will sometimes go against the narrative that, as you're suggesting, the DGGers have. And that will cause a lot of conflict and controversy. But sometimes these other creators or I don't know, we call them snarkers, they appreciate that voice for like someone to, in their mind, have the right argument for a particular position, and they like the way that I phrase it. So that's why I imagine they come here. And on the H3 thing, I happen to think that some of these criticisms from those communities are correct. It is not entailed that everything that a community that you don't like says is necessarily the wrong thing to say. And so it's not in virtue of me trying to appeal to those communities that they come here. It's in virtue of the fact that I'm saying something that they like and that I'm not banning them. And so I think that explains it. And I don't think it's more complicated than that. Thank you so much for the super chat. If you want another mod, let me know. I won't be biased. I can tell because I hate you on a bone deep level. Also, the cyan blue brings out the green in my eyes. Oh, thank you, Grassroots. Appreciate you.
But we got off on a little bit of a tangent there.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, go ground us.
No problem. I don't have the chat up, but I can tell that it's probably exciting for them. But the thing I was going to say was you don't really cover this stuff night and day. You know, you're not following it, right?
No, yeah, I'm spending most of my time doing
it. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that like a legal case, you know, something that you can read the files for and explain to people like the details of, you know, and have an opinion about. And copyright obviously infects all creators, so like it makes sense why you would want to cover that part of it, right?
Yep.
It maybe feels to people outside as that of, you know, your perspective that it's like, well, like why is this like Ethan's motivations for doing this? Mm-hmm. Like, why is this the only thing that this guy is making a claim about? You know, that's kind of what people are saying, right?
So let me give you the fair criticism that I think people have. And I saw it in my Discord, which, by the way, I don't ban people who criticize me in Discord. And all sorts of shit. I think a fair criticism of me is I'm willing to accept that there's some ego that I have and that I feel like a desire to vindicate myself when I feel I'm right. I think that's fair. I don't ever say something I consciously think is wrong. But I do have like the motivation. If I take a position that I'm being pushed on, I do have a tendency to get obsessed with those arguments. That's a fair criticism that I'll accept. I even think that there's some truth to it. That when I give a position and I get pushback on it, and I continue to believe I'm correct,
you never retreat. Yeah, you're always pushing forward.
Now, if I believe that I'm wrong, I recently had this opinion about Jasmine Crockett. I made some comments about the Texas Senate primary race, and I walked them back after I thought about it, and after they like chat, and everyone showed me to be quite ignorant about the state of Texas race, and I felt embarrassed that I said sort of.
What did you have to think about that? I'm actually curious.
Because I was kind of saying like, oh, Texas isn't ready for a female all-state candidate. They've had that before. I got wrong the margin that All Red versus I think Beto O'Rourke got. I was just making claims about what is smart to do from the primary perspective without any actual knowledge level about the
so you started a little sour on Crockett, but you think she might do better than you initially
thought. I was sour on Crockett. I'm not saying that she is the best. I want to be clear about that. I'm not saying Crockett is the best. What I'm saying is my justification was bad. I don't have justification for saying what I was saying. And I felt embarrassed in that moment, and I was like, fuck. And then we addressed it again, and I'm like, I still don't know shit about this race. I shouldn't be talking about it. So there are moments, and people will claim that doesn't happen, but I do admit when I'm wrong, if I truly am convinced. But I think one fault you can say is if someone pushes me on something where I think I'm right, I will oftentimes get obsessed with that argument and will be like, nope, I mean, I'm right. I mean, come on and have an argument with it. And that was true of the Hassan Detainment thing. That's true of the self-defense conversation that we had in DGG for the longest time, where I still think I'm right. The conversation about like, let me think of other ones that we've had. We had like, I don't know, do you remember Rage Pope?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Rage Pope and I had a conversation about art, where like I got obsessed with the art conversation.
That's just some shit that I would tune out of.
Yeah, there was another one about the TikTok fugitive TikTok fugitive who had their like his kids taken away, where we got so in the weeds that we were like searching up dockets because he was making representations that like weren't justified in my mind. So all of this is to say that I think that that's something where you can say, okay, his emphasis is informed partly by things that aren't necessarily virtuous, which are to try to vindicate oneself based on steadfast belief that they're correct, even when it doesn't necessarily match the level of significance of some other events going on. That's one thing. But also, I think that there is some virtue, I will say, in staking out a position that few people, I feel like, from your side are staking out, and when you do think it reaches a certain threshold of significance. And I think the motivation aspect here is relevant because it factors into our priors about the state of copyright and the state of the React community. And everyone does have an interest in the ethics of it, and the ethics of it are fundamentally informed by the nature of the rationale. And if the rationale is found to be lacking, I think that our conclusions about the ethical propriety or not of the thing that's occurring and what we're analyzing starts to get eroded, and it's a thing that everyone cares about. That's why I started the conversation with Hutch, kind of making sure that we had agreement, and it was a little shaky. I want to be honest, like a little shaky about whether or not he agreed it was a conversation worth having. But that's kind of like why I think it's important, because I think that not enough voices in the liberal sphere are giving a sane perspective on it, and everyone seems to be giving a pass to these actions on assumptions and on in ways that I feel like are not super critical. The best example of this is like Legal Mindset, where, I mean, you probably get negative points in terms of comprehension if you watch anything.
Have you heard about the breeding visas?
I watch that shit. It's insane. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So a lot of that stuff going on. Similar things with the Hassan detainment, where I was like, this is fucked. This is fucked. And because it's Hassan, we're gonna overlook the fact that there's, in my opinion, and you might disagree, I think it's the best case, that there is a viewpoint discriminatory or content discriminatory policy applied to an individual that the Trump administration is doing. And that to me is like, well, that's like a gap. That's like a gap in our consistency in our principles. And there's actually an additional layer here, which is most of the stuff that they're starting with viewpoint discrimination applies to like illegal immigrants, or applies to, green card holders, stuff like that. But this is an example of a U.S. citizen, right?
Serious.
So I'm like, so there's a gap here. And so for those reasons, I think that, I might concentrate on something and people might think it's fucked up, but I think it is justified.
I think I did want to analogize. I was thinking about the Hassan detainment compared to this, like your argument out of the Hassan detainment and your argument about Ethan's motivations. I was wanting to compare and contrast between those two a little bit, because you would agree that like Hassan lied about how long he was detained, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And like every news article that published that, they published something just because he said it, not because they had evidence of it.
The articles I read said that he claimed it. So I don't think that's a lie from the newspaper, but it is spreading his lie. Do you think that that's an ethical violation? No, right? They spread a lie. As I'm just trying to suggest to you the standard that people apply to like all these different places, that if they're spreading a lie, yes, they're spreading it. They're not saying anything untrue, but they're spreading the lie. Like usually we don't think that's enough.
The way they write the phrases, obviously they're not making a claim. Yeah. They're making a claim that he made a claim. Right. So but they're not necessarily doing it.
Usually when we're saying culpable conduct, that there's some kind of intentionality to actually spread it further, right?
And also like news organizations, it would take them twice as long to do everything if they couldn't do that, right? So like it makes sense like why they do that. Like I'm not. All right, but so it's it's one of those things.
You asked whether I thought he lied about that. I do think he lied about that. Yes.
Yeah, and nobody's corrected that at all, right?
That's not true. Dan Saltman corrected it. There.
I'm saying no one corrected themselves for misstating it initially, or
Well, they didn't misstate
taking his word for it. Well, they never corrected his words, to be specific.
I don't know that that's true.
Anyone who published his claim never corrected it.
I'm not sure of that. It's. I think it's. My intuition is that it's likely they did not follow up.
In the most recent, in his newest profile, they repeated the story again, just like this past week.
Okay, so that's so I'm just stating I don't know that they didn't correct it. It's probably intuitive to me they didn't follow up because, lack of interest or because of bias. Whoever the fuck knows, whoever published it, I'm not sure. I'm just saying I'm not sure. It would not surprise me if they didn't follow up. But again, what's your point?
Well, I'm just trying to stake out all the particulars of the situation that I find egregious. Right. Also,
wait. I do want to be clear here. You're saying that his lie is egregious, and I agree it's bad and should be called out. But when I say like Ethan Klein, I think is lying about his motivation, it's like, why is this relevant? Why does it matter? Right. So we all have an intuitive notion that lies from content creators. Thank you, Caramel Colbert. Appreciate you. Really do appreciate it. That lies from creators should be corrected, right? So when people go and say Hassan lied about Collargate, which I do think he lied. Hassan lied about the time on the thing. I do think he lied. and they're calling it out, and no one bats an eyelash. But when I'm like, I think Ethan lied about his motivation, they're like, why do you care about lies, dude? What, like, the only thing that matters is, does he have like an actual legal claim? I'm like, dude, fuck out of here with that shit. We care about lies.
I know, and you're making an argument that is correct. I just think your expectations for random people to understand complex things is higher than it should be, in my opinion, you know? But
I mean, at this point, I don't know that I have, I found myself during the Hutch conversation being like, oh, I just made a Trump comparison to Ethan. I wasn't trying to compare Hutch in any other respect other than in the notion of like understanding states of minds and what would be required. And I'm like, oh, I will say this Ethan Klein and Trump analogy, which isn't trying to compare Ethan and Trump from like a substantive perspective. And the mere fact that I do this comparison will cause people to say, Pisco thinks that that Ethan Klein is like
so
Trump.
I think what you're saying is sort of, in a way, like you realize like that the way that you process all these arguments and stuff and trying to be really
right, yeah. So I find myself now like having to assume
about it, yeah.
that people will just like misconstrue things I'm saying, and that's why I start from the base. But it's annoying because laying out the groundwork can cause people to either A, think that you're leading them somewhere, or B, it's just like me lecturing at them, being like, I'm not saying this, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying the third. Like, it is frustrating after a while, but I do think that sometimes it's necessary because people will just lie about what I say or my position on stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, but we were talking about in talking about the detainment, right?
Yep.
Do you think Hassan told the truth about what happened to him, like in other respects, not just the time length, but like, do you think he told the truth about everything else?
About everything else? I'm not willing to say that, but on some things, yes.
Yeah, because I feel like for other people, it's more like there's no evidence that viewpoint discrimination was the reason he was stopped necessarily.
That's not true.
I would say. What was the evidence for that?
The evidence for that is the case I lay out, namely his revocation in March, the timetable between his granting of global entry and the revocation of global entry in March, right? That is some evidence that the basis, after having been granted it in the course of less than a month, having it been revoked at a time when he made a controversial statement about Rick Scott and what he was saying in where ICE and DHS are expanding their social media controls. That, I think, is evidence, circumstantial evidence that played a role. Even Destiny agrees. He says mostly. So this is the position of Destiny. Destiny's position is that the most likely outcome is that the statement of Hassan's views played a role in the fact that they denied global entry. So we're aligned on that. Other evidence of that includes the fact that they did not. There's a negative inference that I take when the administration fails to provide a reason for, and it just gives a laundry list of shit. I will take a negative inference against this administration for failing to specify when they often will give some pretext or they'll give some reason in that, like to try to own the libs in other contexts. So for example, if there is a person who's being bandied about by libs as like, oh my God, look at this person being abused and they were like put into this very uncomfortable position, Tricia McLaughlin and DHS will immediately say, this was a drug dealer, this person tried to evade the cops. And so there's a negative inference that you should take from the lack of specificity as to the justification for the revocation of global entry itself. Additional circumstantial evidence is pattern and practice. Trump did this in the first term. He did, for viewpoint discrimination bases, and there were lawsuits about it, he did revoke global entry initially. He revoked global entry for Chris Krebs in this term as well. Revoked global entry for Chris Krebs. Established pattern here and intent. So all of that, right? Negative inference, close in time to proximity to controversial statement, and people flagging DHS. The fact that the time, the proximity in time between him being granted global entry under Trump term 2.0 and then being revoked very close in time at a time when they were doing viewpoint discrimination for all sorts of border stuff, immigration stuff, implementing these policies. You know, Kilmar is picked up early March. Mahmoud Khalil is picked up early March, and the Rameza Ozturk is picked up early March. This all happened at the same time, right after he makes the Rick Scott comments. And now Hassan is saying the questions that he's saying, which I don't have any reason to doubt, relate to Rick Scott, relate to his statements and beliefs on Israel-Palestine, and it's not the only time in the news of other people as well getting questioned about positions and stuff like that. So all of that, I think, is circumstantial evidence, correct? That's circumstantial evidence?
I would say yes.
Okay, and that evidence tends to show that viewpoint discrimination was the basis of the revocation, right?
I don't think it tends to show. I don't know exactly how.
Is
to
it evidence in
that.
favor of the conclusion, against that conclusion, or neutral?
I would say in favor of the conclusion.
And you agree that Destiny, agrees that the viewpoints stated by Hassan are likely why he was revoked global entry. Have you seen that clip?
No.
Okay, well he did. It was an Anything Else episode with Dan Saltman, and Dan objects. He's like, "What are you talking about?" And Destiny doubles down and says, "Yeah, it was probably something he said. That's his position." So we agree on that, right? Assuming that I'm representing that correctly.
I can agree on what Destiny's position is. I don't really care what his position is.
I know, but if that's Destiny's position, you don't think that he's trying to appeal to Hassan fans, right? And he's trying to fucking curry up with Hassan's followers. Fair?
That's not my claim. That's not
okay, right? So on the mere basis that you happen to take the view that what probably occurred was viewpoint discrimination and the revocation, therefore the stop, taking that view by itself isn't evidence that you're trying to curry up to Hassan or you're being bad faith or you're some kind of unreasonable piece of shit, right? Now, maybe you interpret that differently. Maybe you say something like this. Yes, it was viewpoint discrimination or content-based restriction of some kind, but it's justified. You could take that position, but that's just an interpretation of what's justified given a set of facts that are at least, the most likely scenario is agreed to.
I would say that it's possible that was viewpoint discrimination in some way, right?
No.
It could also
that's
be...
not my claim, because, and this is another thing we talked about in the Hutch claim that people say, "Oh, you're being a debate pedophile about it. You're being a debate." What?
Yeah, the possible thing.
It is so important. Like, because some people, I think most of the time people say it's possible. They mean there's a reasonably plausible, right? That's what they're talking about. Is that there's
let me
a decent
own that
chance?
Let me say that there's evidence that points into your conclusion, no doubt.
Yeah.
Let me also say that the version of the story that Hassan tells way more evidence points to than the observable facts that we have. Correct?
What do you mean? Sorry, say that. I don't even understand what you said. Sorry.
I'd say the version of the story that Hassan told, which I am less likely to believe all the details he says.
Yeah, no,
right?
I agree that there's potentially countervailing evidence that is credibility of the person making a claim is always at issue. So the fact that he
and the other
has lied,
facts that the couple of observable facts that we do have, which are few, there's not very many we can point to.
I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. And in addition,
well, I'd say the observable facts being the ones that I'm thinking of is the timeline with that Dan Saltman put together, and then the email
but I agree there's a lot
that he produced.
No, the email helps my case. That's why I said vindicate. Everyone laughed at it. The email absolutely helps the case. This is why it helps the case, right? The reason it helps the case is there needs to be a self-standing, neutral justification for the revocation of global entry. It cannot be itself content-based restriction or viewpoint-based discrimination. And given that it happened before he left the country, right? People didn't understand. They're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this shows that he's wrong." No. This is helpful evidence. The fact that the global entry was revoked prior.
There was an action
before.
Taken.
So his conduct abroad wasn't what triggered the initial revocation and deprivation. And what you'll have is people say, "What, you think global entries are right?" And then we'll have that conversation. And that's more of an interpretation of whether it's wrong or not for global entry, which I think is absolutely cooked. But people say it's a privilege, not a right, because a lot of things are privileged, not right, and we have that conversation. But even putting that aside, the fact that it happened in March suggests that security assessments related to his contacts abroad are less likely to be a reason for his stop. You understand that? You agree with that?
So it eliminates a certain set of behaviors,
right? Because you could say
from the time when he received it until when
you can imagine a situation in which he went to France and he met with someone that is on some list somewhere or whatever. And then the stop is based on some on a pretext of he's
some
going
intelligence
abroad.
Together,
right? Yeah. But if the deprivation happens before, then it's his out of country activity. We need to analyze the decision point at the time of the revocation, because if at the time of the revocation is based on content based or viewpoint discrimination, then it's a stronger case that the stop is. And again, there are multiple different things that you have to analyze. The stop itself.
The way that let me to cut you off a little bit because I think we're on the same page. But I think the thing that I'm thinking in my head is like there could be a lot of reasons why this gets revoked that don't have anything to do with viewpoint discrimination. That's kind of what's in the back of my head.
Yeah, all you're saying is it's logically possible. You understand that? There could be. That's why it's so important to suss out what in fact you're saying. So if you're saying
it would be a stronger statement to give a specific
right. If you
non-viewpoint discrimination,
you could say something else,
forward,
right? And you could say there's a decent chance it was something else, and I would fight you on it. But I'm not going to fight you on the kind of like there's a it's technically possible it could be something else because obviously I'll grant that. So that's why I think that is that language. Whenever I hear that, I'm like, is there a weasel here? Because this person is trying to get me to
what percent of the time do you think you're right about there being a weasel?
Listen, I don't want to characterize anybody, but like there are times.
It's also the thing about it is it's not necessarily that are they being a weasel, but will somebody else use this conversation in a weaselly way after the fact too?
Because what they'll clip is Pisco admits it's possible there was something else that did.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily Hutch as being a weasel, but he's opening up the garden for the weasels to come in.
So the reason why every time someone says it's possible, right? I'm going to say, do you mean decent chance? I'm interpreting that as decent chance. So because if I don't, the clip will be Pisco admits it's possible that Denham's caused the CPS call, right?
Possibly.
Yeah. So, and that's the weaselness, and you agree, that's the threat, and so because people will equivocate. That's a term, equivocate on the meaning of those things, and sometimes I get the impression that they like that, that they hide in kind of like language that can be reasonably interpreted in multiple ways, and possibility could do this. You agree it could be that he has mixed motive. That's another one that comes up. Yeah, it could be mixed motive, by which I mean I don't discount the existence of mixed motive. That's what people will try to paint me as. They'll say he believes that intentions and motivations can only ever be a single motive, but it could be more than one. And obviously, I don't hold the view that mixed motive is something that's impossible, but people will use the notion that I think it's implausible, right? So, and that's why so it's not bad faith. It's not debate pedantry.
There just needs to be a better way to clarify all these things, right? That's a task for someone in public relations or someone to figure out a better way to clarify those little
There's a great
details.
example of this one. There was a short that I put up about one of the Tim Pool people I met was this Christian nationalist, and he asked, "Do you think it's possible that trans people could be biological ticking time bombs designed to kill Christian children?" And I say something like, if it were the case that happened, it would be bad, but I have no reason to believe that's likely. Like that's an example of what am I supposed to do?
I think
with
that
argument,
one you should just say. I think that one you should just say no. But that's just me,
Right, but like if I say no, biological ticking time bombs, no.
Oh, what? How do you know you're not a brain in a vat?
Exactly.
Exactly. It's like,
no, but these kinds of people, and I could tell he's one of those guys. He's one of those Andrew Wilson, the actual real debate pedant Andrew Wilson types who believe that
he grounds his.
You need to ground the rules of logic, right? So that is very much like, oh wait, so how do you know that? How do you know anything? How do you know, and the reason why I have to guard myself against that is because this kind of like stupid pre-sup garbage is infecting more and more places. And unfortunately, people are buying that shit. And so that's why I'm being precise, because I'm concerned about the clips. And then I have to be like, well, I guess when I said it's not possible, I was talking about epistemic frame. So that's why I try to preempt it and to avoid the clips.
Yeah, maybe there's just a way to, I don't know. It's not, I don't do this for a living, right? So I can't even suggest anything, but it's a tricky situation. There's probably multiple ways to try to address that as well. And maybe with some people you can address it really logically with like the Tim Pool transgender time bomb guy. Like that guy you have to do it with.
But
I wonder if there's a way to do it better.
Clarifying, right? There's nothing wrong with me clarifying what I mean and getting clarification on what you mean. people seem to think that the reason why I'm doing this and asking questions about what people mean is just like, what, you don't know what brigading means? You don't know what harassment means? I just want to make sure that we have the same notion, right? Like, I have a notion for what brigading means. I have a notion for what harassment means, but I don't know that we share that notion, because some people say that harassment is like merely making negative comments about people who do potentially or considerably like objectionable things. That's not my intuition of harassment, is people sending like negative DM saying you fucking suck, dude. Like, to me, that's not necessarily harassment. Harassment, I have like a more, it's grounded in like putting someone intentionally in fear for their life, or for injury, or for some kind of deprivation, or putting them in fear of like some kind of violation of privacy, some stalking, importuning, that kind of stuff. So I that's why I try to clarify. So when you say something like, don't you think it's justified to do this if to avoid like harassment? I'm like, well, it depends what you mean by harassment. Like, I would say maybe there's a case that like lying is justified to prevent a certain kind of harassment if by harassment you mean these kinds of things, but not if by harassment you mean these kinds of things. And it's not wrong, bad faith, deceptive, or pedantry for me to just clarify that we share our concept that we're talking about here, because I feel that so much of these conversations is talking past one another, that we're using different definitions for words. And now that I'm starting to appreciate that more and more and more, I'm being more conscious of it and trying to prevent miscommunication and also sneaky behavior from conservatives.
Yeah, I think obviously you got to have your guard up, especially against conservatives and stuff. I just am wondering, and this is thinking out loud, it's not like I have a prescription, if there's a way to do the same thing you're trying to do in a way that rhetorically doesn't make people react the way that they've been reacting when they say, oh, you're being a debate. You know, like, if there's a way to prevent people from reacting the way and calling you, oh, you're being a debate pedophile or whatever, you know, if there's a way to prevent that rhetorically, that should be explored, but I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, I think that I can't win on that ground because people like different things. So I recently had a conversation with Viva Frey where
sorry about that.
What?
I'm sorry that you had to get that conversation.
Yeah, but like, I invited him to like my show, right? And I kind of took the view of like, let me approach this conversation more calm, more inquisitorial, more in the sense of like not necessarily trying to prove this.
Not trying to, you're not trying to hurt him.
I'm trying to get him to agree that there's problems with administration and let him build out the case and given certain things. And people were divided about that. They're like, you should be at every level challenging. Now, some of the conservatives, I think some of them didn't like some of the things that Viva Frey was saying. But there were some who were like, I appreciate Pisco was like letting Viva Frey talk and doing all that stuff. I happen to think that there were some insane things that Viva Frey said and bullets that he bit. I thought it was useful. I thought it was a good conversation, but not everyone's going to agree with it. So the more like laid back and chill I am, I did that also with like Taff. Remember, you know, Taff Taj?
Oh yeah.
So she has like these kind of, I would say, in my opinion, problematic
heterodox opinions.
Yeah, about certain civil rights framework, etc., that I don't agree with. But I kind of gave her the space to lay it out, and I was less pushy, like, until like the more middle, where I was starting to challenge more and more and more. And people were like, you just let her talk and spread your books. Like, people are going to be critics and all that shit. And when I'm more chill, people will also have problems with it because they're like, you set the standard that you're always going to do this kind of thing. And so I don't think I can win on that ground. Maybe there's a way I can be like more personable and shit. But yeah, no, I mean,
I wouldn't. I'm not in the way of necessarily being more personable or this or that, but just more in a way of like, instead of asking like a rigid line of questions to get to some point, maybe like floating a suggestion and seeing if they come to you on it, that clarifies it, you know, something like that. Like, it's hard to game out without an example, and I don't think we need to do that. I'm also just like, since you brought up asking Viva Frey about like how the administration is going, I'm just like, what do you think is going through? I've just been thinking about that because it's like, what the fuck is going through a guy like that's head right now? It's got to be really confusing.
Well, I think that's an interesting
totally
outlook.
He's like a totally delusional person.
I agree. I agree that he's totally delusional. But one perspective that I think people aren't understanding, and it's one of the reasons, by the way, why, even though I don't agree with what Gavin Newsom did in his podcast, I can at least think that the way he tries to sell it, there's something there. Like, we do want to understand the perspective of these crazies on their own view sometimes. And so that's why I took the strategy.
Well, now he gets to make the claim. Every conversation going forward, he gets to say, "Hey, I've talked to these people. I talked to Charlie Kirk and this and that, and I understand."
I still think I don't have a problem with him doing the Charlie Kirk thing. I just don't think that. I think that he gave too much of a belly rub in that conversation to Charlie. I think the similar thing of like, I think Cenk was even worse than Newsom in that like he specifically praised Kirk for a revolution well done. And I
don't compare Gavin to Cenk,
even if it's to show that I think Newsom is better.
I guess I don't know.
See, this is like a thing.
I don't like them.
I just made a comparison.
To be in the same sentence. I don't like them to be in the same sentence.
What is wrong with you people? I'm praising Newsom. I'm praising Newsom in comparison to Cenk. They both
that's a light rib, which indicates my disdain for Cenk.
Okay, got it. I mean, like I also have my problems with Cenk. And I have problems with people and whatever. But I think it's admirable sometimes to have a different perspective on how MAGA sees themselves. And so I provided the kind of MAGA critique of Trump. And I don't think that everyone always gets exposed to that, right? How, on their view, Trump is failing. And so that's what I was trying to do. And I even did that a little bit with Rob Norm at the start of the most recent conversation. And I don't think you're going to like, I think that's valuable. People are going to have different opinions on that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that from a dumbass viewer perspective, which I'm not a dumbass viewer, I just empathize with them, okay? And I agree with them on a lot of things, certainly, and I'm a sort of very well appraised of all the Ethan Klein drama because I think it's very interesting and all this. And so from that person's perspective, when they see like, what are the Hassan and Ethan stories that Pisco's covered this year? Like, I don't know who he is. I don't know why it's like, oh, he's saying that Ethan is wrong for what he's doing with this lawsuit, and he's somehow defending Hassan about the detainment thing. And like, they're not like, it's not that much deeper than that. It's like, if you want these people to have reasonable opinions of you, then that's, obviously that's not what you're not trying to do anything other than state a true argument that you can defend. Yeah.
It's like you want me to
can you blame them for what they think? Can you blame them for that?
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, I think so.
It's more of a philosophical question of do we blame the American people for electing Trump? It's like,
so let me, well, I do blame the American people for electing Trump. Some people might not like to say that.
You're consistent in that. You're consistent on that.
I think that it's cope to say the American people don't deserve some responsibility. Now, I put responsibility on different parties as well. Like I put responsibility on the Supreme Court. I put responsibility on Congress. I put responsibility on Biden in certain respects for some of his culpable conduct there. So I ascribe culpability. I think that I'm reasonable in it, but I do ascribe to the people as well. I think that it is a little bit unfair, that criticism of me. And I'll give you some reasons why. So, for example, I got the criticism of like, Pisco, why aren't you talking about Collargate? What do you think of that?
Well, it assumes that you have anything to say on Collargate or, this or that. But maybe it's, what, can I speed run to what this person wants, right?
They want me to say it's on bad, right? And now when I was asked on it,
it's more deep. It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. It's this person wants you to shit on Hassan and follow him lying at every other day. There's a new lie about what happened. And so that the people in your audience who might not want to hear that will have to fuck off. That's kind of what they want, which is kind of fucked up.
I think the socialists and lefties in my chat are more willing to accept when I say something they don't like than the liberals. That's just been my, like, in terms of an orthodoxy, I think that, and this is not to say that I think that in any other respect, I think that the socialists are better than the libs. I associate and define myself as a lib. All right. So I positively have feelings about the libs in my audience. I think they're all based. I love libs. Libs, welcome. Libs, great. But who gets the most fucking pissy when I say something that they don't agree with? It's the libs. They say I'm abandoning that. I saw a thread that says I'm becoming a MAGA. I'm going to be a MAGA lawyer.
Maybe it's just because you're really good at arguing.
It's fucking insane the kind of fucking cope that I see from these people. And now when the lefties, I'm just saying, this is my experience in my own comment section. Now maybe I'm self-selecting for the kind of lefty who will come into my chat and be like, he's one of the good libs who will sometimes say we're right. So it might not be, I'm not saying it's a representative sample, but among the lefties who I do see in my replies and shit, they're a lot more chill about me saying some shit like, fuck China or whatever, fuck people who say whatever that they don't. But the libs, whenever I say something that's like vaguely, he has a point here. It's like, oh my God, I'm not watching anymore. You're abandoning liberalism. You're not a liberal anymore. You're a fucking tanky. Like, that's the kind of thing that I see. Not all the libs, but just in general, that's what I see among my commentators. Again, not representative sample.
It's also what I'm saying about that too, though, is that, I couldn't quantify it necessarily, right? But if you search for what Pisco has said about Ethan and Hassan, and those are the things that come up, is this court case and then the detainment, right? Like, there's other stuff you could talk about, which you're not obligated to, right? But what are people going to think? It's like, oh, he's picking explicitly arguments to be contrarian to Ethan's general crusade,
I can understand that people get that impression, in that I think a lot of people,
because you haven't watched a ton of this stuff. Like, it's only a few things, right? Which is totally fine.
And I thought it was ridiculous for Hutch to be like, you mean you don't even watch Denims regularly? I love Hutch, by the way. I just I like doing the voice, so that's why.
But it does go to like there's something about that with what Hutch was saying that I kind of agree with, which is like there is a thing about her pausing and not saying anything and looking at chat while she's like, streaming, because she's doing that.
But hang on a second. I grant all that, because guys, I say that I think she infringed. I think that she infringed copyright. So like all the stuff that would be relevant information about denims, this is all stuff that I grant, even sometimes, in a way that
I'm not saying
is unfair.
You don't. I'm just saying there is a specific thing about the way she reads her chat that is obnoxious to watch if you've ever watched it.
Okay, but then why? I mean,
that's
Hutch,
what I'm saying. Right?
So Hutch told me something, and I don't know if this is true. You tell me. Hutch said that like all her chat were spamming call CPS.
I think people
are showing me that
is
it was
a hyperbole.
Okay,
it's a hyperbole.
Is fucked, because then I go out.
It was
and say,
there was like 50 messages over the course of like 10 minutes or something like that.
Okay, then what the fuck?
Explicitly said
then
CPS.
What the fuck? Because I'm relying on the representations that people are making, and so in no sense, right? If anything, were I to investigate more in that specific case, at least, I would have gotten information that is detrimental to the case regarding.
So like 50 messages though over the course of a few minutes, like, about CPS.
Yeah, you would agree, a lot weaker case than all the messages.
That's too many though, right?
No,
is that not too many?
Hang on. All I'm saying is, wait, too many in what sense? One is too many, isn't it? One is too many.
One is you could have missed it.
No,
50, you couldn't have missed it.
No, but there's a big difference. No, 50, you couldn't have missed it. I'm not seeing, like, my chat, I bet, is much, much slower. I haven't seen, like, probably even 10% of the chats that have come up, and it's right in front of me. Someone says 50 out of 900, 50 out of 1,000. That's a lot different in terms of the duty to reasonably moderate than they were all saying.
Those are just ones that specifically mention calling CPS. So like there is gray area there where there's probably a lot of other
but you agree
around the same thing, but yeah.
But you agree that ratio, right? You agree that ratio in terms of whether or not there's an ethical violation on a responsible duty to moderate, that case is significantly orders of magnitudes weaker than the argument, like substantially all the comments or some huge percentage of the comments, right? It's a much
I think saying like her chat was all doing this is not.
You agree that's incorrect, right? Under a reasonable notion of what that means.
I'd have to go back and watch it. Here's the thing. Also, is I don't know if I was looking around to try to find the original reaction she did, and I couldn't find it in full. So I wanted to actually, before I talked with you, refresh myself on the exact nature of it, because there could be other stuff within the chat that makes a larger percentage as a whole that's sort of in the same vein, but not as explicit. So I would have to exactly remember, but I don't remember exactly what it was like at the time, so it's hard to say.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like,
I think
it pisses me off a little bit because
her in chat moderators would have definitely seen it, right? I doubt that she didn't catch this in one way or another. You know, I can't believe that she wouldn't have seen something along those lines.
In virtue of what do you doubt it?
Because she looks at her chat a lot. Like
I look at my chat a lot. I don't see every comment even approaching that I couldn't represent that.
And this is the problem is that like I would love to stand on firmer ground and find an example and like line it up with something she's reading, you know?
Right. If she was, so here's some people say it's unfalsifiable.
I can't find the video. It doesn't exist. It's kind of annoying.
People say it's unfalsifiable. It's not unfalsifiable. I think that it's a good inference if, for example, substantially all were saying it. That's why I granted that there was a failure of the duty to moderate, because that's what was represented to me. And I think it's chicken shit to be like, well, you didn't watch it all. If I'm adopting all of your admissions, even the ones that are false and that you acknowledge are misleading, then I don't understand why I'm missing something by saying I don't fucking watch denims all the time. That's number one. But then number two, I'm not saying it's unfalsifiable, that you can't prove it. You could prove it if it's substantially all or some significant portion that it's not reasonable to think that she missed it. You could prove it if it's the case that she addresses a comment. You could prove it if, for example, I don't know, it's one of her, it's an important person that like she would have seen the mark or something, made it a stronger case. I don't know. Or that it's brought to her attention and then she doesn't say anything about it. All that is to say, there is a way to show that she failed to moderate responsibly, but just because we think it's exhausting to have to like show it or that we're upset that the burden is on us doesn't mean we're relieved of the burden to justify the claim. And even in that context, I wasn't bad faith. I accepted Hutch's incorrect affirmation regarding the nature of the chat, and I said in good faith, failure to moderate. But now who got fucked? I got fucked because now I'm not so sure if that's the correct conclusion. On failure to moderate.
From Hutch's perspective, and I'll say it in a way that's like it's not necessarily like he's right or wrong about it, but from his perspective, he's like a historian of Ethan Hassan. You know, he's reacted to all the drama.
Hutch's?
You know, he's watched.
Then why did he get it? Then why did he get it wrong? On your own view.
When you say you're a historian of Ethan Hassan, do you understand what that? Like, you could teach multiple semester courses about each thing that's happened. There's so much shit going on. Okay, what I'm saying is he's followed this.
It didn't help him correct a material issue.
No, the point I'm trying to make. This is the point I'm trying to make. It's not what you're concluded. It's he's been watching Ethan Hassan for like over 2 years since they started arguing before October 7th, right? So he's got this whole narrative in his head. And I also agree with this narrative, but it's hard to communicate, and I'll sort of try to communicate it a little bit.
Which narrative is that?
I'll explain it now.
Okay.
It's that like, so you've got Denims who's watching a Bad Empanada video.
Yeah.
Before any of this stuff happened, before Bad Empanada ever made videos about Ethan Klein, Denims knew that he was a psycho, like back in the day. And so did Hassan. Hassan also knew that he was a psycho.
Yeah.
Back in the day, right? So like in his mind, it's like, okay, Denims is watching, you know, this Bad Empanada video, who she's only watching it because he's shitting on Ethan. Like there's no other reason like for them to have started endorsing him other than the fact that he's willing to say all of this unhinged shit about Ethan, right? And the only reason he's willing to say this stuff is because he's not subpoenaable. He doesn't, he's moved it to a different country to avoid being subpoenaed in Argentina, it sounds like to me. So like,
wait, it sounds like to you, or you know that?
Well, Ethan Klein was the one who announced is like, oh, Bad Empanada moved to Uruguay. Who knew? You know, like, and then when Twitter turned on their location feature, it showed that he was in Uruguay. So
no, but the mere fact that he's there,
as opposed to Argentina,
you're saying he's there in order to avoid service process, and he's like on
it's
the
very
run.
hard to serve him in.
I know,
South America.
No, but you said he is intending to avoid service.
I think he is. Yeah, there's a lot of people that would want to sue him.
Okay, no, but in virtue of what do you know that it's his intention to do that.
I don't know why else. I don't know. It's hard to say why else.
This is what I mean. Like,
be doing that, right?
Now you could say something like he.
So, but this is let me try to explain this narrative though. It's like there's a guy who's Australian, living in South America, who's avoiding service from Ethan Klein for sure. Like
when you say avoiding, you mean he is attempting to do that on purpose.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
did he move there after the fact? After he was starting?
He's been there the whole time.
Oh, but then
he's been there for a while.
So he's always been there?
Not always. Okay, he moved from Australia.
Okay, but when did, in relation to when the statements were made that were defamatory or whatever they were?
So here's the problem with this is the narrative I'm trying to say. This is what's in Hutch's head.
No, I'm asking you though, because you said that he's trying to avoid service by going somewhere. But if he was living there before he was making content, then that lowers the likelihood that's true, right?
I'm not sure exactly when he moved there, but he's not native to South America. He's native to Australia.
But that's not all you would need to know that he's avoiding service, right?
No, but I suspect he is because
when I say no,
if he returned to Australia, he would be served.
No, nobody knows anything. How do you know this? Listen, when I say no, I just mean to a reasonable certainty. I don't mean no epistemically to 100%. I'm just saying.
Let me phrase it in a different way.
Yeah.
If he returned to Australia knowing and people knew about that, he would be served. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that seems likely, but that's not the claim, right? The claim is that he's attempting to avoid service by living in a particular place, right?
Yeah, and I suspect that. I can't prove it because I don't have all the facts to bear.
That's cool.
But I suspect that, and I also suspect if he entered, some country where people knew that they could serve him, they would, right?
It's Uruguay?
And people like Ethan would pay
it's Uruguay?
For other people to, huh?
It's Uruguay?
I think he moved to Uruguay. He was in Argentina for a while.
Uruguay or Argentina might be subject to the Hague Convention on, let's see. The Hague Convention on, there's two of them. There's on the taking of evidence, and there's the Hague Convention on,
well, I'll say this. If you want everyone to love you, if you know a way to serve him, or can figure out a way to serve him, get that information to Ethan Klein, and he'll love you forever.
If it's Argentina is a signatory to the Hague Service Convention, so you can definitely. Now it's annoying. You have to probably get a specialist. I've written these things before, one or two of them, and you have to get them translated and shit. But Argentina appears to be a signatory to the Hague Service Convention. And so you need to do a letter of request, or I think it's called letters of rogatory. If he's Uruguay might not be a member of the Hague Service Convention. Let's see. Yeah, Uruguay is not, but Argentina is. They signed onto it in 2001. So yeah, you would just need to prepare. You need to find out where he lives, and you need to make a letter of request to the central authority as designated by Argentina and go through that process.
So this is my assumption, and this is sort of the narrative that I believe this based on other facts as well. But it's kind of like any of the other people he's also defamed, I'm sure Ethan would fund a lawsuit against him for that, if it was enforceable.
If he's in Argentina and if they know where he lives.
He's not in there anymore. He left.
Okay. Do you know where he is?
I think he went from Argentina to Uruguay. Argentina was the original position, though, for sure.
Okay. While he was in Argentina, he was subject to the Hague Service Convention. And then it's just an issue of well, do you want to do this annoying letter of request? I mean, this shit happens all the time.
Yeah.
It is not
uncommon. So for some reason, I don't know the internal details.
Both for the Hague Service Convention and the Hague Evidence Convention. And they're separate.
Gotcha. I'll say that the first place I learned that he was there was from what Ethan was saying. It's he left and went to, Uruguay. So maybe it was something he was tracking down. I don't know. Who knows?
Okay.
But regardless, this what I was trying to ground you out in is this is what's running through Hutch's head is this dude can defame anyone he wants because it's impossible to serve him right now, or it seems like it, at least to other people. Like Ethan wants to definitely sue him, but he can't, right?
Right, but we need to establish that, right? So what you're suggesting is he's assuming that they can't be served or something. I haven't heard him say that that's the reason why he has a negative inference on what Denims and Hassan are doing based on that. I don't. Why does that follow?
So it's a negative inference onto what Denims is doing because Denims knows that he's a crazy fucker. Like I quickly looked for information about this earlier. There's some random tweet, 4 years ago of her randomly shitting on something about.
Oh
Ben
yeah, no,
Canada,
I'm willing to accept that she knew about the.
She knew that he was crazy. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it's like he basically has all the reason to believe like what she's doing is totally bad faith just to court the audience that wants to shit on Ethan, right? Like that's what she's doing basically in Touch's eyes. Like there's not like this isn't for the purpose of some argument or like criticism of a thought out position or anything. Like that's the base level of the narrative that Hutch has, and that I have, and I believe that. But I totally understand that you're not,
I'm not steeped in bad empanada issues.
You're not steeped, yeah.
And listen, I hear what you're saying. I hear the complaints. I hear the frustrations. Here's what I would like for you to agree or disagree with. There's not good evidence that she is culpable for the call to CPS. She might be culpable for failure to moderate.
I agree to that, as long as you agree that she's culpable for spreading a malicious lie that Ethan parented his kids poorly or was neglectful.
In the sense that as we framed it before, yes.
Hey, that's all that we got to know, because that's really what matters is she's spreading a malicious lie.
No. Because Ethan lies, all right? People lie. And that it's an ethical breach and wrong, but that's not what's being sold as the justification for the fucking lawsuit. All right, the selling of the lawsuit is based on to the extent that we're not even talking about copyright because it's such a ridiculous notion that's the motivation. So we'll put that to the side. But the notion that this is a justified lawsuit to go after them in this way is not on the notion that they lied about him, because people fucking lie about each other, and even if malicious lie about each other, and that doesn't seem to be a breach to the extent that we're talking about. What's being sold is they're culpable for the CPS call. That's what is the justification.
Well, I think the spreading the malicious lie about people's children and then that happening sours people to the malicious lies about
do you
the
agree
children,
that
right?
do you agree that Ethan,
that's what people but let me before you say, like, emotively, when people are saying he did CPS or whatever, like that's like the most pared down.
That's
like,
what people are saying.
Idiot. He did CPS. Like that's not even call. That's like not a well formed verb, sentence. But she did CPS. What they're saying is that she spread malicious lies about him and his children. That's what they're emoting. If you want to take an emotivist perspective, which for base level,
you're basically
like,
just saying
chatters.
like don't listen to what they're saying and ignore what they mean and just get to their feelings.
You have to get to people's feelings because that's what they mean. That's what they mean,
Okay. You agree that Ethan implied that I'm not a bar certified attorney, correct?
I know that he shit talks your credentials. I don't remember the details.
By comparing me to
that was bullshit.
By comparing,
when I saw that, I did not like it.
So by comparing me to Mike from PA, who never took the bar and was never admitted to practice, by doing that,
comparing anybody to Mike from PA is a serious accusation that should be leveled so lightly.
He was calling
I would never compare anyone to Mike from PA.
He was calling into question the notion that I was ever admitted to practice, correct?
I don't think
is that a reasonable inference
outside
what
of
the fuck? So you're not going to give
PA.
so he basically said, what is this, like a guy like from Mike from PA? Mike from PA, with respect to lawyer, is known for what? With respect to lawyer,
he's known for not
being not taking the bar, not being admitted to practice, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So by doing that, what was he calling into question? What is the reasonable inference?
Your credentials of being accepted into practice.
Okay, that at a bare minimum,
I totally agree.
That is a malicious lie.
But he didn't explicitly say exactly what you're saying, did he?
Neither did Denims.
True.
But you applied that standard to Denims. So now I want you to hear you to condemn Ethan Klein for what he said about me.
Can I backtrack a little bit on it? Because I don't remember the exact details of what he said. I think you're saying he compared you to Mike from PA. And
I mean, I can
that
just pull it
sounds
up.
right.
Yeah. So let me pull
That
it
sounds
up.
right to me. But I'll say as well, when I remember seeing that, and when I saw that, I was like, oh no, I really don't want Pisco and Ethan to beef because he has not sized you up correctly. He doesn't understand why you're making the argument you're making. That's what I thought in my head, you know? So that's a more detailed explanation of how I felt. But I think he was doing that because he was ignorant.
Quote from Ethan Klein.
I think he was doing that.
Quote from Ethan Klein. All four factors are weighed together to determine if it's fair use. Market replacement, the fourth factor, is considered by many to be as important as transformation. Never said to the contrary. More specifically, willful infringement carries a much harsher punishment. Never said to the contrary. We're talking about for substantive liability. And willful infringement isn't malicious infringement. He's a fucking dumbass. Doesn't know shit. Won't fucking have a conversation with me at all. And then he says the following, quote, Pisco LARPs as an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA.
All four factors. About as qualified as Mike from PA. But he doesn't know shit about you, I don't think. Yeah.
So if
it's not right.
So are you going to condemn that or not?
I do condemn that, yes.
Yeah. So people, if I sued Ethan, let's say he reacted to my content and be like, oh, he lied about me. But like he's doing a reaction that's like, he's just looking at it or whatever. And I said, well, he lied about me. Everyone would say you're a pussy bitch to me.
Do you think that lie?
No. You agree? Everyone say everyone. No, wait. You would agree? Everyone say, Pisco, you're a pussy bitch for making this lawsuit.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, they would.
And do you think the two lies are anywhere near as consequential as the other?
Well, you would agree that it's a crime to practice as an attorney when you're not admitted to practice, correct?
Do you think he was?
Is it a crime or not? Answer the question. Is it a crime?
So,
is it a crime, yes or no, to practice law without being admitted to practice?
Yeah. Did he say you weren't admitted to practice?
Stop. Did he imply that?
No.
So he didn't imply that I wasn't admitted to practice. You just said that he did.
So about as capable as Mike from PA, that is too far, in my opinion. That's too far.
He says I LARP as an attorney.
It's not
I'm about as qualified. And is Mike from PA? Was he ever admitted to practice?
No.
So when he says that, what do you think he means?
Pisco, I want to bridge the gap.
No. I want to address this first.
I think in his head, what he means is that fuck all these YouTube lawyers.
See, you understand what's going on here. So I was good faith. I said, okay, the fact. No,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
The fact that Denims was going around and she was kind of being coy and she's like, you see, I was willing to say, you know what? I think that she's implying that she agrees and kind of implicitly adopting. That is like ultimate good faith. And I'm taking a negative inference against Denims. Not everyone would agree with me with that shit. But he says this, and you say he's not implying that. That's a double standard, isn't it?
I think it's less attenuated than the other claims we're talking about.
Oh yeah, it's less attenuated than the implicit adoption by Denims, right? You agree that's more direct than what Denims said, right?
Actually, I'm not sure. Wait,
it's arguable.
Hold on. No. I actually am just stupid. I'm thinking, what is the difference between more or less attenuated? Is more attenuated closer without? So
less attenuated means it's closer to the core, right? Less far away. So what Ethan is saying here is
what I was mixing up.
Is more directly adopting the negative.
I would say no.
Implication.
I would say
no. That's crazy.
I would say no. You don't know what I'm comparing it to, do you?
Go. I told you what I'm comparing it to, and that's what I'm asking you to comment on.
Wait, what are you comparing it to? Sorry.
So I'm comparing it to the quote unquote implicit adoption by Denims by just merely watching the video and kind of just like having her demeanor. I was willing to grant that I can understand why people would say that that it's an implicit adoption. And in fact, I think that given his reputation, whatever, I'm fine with you calling it an implicit adoption. And that I think that, by the way, is a standard that is a incredibly high standard that I don't think is applied everywhere. And I think that is way more attenuated than what Ethan just said that I quoted to you.
But he said about as qualified, right?
Yes. And we went
Don't
through
you
this.
think that's just like an unfavorable comparison?
This is so fucked, man. You really?
No,
so you
like,
don't,
listen,
you don't think that that's the implication?
I'm like halfway there. I'm halfway there, but he didn't say it in such a
this is the bullshit.
Way.
There are no standards applied to Ethan Klein whatsoever. And so we're applying to Denims her implicit adoption by like her general demeanor and her being like laughing and being like nodding and saying this is fucked up. That then she's adopting everything in the Bad Empanada video. And I actually granted you that in good faith. But when he says Pisco LARPs as an attorney, what's LARP?
Live action role playing.
So when people LARP, what do they do? What does that mean? What they're doing?
No, here. This is
what does it mean to LARP?
It means they're not really doing the thing they're doing.
Okay, when you
right?
say
I get so, and you as an attorney, you are doing the thing you're doing, and I think like I like watching some of your breakdowns of Supreme Court decisions and stuff like that. Like,
and so I'm going to keep going. So I'm going to keep going.
I think
I'm going to keep going. Is a reasonable inference from that statement? Pisco was never admitted to practice, not a lawyer.
Yes.
Okay, that's a reasonable inference. And the following question is that a crime to hold oneself out as an attorney, having never been admitted to practice, and then or also practicing? That's a crime, isn't it? Yes or no? Let's get an answer to that.
The way, so if you want to rephrase what he's saying to, he accused you of committing a crime.
Well, we are getting there. Will you grant that it is a crime first?
Of course, it's a crime.
Okay, so calling someone. Like it would be like
about
saying,
as qualified as
so for example, if someone says I'm a doctor, listen to me, and they're not actually a doctor, you agree that's a crime in many jurisdictions. I'll just tell you now, it is a crime.
Can
in
I
New
make
York.
a comparison?
No. I just want you to answer that. The doctor one, holding yourself out as a doctor. Okay, all right. So that's
a license
crime.
Practice.
So definitionally, he is accusing me of a crime, isn't he?
Definitionally, I guess yes. But
yeah.
here's where I want to make a comparison.
A baseless accusation of me for having an opinion on the fair use analysis and what he said. He's accusing me of a crime, correct? Baselessly.
I suppose. Yeah. I don't know if that's what the average person takes away. It's not unreasonable for them to do that.
I think you don't think the average
person
it's not
unreasonable for them to do that, though. It's not unreasonable for them to do that.
Of course not. And so now you're telling me that, and I agree with you, because I'm asking it, that if I were on the basis of that, and let's say he reacted to something, suing him for copyright infringement, I'd say, I'm doing this because he maliciously lied about me, accused me of crime, everyone would say I'm a pussy bitch. And you said, of course they would.
So let me add more to the hypothetical where I would agree with you, right? Yeah. Is if there was a huge campaign to prevent you from finding employment as a lawyer, and all these rumors ended up getting into the ears of all these law practices, and then you sued him, I'd be on your team. So like, it's kind of in that sense where I don't think he knows shit about you. And yeah.
So you would be on my side to sue for copyright infringement based on some shit that happened in that respect?
If it actually affected your reputation as a lawyer in an appreciable way.
For a massive streamer to talk about, I'm fucking small potatoes. He's never going to be held to account for that, right? There's no one saying Ethan is a horrible person. He spread this, an insidious lie about who's rallying to my defense about that fucking shit. Now, as it happens, right? I guess, CPS in fact was called, but that's not the point that people are drawing with the Denims thing, because the point at which they're saying ethical violation happened wasn't at the point at which that CPS call actually occurred. It's the conduct at the time the conduct happened. That is the point.
It's bad regardless of what. It's bad even if the no call actually ever happened.
So the mere so you can't just look at the results that actually happened, right? People are saying at the time she did the whole thing about the video, that's when the malicious conduct occurred. But no one is saying, "Oh wow, Ethan a horrible person." What they're saying is, Pisco, you're being so unfair to H3. Why are you talking about his motivations? But and they don't even think it's justified for me to talk about it, given what he said. They're not even willing to apply not the standard for suing someone, but the standard if my sole motivation was because he said this about me and then refused to talk to me about it. If I were to say, "Well, that's why I'm doing it," they'd be like, "Oh, you bitch. You're only going over the motivation because he said something about you." It's a complete double standard. It's chicken shit. And yeah, no, I have no problem whatsoever calling it out. And it seems everyone is cagey about implying any kind of ethical obligation on Ethan. And the more I start to see it, I start to think that when I initially did that cover, I was far too sympathetic, far too not skeptical enough of Ethan's video there. Even though initially I made the right call and that I thought the motivation was bullshit, I think that's stood the test of time. I think everyone who's tried to argue that has failed miserably. But I was willing to say, you know what, these lawsuits are based, go ahead, sue her, infringement. But now I take an opposite view. I think that was, I think that these lawsuits are not justified. I think it's bad that he sued. I'm not saying the case is bad in terms of the legal merits of it, but I think that I was far too credulous in watching that video.
Yeah, if I just really want to calibrate what he said about you, because I don't remember the details, but I remember seeing him call you out, and I was surprised that I even saw it, right? And so I have this memory in my head of when I saw that, I was like, no, this is like not true. This is bullshit. Like, I know that Pisco knows about law. Like,
was there
from watching you argue many times.
Was there a single thread defending me on that claim? Was there a single thread saying, "Hey, Pisco, Ethan's fucked up for saying this"? Was there a single comment anywhere?
I would actually go through the. I would go through the effort personally. I would love to go through the effort personally to find people that might have defended you. I don't remember it personally, but I'm sure there are some people that defended you, but I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm just saying,
because I remember,
understand the standard here and let's apply it equally.
I think Destiny might have even actually talked about it.
No, I appreciate that.
I don't want.
No.
Yeah, I think he might have talked about it.
I appreciate that he said that. 100%. I appreciate that he said that. I'm not saying everyone did that. I'm saying the standard here about lying and malicious lies and that kind of stuff. When we're talking about like the justification for other actions, let's apply it across the board. And Ethan has sold some whoppers, and there doesn't seem to be the same kind of concern about that. That's all I'm saying.
So this guy is about as qualified as Mike from PA, something along those lines, right?
I'm directly quoting. Quote: Pisco Larks is an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up, and I didn't like it when I saw it, and I think LARPing as an attorney as well makes it much worse. So yeah.
So you agree? You don't disagree with anything I said in debate? Conclusions, maybe say Denham's bad more, and because you do agree that I was willing to call out negative things and violations of ethical obligations. So that's it. That's our takeaway.
Do you think that's a fair summary?
Well, what other conclusions would
say
you draw?
Denham's bad more?
Well, no, because you agree. What else could there be? Because you agreed I did, in fact, say that she violated other ethical obligations. And so what other...
I would like you to proactively list the ethical obligations that you think she might have committed and look for them and try to find them. You don't seem very curious about them.
With respect to the moderation?
With respect to everything captured in that reaction video.
Yeah, so like
you seem incurious about the whole thing, like...
Well, no, because hang on a second. I think that there is a ton of potentially quote unquote bad shit that these people could have done to justify the action. But I think the burden is on the people making the claim that it's justified, or the
you don't care to find it yourself. You don't know.
Do you think that I ought, before I make any commentary on it, go through this entire saga in terms of all the potential slights being done? Or maybe the people who make the claim that this kind of tactic, which in the main I think people understand would be derided as chicken shit and bad, right? If I tried to do this, if I did this to somebody, because I know that there are more and more channels, particular people, let's say Counterpoints and I had a falling out, and then Counterpoint says something like Pisco sucks, whatever, like, and then I sue him because he reacts to my content. Everyone would rally behind Counterpoints, right? Even if Counterpoint said, like, so that's what I'm trying to say here. And the burden would be on the people asserting that.
So if Counterpoints was like abetting and trying to, if Counterpoints was actively trying to pander to an audience that only wants to see you hurt or downfall or whatever, then I wouldn't give a fuck.
No, but the burden would be that it would be justified, like to produce the claims of Counterpoint saying that, right? The people who are saying it's justified for Pisco to sue Counter the burden would be on them to say, look at the horrible things that Counterpoints is doing that justify it. Is your kind of contention that, well, I should be proactively like looking for any and doing the homework of these guys for them. Why? Why ought I do that?
Well, because it would display that you're curious to see if like I don't know. It would just display a level of curiosity.
I mean, how many open calls have I had about this topic? Doesn't that display an intrinsic curiosity? When have I been unwilling to have the evidence presented before me, to look at the rationale of the videos? Like, I am giving.
Do you want some evidence displayed before you?
Regarding whom? Denims?
Anything.
Casey Tron?
Like Bad Empanada.
But he didn't sue Bad Empanada, so we need to talk about. Maybe you can say their conduct as relates Bad Empanada, but we're judging the lawsuits, aren't we?
Yeah, but are you curious about him? Like, does that not pertain to the situation? He made some of these initial claims, right?
I don't understand why, except to the extent that Denims is adopting those statements, which I do think is relevant.
Yeah, are you interested to like figure out if he's credible or if he has a history of like
in general
fabricating claims against people?
No,
yeah.
No, because I grant that.
You don't care.
No, because I grant that.
Yeah.
No, because I grant that. Did you hear me? What did I just say?
Because you grant it.
So if I'm willing to grant it, why is further investigation needed? If I people say that, and I recall,
I just think some of the examples are really bad, and I just want to show you. That's why.
Okay, but then don't say that it's because you're incurious or whatever, or because you don't want to know the awful truth. But like, because I grant that. So what you're implying is you're trying to be actively ignorant. It's willful ignorance. What the implication is. But not if I grant the fucking claim, and I'm already making. And again, I'm doing so on good faith, on representations, and remembering my impression from whenever I had that impression. I do have that impression.
I just want to reinforce. All I want to do is reinforce that impression. If you'd give me the opportunity.
Okay.
Can you click on the link I sent you? And put it on your screen.
And put it on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know if your YouTube has a specific delay? I just want to know. It's a little just confusing.
No, I don't know the specific time of the delay.
Okay.
I've displayed it.
So this is like one reason that I don't think people should ever engage with any claims Bad Empanada makes is he totally invented this tweet that Lonerbox's dad was involved in a massacre in Lebanon, and that's why he left the country.
Fake tweet,
he made this. It's a fake tweet, yeah. Okay. And it got repeated by a bunch of people.
Okay.
There's a clip of his.
I think that's horrific. I think that's malicious. I think that's fucking horrible.
Yeah, and there's a really good clip of Hassan getting linked the claim in his chat. Like early on, he's reacting to some Lonerbox video, or he's watching a video essay he made.
Yeah,
and
Hassan bad. I mean, is it possible he's fooled by it?
No, he wasn't fooled by it. That's the problem.
All right,
so he knew that, but he knew that he had fabricated this.
And he did what? He
in
showed
2023. Yeah, I'll send you it. This is a good clip.
Okay. One second.
Dude, stop fucking sending me the Sabra and Shatila thing. No, that's not a real fucking tweet. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Stop.
It says not a real tweet.
Israeli line for insane food restrictions. Putting the Palestinians
yeah,
on
so
diet.
he's getting linked a Reddit thread from the deprogram that is like talking about how this is true, and he knows it's not real even before clicking on it.
Okay.
So he knows Bad Empanada is a total piece of shit, and so did everybody else. And
what is this to demonstrate?
it's just to demonstrate that, like, I don't know. I think his reputation for like lying about someone being involved in a massacre, and then chatters going on to believe that, and then spread that claim. And as I watch Lonerbox a lot, right? So every, once in a while, for a while after this, and even like to this year, there's random chatters who come in and make this claim about him because of his background and stuff. And so, if you know this about Bad Empanada, why would you ever believe any claim he makes about anybody else? Like, he's a total fabulist and totally incredulous.
Yeah, that's why when I said he has a reputation for maliciousness, that I think that was accurate, but everyone soyed out that I said that.
Yeah, no, and it's because it was and you probably didn't have an example in your head like this, right?
Who the fuck cares? I granted it.
Well, I was trying to give you grace in saying that you don't have an example in your head, so you're hesitant to make
now
a
I have an example.
Claim, yeah, exactly.
But like, who cares if I granted it?
Well, because
it didn't win me any fucking it didn't win me anything, because the fact that I said it in the way I did, I'm like, well, he has a reputation for it, and so I think the answer is yes. I actually lost points for that. That's one of the main things that people are pointing at as what I did wrong.
Well, because Hutch didn't ask you if he had a reputation. He asked you if he was malicious, right? And then you reframed it to he has a reputation, which is the passive phrase. It's bullshit for people to be super mad. I'm not super mad at you about that.
God.
I want to give you more information.
Hey, so when someone has a reputation for a thing, it's more likely they're the thing, correct? And then afterwards, so I'm like, well, he has a reputation for it, and I recall that he has stuff in confirmation with it. So the answer is yes. So I didn't just say he had a reputation for it. That's one of the bases for my coming to that conclusion. In real time, I'm reacting honestly, not planning what I'm saying. And I didn't get shit for that. In fact, I actually got negative for that. For me saying something that's true and accurate, but because I started by saying he has a reputation for it, I think he's acting in conformity, therefore the answer is yes. The response was, that was bad. It didn't win me any points, even though I granted. I didn't need this example. I granted it, and no one gave a fuck. No one gave me the benefit of the doubt. No one was good faith for my fucking position. They said, oh, you didn't say it fast enough or in the way we wanted it, and so you're automatically a tanky. Insane.
Yeah, I don't think you're automatically a tanky. I'm trying to bridge the gap.
Between me and those people making those comments, who do you agree with in terms of who's more sane, who's more reasonable, who's more logical, who's more good faith? I'm definitely more good faith than the people who are saying that I've lost the plot, the people who are saying that I'm a tanky, the people who are saying that I'm giving up on liberalism. You agree I'm more reasonable, I'm more good faith in these debates, correct?
Yeah, and I don't claim to represent people who would make those kinds of claims. I don't want to represent anyone who thinks that you're super bad faith and super malicious and Machiavellian. That's why I'm here. If I thought you were super malicious and Machiavellian, I wouldn't have reached out to want to talk to you. I just want to provide the narrative for people who have been paying attention to this stuff and explain their reactions better. I mean, if you're somebody who basically thinks like, I mean, I could send you more examples of the crazy shit he's done, the anti-Semitic stuff, the fact that like he was in, like before.
Why though? Because I hear you and I grant it all. Like I don't have a desire or interest in spending my time with respect to Bad Empanada when I already think he's a bad dude.
Yeah, he is exactly. But even like when I hear someone saying like, yeah, he's got a bad reputation, right? Like, I know it's not necessarily, I would never say he has a bad reputation to anybody. You know what I mean? I would always say,
you would
like, never
say Bad Empanada has a bad reputation. What are you smoking?
No, I would say he's a fucking psychopath. That's what I would say.
You bringing up Hassan, I don't know if you realize this, and where Hassan doesn't do anything bad in the clip you just sent me, right? He didn't do anything bad.
No, this is before he endorsed him.
So
He changes his position.
All right.
This is like
So maybe
November 2023.
Okay. Maybe
that's why it's bad.
Right.
It's because he knows
I'm
what he's
saying
doing later on.
In this clip, he didn't do anything bad. Okay.
No, he did a great thing in this clip. Too bad he turned on his principle in this instance, right?
Got it. So when you showed me this is evidence to support the notion that he has a bad reputation, right?
This is better evidence that Hassan knows he is a fabulist and then went on to endorse him later.
But why is Hassan relevant to the lawsuits against other people?
Well, because we were talking about the claim that we were specifically, I just wanted to show you stuff about bad empathotic because you didn't seem to have any evidence. That's really the whole point. Yeah.
I want to show you I don't know. I want to show you Avatar: The Last Airbender.
So for your future conversations, if his reputation's brought up, you can just cleanly say he's a fucking psycho, and people won't be as mad at you.
So you think I did something wrong? That's the point. You think
I did something? Not morally, but rhetorically and optically, right? I'm trying to say
only an unhinged,
if you want to so you're mad.
Do you agree that only an unhinged weirdo would take issue with how I phrase that?
I think unhinged weirdos will do that. Also,
no. That's not what I asked. If someone takes issue with what Pisco said there, then they are an unhinged weirdo. That's what I'm proposing to you. Do you agree with that?
I think there's also a lot of ignorance that can play a role there. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think that you're an
and
unhinged
that
weirdo.
Ignorance I would not excuse for a creator, right? If a creator is saying that you're...
Why would you excuse it for a fucking commenter or a Redditor?
I just wouldn't take it as seriously. I wouldn't address it for a Redditor or a commentator. But I would, if I were you,
is that the whole point of this fucking stalkers and Reddit? All right.
If I were you, I would want to prevent people from misinterpreting you in that way, right? Or do you not want to?
I think that they're bad faith and determined.
Do you care?
Well, I obviously care about how people perceive me. I think everyone does. It would be lying if they didn't. I just think that, to me, what I care more about is just being honest, true, and direct. But I do think that there's a determination to misinterpret what I'm saying to try to smear me. I think that's the case.
Yeah, there are definitely people who want to do that, especially people who just want you to be best friends with Destiny.
That and also
that's most people want you to just dick suck whatever their content creator says, and that's not.
Why do you guys want someone?
But that's not everybody.
Why do people seek out? Maybe I understand it, but there's this feeling that what I'm doing is grifting, and isn't the better inference that if I wanted to grift, I would be pandering and reading the room and just giving you guys slop, Hassan bad, fuck denims. I understand where my bread is butter. If I was trying to grift, which is the accusation that people are making, wouldn't I read the room and do exactly what people are saying?
People who think that's a very simple-minded person thinks that. What I think, and I think this is totally reasonable, and you're right to do this, is that in some ways you do want to not cultivate an audience of people who are just following these fuck Hassan narratives that Destiny also caters to.
I want to foster
an audience. You do not want to foster.
I want to foster an audience that is skeptical. I want to foster an audience that expects me to give my honest take and stick with me and respect that I'm independent, even when they disagree with me. And what I don't want to have is a bunch of people who only follow me for me to regurgitate what they already believe. I want people to take an interest and to build a kind of reputation for independence and for truth telling, such that you can come on my channel. Today I just tweeted, I think it's bullshit. The Democrats are trying to support Section 230 reform. Leave it alone. This is bullshit. I don't want. One of the reasons why I'm concerned about Section 230 reform is the notion that big pocket litigants could
and they're going to do this session. What the fuck? Doing it under
Trump.
Yeah, that's crazy.
A horrible idea, in my opinion. So I want people to know that if they tune into the stream, that I'm not here to just be a vocal point for any particular group and any particular. I obviously have a bias towards the Democratic Party. I am a liberal. I'm a capitalist. I'm someone who has the experiences they have and has the biases that I have. but that I'm not beholden to a particular group or anything like that. That matters to me, and that's the audience I want to cultivate.
No, and I think, I mean, from my observations, and I can't get into your head, right?
Yeah.
That's totally true, and I agree with you. I think also on top of that, like, I think there's a bit of a specific impulse to be like, all these people are way too crazy about Hassan, right? Like, I think that's pretty true in some circumstances.
Well, yeah, my
and
view
you
is
don't
that, like,
want to cultivate. Yeah. You don't want to cultivate that audience specifically. Like, you've thought about that specifically and been like, that's stupid. I don't want to cultivate that, right?
Because I want to emphasize the evil and danger of MAGA and the Republican Party, because I think they are the most dangerous thing. Now, people disagree with me. People think that Hassan. I just put up a post where part of the counterpoints conversation I had, he thinks that JD Vance is like, he would clearly think that JD Vance is preferable to Hassan Piker. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Doesn't mean I think that
watched
Hassan
some
good.
of that.
I don't say Hassan good. I say Hassan bad, but I don't adopt.
I watched some of that,
notion.
and I think, like, part of it is obvious that JD Vance is worse. And part of it is like, it's not a great comparison because one of them actually like is a politician. So it's hard to compare, with somebody who's never done any, like, part of that is like, you have to make a lot of assumptions about what Hassan would actually do. And like, I don't think anybody can accurately make those assumptions. And so because of that, it's like, obviously he's worse. But yeah, I think Counterpoints is like willing to make way more bad assumptions about Hassan.
Yeah,
and
but
that's
like,
sort of like
people
stupid,
will take from that. I've never seen the comments. They're like, Pisco, you need to realize that, like, this opinion.
Do you know that Mao killed 40 million people? I totally get that. But it's also like, my assumption is that if Hassan was in a position where he had to actually execute power, he'd probably like shit his pants and like not want to fuck up, like, whereas JD Vance is way more personally, driven to climb to the position of power, like evil in that way. But that's sort of the reason I even bring it up is like, I just don't think it's a really good like way to compare people. Like, they're just not.
Well, I wasn't the person.
Yeah.
I wasn't the person who put counterpoints, or sorry, Hassan on his little chart or whatever. He did that, and he gave Hassan all zeros, and then he gave Nick Fuentes a better score. Nick Fuentes had like a 30+ score.
I heard you talking about that, but I didn't see what it was actually.
Okay, so like Nick Fuentes, give you a comparison in terms of like his scale.
I think Connor is like pretty stupid when it comes to some of this stuff. Okay. Let me be honest. Like, I think he's a good guy, but I think he's pretty stupid when it comes to some of this analysis. Yeah. But continue.
So they graded. So Counterpoints graded Nick in like the 30s, Trump in the 20s, and Hassan got a literal 0 on the presidential rankings. I don't share the intuition that Trump is better than Hassan. I don't share the intuition that Nick Fuentes is that much better than Hassan. Hassan got a 0. Like, the highest one was Nikki Haley at like 72 or something. Nick was like 36 or like something like that. And I'm like, that seems like fucked up. I think Hassan Piker is better than Nick Fuentes. And maybe you think that's a crazy thing to say, but I think that I think Trump is preferable to Nick Fuentes.
I think like it's a stupid exercise in the first place. Like, because like they're not actually, like, they don't actually all have the same data available to compare about, like, they're not actually politicians like Fuentes and Hassan. Like, they're not even striving for a lot of that stuff. I just think it's stupid. Like, whenever Connor talks about Connor multiple times, I've heard him say like, I'm a Republican and I care about republicanism. And it's like, that's what it's like, the Republican Party has nothing to do with, or never had anything to do with, like, a Republican form of government being like important. Like, he just always says this shit. Like, he analyzes stuff really. Well, that concerns me
because I just like woke up in a sweat and I'm like, Counterpoints is going to vote for Meatball Ron, and so I added him, like, who would you vote for, or like, who did you vote for in the primary? Because like, he's going to vote for Meatball Ron. I had this inclination that he would do this, and then I talked to him. He's like, yeah, like, I'm considering, and it wasn't just as between Meatball Ron and a Democrat. It was like, or like Hassan. It was like, JD Vance is in a striking distance with Gavin Newsom, right? So he's saying that as between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, yeah, currently Newsom is like ahead by 8 or 9 points according to his scale. But JD Vance is like in the talk, like he's in the conversation. And what he says is like, well, I don't know. Like if Newsom has a podcast appearance with Hassan in which he's friendly to him, that might change my mind. And I'm like, for Newsom? He's like, yeah, what if Newsom is hiding the fact that he's Maoist? And I'm like,
yeah,
am I the only person? Like, and people are like, Pisco's crazy. Pisco is doing a struggle session with Counter. I'm like, sorry, am I supposed to just like be chill with that and like not respond?
I feel like that's like a total level of like analysis that is like incorrect. You know, it's like it's just like the analysis itself is not worth reviewing. Like you're comparing all these things that you weighed about each person, and like I'm struggling to convey it because it's almost like
for me it's important because someone like Connor, he claims that we should not be in line with people like AOC Bernie and Mamdani, who he calls like secret tankies. That's what he says about them, that they're hiding their power levels, but we should be in bed with people like him. And when it gets revealed that, he doesn't think that these people are that bad. Like
the way that he talks about stuff is he talks about stuff with this ideological lens over everything, where everybody is an ideological actor. And I just totally reject that. Like, I don't think people actually behave that way. Like, lefties will talk about it a lot more than anybody else, like ideology informing their views. But like most people and most politicians even, they don't act like that. So like, why are you trying to analyze like Fuentes's ideology when it's just not really the way he operates? Like, he doesn't operate ideologically. He operates in a mode of everything is a grievance against him, and that's what he is. Like it's not an ideological movement. And the way that he analyzes stuff as being so ideological, he does this all the time, by the way. Like he analyzes stuff ideologically all the time, and it's just like, no, there's like, it's not that deep. Like, I don't know.
All right. Hey, appreciate your comments and any final closing thoughts before I apparently a ton of people in the fucking chat. I don't know how I choose among them.
I would say you know, even when people are criticizing you for stupid shit, try to find out why they are. Like, what's the actual reason? Because if you want to navigate around it and you want to be more persuasive to more people and have more influence, you'll have, like, that would be beneficial. Like, even when someone is giving you bad feedback, try to figure out why they're giving you bad feedback. Like, what's the reason, you know? Because
that's what I was trying. That's why I had you on.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all I have to say about that. But anyways, appreciate it.
Hey man, thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Peace out. Okay, I gave that pro position a bunch of time, 3 hours. So we are going to give the other side some time. So the first person is going to be Ogre Boy. Yo, man.
Oh, you're going to catch so much shit because I think I just cut the line massively.
Oh, shit. Well, I gave the other side 3 hours. You're the Hassan simp. So what's your thoughts?
Well, okay, so I just wanted to make two really quick points, actually. One, I wasn't even going to say, but it was more because I was wanting to argue with the last person. When it comes to Empanada, whom I'm not a fan of, basic, and I feel like pointing out to begin with that I've been blocked by the dude.
Okay.
And I'll get to the why. Everybody knew that he was fucking insane. But specifically, the one comment that I think you keep running into, or that people keep throwing at you, is to say he was making a bunch of shitting on Ethan content, and that's what got the attention, and that's what made him so popular. Blah blah blah. That was his way of worming himself back into a community filled with people that basically knew that he was insane. That's not the case.
Okay.
The original thing that he put out that got everybody's attention was he put out like a 4.5 hour, like, purely from the lens of geopolitics of going through Ethan's content nuke and going piece by piece, every bit of sourcing that he did, every time he cut off a headline, every time he showed a thumbnail but with no extra context, he went through and completely like showed where it came from, why it was bad to do, et cetera, et cetera. Now you can say that you could have arguments about, well, in this particular case, Ethan was actually right or something like that. I would, that's fine if someone did that, but that was the thing that got everybody's attention. And over time, what ended up happening is, as he wasn't getting the attention from Ethan that he wanted, he started doing crazier and crazier shit. So much so to the point that even Hassan would go, if this is just drama shit, I don't want to watch the video. There's a one community member that's also one of his editors that makes his YouTube playlists for his stream every day. He would start skipping those videos because it was more the bullshit and not something that was substantive to something related to Israel-Palestine. So what ended up happening over time is, over the course of the 2 years, Empanada lost his fucking mind, or to that he ever had it in the first place. He started saying sussy shit about trans people. He started saying that Americans shouldn't even join unions. He started going off in a really fucking there's an argument about Jewish exceptionalism that he leaned into so heavily it only came across to me as anti-Semitic. And then he started shitting on Sam Cedar in his replies, and I got blocked because I go, dude, this guy isn't a fucking enemy. Like, leave this guy alone. And then I got blocked.
Okay.
So to the extent that people are saying
bad.
Like this guy, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So bad empanada bad.
Yes, bad empanada bad.
Okay.
Now, like, but there's an element there that I want to point out, and I think other content creators have filled this void since, was that he was actually doing something that was akin to, I'm putting out like a documentarian point of view on claims that have been made about the conflict in the region, that I'm going to show why other people are doing it or are wrong about what they're saying, and something that needs to be corrected. And that was a hook that he used to kind of wiggle his way into the playlists of Hassan and Denims and other people like that.
So the debunking videos, that he kind of got the attention that way, and they started watching it.
Yes.
Okay. And what is this meant to show?
To the extent that Denims may have leaned into slop or things like that he did after the fact, like, I'm not going to defend that. That's a different conversation altogether. The other thing that from what the last caller was saying that I would point out is the one video where, and I think even Hutch, he who shall not be named, was leaning
your
into
boy,
this heavy.
Your boy.
Yeah, he don't write me no more, and it makes me feel sad. But anyway, jokes aside, so the comment about her whole chat was like screaming CPS over and over again. She put out a video where she used. Are you familiar with like Chatterino at all?
Yeah, I use that for Twitch.
So she had extensive like logging turned on essentially, and she put out a video to try to defend herself about that. Basically showing that the time frame that all of those came in, it was a ridiculous, like, over 10 minutes thing that somebody went back through and pieced a screen of just those to try to make it look like
to misrepresent
that was what was happening in real time.
Right. So what you're suggesting to me, and what I've heard from other people, is the notion that it was all of the chat or some significant portion, to the extent of where it's inconceivable that they couldn't have noticed this. That claim is the counter to that is, well, you're only showing a subset and you're not representing it in terms of its proportionality and in terms of the temporality.
Specifically because the clip that everyone someone would probably end up linking you this at some point, and it's from a Reddit. It shows you a highlighted portion that's larger than the top right hand corner, and you can see that they don't match up at all. And that was the first thing that a lot of people looked at to go, wait a minute, like this isn't right.
Right.
And
so
then
what you're saying is,
if
that's true and people spread that, what you're saying is that's a malicious lie.
Yes.
Okay. I grant that if that's the case, that people did that.
That was from listening to the brain rot that I just got done listening to. The one thing that I did say that I did want to come in here is, you said something earlier that I actually do kind of disagree with, or I want to make and I'll try to make this super quick. You said something to the effect earlier that the people that aren't, and I'm going to just use euphemisms and kind of summarize. I'm not necessarily saying this is what you said word for word. But you said something to the effect of, like, for the people that aren't aligned with the sort of lib live and learn Destiny cinematic universe point of view, that the people that are watching you is because you have a contrarian viewpoint to that or something along that effect, along those lines. As the one of probably the most infamous crazy Hassan fans that haunts people's nightmares on Twitter, that has nothing to fucking do with why I have ever listened to you, why I continue to listen. To the extent that you are a nerd for some of the topics, the legal topics that you portray or that you put out there, and to how you cover things, you at least have something of a code. Not to sound corny, but like a fucking, a legal samurai or some fucking shit like that. The idea is that you have stuck to that fucking code, better or for worse, whatever the case may be. That's how you're approaching these things, which it shows like at least a measure of good faith, charitability, a sense of honor about how you do what you do. People should, by and large, let you continue to do that, because what I would say is this: when the day comes that Hassan ever does do something that is like truly, utterly, just reprehensibly bad, and that a content creator needs to be the one to grab that football and fucking run with it and be the person to change people's minds, it's not going to be Destiny. It's not going to be Dan Saltman. It is not going to be somebody that has made it their life's mission to ruinate Hamasabi Pi KKKR. It's going to be somebody like you, because you have not made it your life's work to fucking shit on this dude, or let's dive into the latest Hassan piece today so that we can ascertain everything about him that's wrong. It's going to be somebody that cares about, law and democracy and the Constitution and all the shit that you do care about. And you're saying, even I think this is wrong now. And you would be somebody that I would go, fuck. Like, I got to think about, I have to put thought into what Pisco is saying, because this hasn't been this guy's brand. And now he's definitely like, Hassan did something really fucked up here. Like, just saying. Like,
I appreciate you saying that.
People should give you the room. People should give you the room to fucking interact with people, because that's the only way that you have a lane that other people don't fucking have.
I appreciate you saying that. And on that day, I hope that you'll tape your tattoo removal when I say that Hassan very, very bad.
I'll use a hot hibachi to just scar it clean off.
I appreciate.
Also, final thing,
yeah.
I after putting, you'll probably get a laugh out of this, and anybody in the chat can laugh if they want to. Not that they need my permission. I've been putting more thought into it recently. I actually don't even really think, like, I've never been closed-minded to other political ideologies by and large, but I don't think you make fun of me and say the known Marxist communist ogre boy or whatever as a meme, but I actually think, and not a Cenk Uygur Donald Trump style progressivism, but the more that I've been looking into like the origins of that movement in like the 1890s and shit like that, I actually would consider myself more of a populist than anything at this point. I've been listening to some people talk about that specifically. That
so you're backing away from it, or you never?
No, it's not backing away from it. I've never quite specifically. I've never said in the conversations that I've had with you before. I've always said that, like, I don't know what the fuck I am, because I'm not a co-owner of the means of production at my fucking workplace.
Yeah.
I haven't been handed my job by a government mandated central planning committee. Like, I don't think I'm a socialist or a communist, because by and large, I don't participate in socialism or communism.
All right. So I'll stop referring to you as such, and I'll just say Hassan fan. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, before we go, I got to give the people what they want. So Hassan lied about Collargate, right?
I think he was misrepresenting things because he knows that he has an audience filled with woke scolds.
Is there? So yes, he did lie.
Do you know? I think he was being very lawyerly in how he was presenting things. I'm 100% being serious.
Wait.
I think by and large, because I think if he sat down and he did like a 1 hour segment of his stream about like place training, I think there would be at least 5% of his audience he would lose same day.
Yeah, but he said,
like, straight up, because they would go, "That's horrible. That's fucking the god awful. How dare you do that to any animal?" Even though you have animal experts that would sit there and say that, like, doing place training is completely fine.
So, did he make any statements that you think are false statements?
I haven't fucking watched any of that shit in like a hot minute, and there's been other things that have come up.
So you're not sure if he said any false statements related to?
I'm trying to think of specifically, like, I think when he would talk about, I think he was trying to downplay like the severity of it anyway, because like when he would talk about,
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking whether he made any false statements.
Well, if you never if you never tell the truth, are they false statements inherently? Or if you don't commit to something, is that making a false statement? It would be a lie by omission.
No, I'm not talking about lie of omissions. I'm saying statements actually made that are actually false.
I don't know.
So why honestly, I don't know. So why did you say that he misrepresent?
No. Hold on. To be specific, I would have to see the clip. Or I would have to see something where somebody goes, "What about this one?" And I'm telling you now, I'm not looking for people to be pinging me in anybody's Discord to go, "Okay, I've got like 5 of them." That's not why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm just going for sake of like, I would have to go back through it, and I've got better shit to do, quite frankly. Like the commentary on that is more along the lines of like, if I were to ask like the most virulent Hassan hater, like, did your parents love you, and were they abusive? Did they beat you? Assuming they said yes, my parents love me, and no, they didn't abuse me. My next question would be, well, if I had recorded your life, the history of your life, would I be able to at least find a small handful of 10 to 15 second moments that look really optically fucking bad on camera? Chances are they would say yes. Like, would I be able to find enough footage there to essentially be able to go, look, I found these 2 moments, and that clearly means that your parents beat the fuck out of you. Like, yeah, I think anybody could be able to do that. And even he said to that extent that like, yeah, the moment that they got him with on her stepping onto the fucking thing.
Yeah. Where he's
really
like
fucking bad.
When you say it looks bad, you mean it looks like it's not true what he said, right?
He says he said optically it looks really fucking bad. Yeah.
Well, okay, let's deal with one that's more concrete. The amount of time that he spent in detention at the border. That was a false statement, wasn't it?
Did he misrepresent it?
But by misrepresent, what do you mean other than make a false statement?
I think unless you're literally sitting there looking at the clock, he could have amended it after the fact, sure. Well, I think in the moment you could sit there and I think for somebody that's not used to being detained by the cops, you could be sitting in a moment like that.
Confuse multiple hours with 30 minutes or 15 minutes?
Did he say that? Well, I mean, he should have amended it, sure.
Because it was false, right?
I think originally it seemed like it took forever, and that it was something after the fact that he didn't realize it was like as long as it did, or as long as it was.
Sure. This is the kind of thing that I think I would do if I was covering something that I viewed as like that interested me. I'm going to be honest with you, the Collargate thing isn't particularly like my bread and butter. The copyright lawsuit thing intuitively attracts me, but like what I want to just make clear about something is people don't like this kind of shit being pushed all the time, because I think you are being a little cagey here, and I think that you do acknowledge misrepresentation, but you're not willing to say false statement, because I think if you say false statement, and the next question I'm going to ask you is, but he has enough information to know that what he's saying is false, right? I think that you have to grant that it's a lie. And I don't think you want to say that it's a lie.
I don't remember what like I don't have the fucking timeline committed to memory to be like at 14:15 he said this, and then 3 minutes later he said that. Like I don't give that much of a shit. Like I don't know what to say.
You're saying you don't care about whether but you're saying you don't care enough to inform yourself about whether he lied intentionally? Did you go and like look at Collargate videos and stuff like that? I mean, I didn't cover it because I didn't. To me,
I know that there were people that were playing the VODs like for the better part of a week, rewinding, fast forwarding, super slow mo, trying to get all the right angles. And it's like, but I was watching those VODs too, except I was a live viewer at the time. So the notion of rewinding and zooming and everything and trying to treat them like they're the fucking Zapruder films seemed like a very ridiculous concept to me when a lot of those were...
I don't think it's ridiculous to pick up things apart. I mean, that's what I'm doing with Ethan's motivations, and we're going through and saying he couldn't possibly have had that stated intentional malice thing when he set the trap, and that's kind of what we're doing here. And so I don't think that this kind of inquiry is inherently.
But when you can't see anybody's hands, and now it's a completely subjective thing. What do you mean? No. What? Come on. What?
It's the balance of evidence. It's what's available. You agree that the balance of evidence suggests that he shocked or vibrated the dog, right?
In the Kaya, please moment?
Kaya, please. Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think this is a bit fucked up what you're doing.
What?
You've seen the analyses of the collar, right?
Yeah.
Are you convinced that they're, in fact, that Kaya has a shock collar or a vibrate collar?
Oh, the vibe collar, sure.
And
I'll even go so far as to say that probably he got it originally and it was like a throwaway or like a gift, because there are some areas where he's like incredibly cheap.
Well, you don't think he's deliberately doing this training? And that it just
no, I think he did.
I guess training. It's a fucking thing. But do you have any reason to believe he didn't buy it himself?
No, he gets a lot of hand-me-down shit, like gifted. Yes. The training, I'm sure he paid for. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the collar, the model that he has or whatever. Like, I don't. There's nothing that would make me think that it probably wasn't even like gifted to him, and he just went with it as is.
Okay, but you grant that he did the training, but you're just like, so then why die on this hill of like he didn't buy it himself? He just did the training like he was fucking tricked into it. You're trying to like
no. I'm not saying no. That's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying like he deliberately did the training. He bought the training. He did the training with the dog.
Yeah, so like, why be like, oh, I don't think he bought it, even though you have no basis to say that you don't think he bought it. As though that matters.
No, the point I'm trying to say, based on the fact that like there's so many different elements where like he does have like swaggy shit or whatever, but it is like he gets a lot of shit gifted to him. I don't even necessarily think that like, let me go out and buy something that's a fucking like a double pronged death collar.
That's not what I'm saying.
To the fucking,
but that's not what I'm saying.
Spinal cord.
But you won't even grant that. So gun to your head right now, do you think that he vibrated or shocked that collar? Gun to your head. Why is this hard?
No, I don't think he did.
So you think he did the training? He has the collar, whether he bought it or not. And Kaya just randomly screamed out like that.
I don't think it was random per se.
So what caused the yelp?
I haven't seen the video in a while. There were
people
that on Twitter.
No,
there were people on Twitter at the time that were slow mowing it and showing that like, because of there were like people that were getting so granular with it that they were showing that if you accounted for like encoding and shit and the time frame on when her paw hits the fucking thing, that it was possible.
Hits the thing? When by possible, do you mean logically possible? What do you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. It's logically possible, but I don't think that's what the video shows.
You don't, or you're saying in general?
It does not look like her fucking paw gets caught in anything. Doobie with the super chat, Ogre, please don't do this. You're behaving like an H3 DGG fan, clinging to cope and delusion to avoid acknowledging your favorite content creator did a bad thing. As long as a human, he lies sometimes. It's okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think he's a fucking dog abuser. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Well, I'm not asking whether you think he's a dog abuser. I'm asking whether or not you think he shocked or vibrated the dog. And you're not going to, in your position is that you think he, the balance of evidence shows that he did not.
I lean in that he didn't. I understand that you can't see his hands and you can't see anything else. And that it does come down to like measures of charitability. But ultimately, I get why people think that.
I'm not asking whether you get why people think that. I'm asking why you don't come to that conclusion yourself. And you seem to be like, well, because
I've seen like hours and hours and hours and hours and fucking hours of him interacting with both of those dogs. That was the whole reason that I made the point about.
But he's not above shock. It's the implication there is that he like wouldn't shock or vibrate the dog. But you said he does the training, so it's entailed that he does, right? He does do that.
Sure.
So
as part of that, yes.
So why are you like
the one necessitates the other? Yes.
Right. So why would you like fight so viciously like he doesn't abuse a dog, as though him doing it in that moment would constitute abuse, unless you think that the basis for him shocking in that moment was unjustified, and that's what would constitute abuse, not the shock and vibration itself.
No, I'm saying by virtue of the it's one of those things that what's a good analogy? Like,
I'm not calling the dog abused, guys. I'm not calling the dog abused. I'm not calling the dog abused. I'm just asking the factual question about whether it's a shock or vibrate.
Oh, I think the prongs were definitely removed. But that's the point. Is I think it's probably always been that way since he got it.
Okay, but he's doing the training. Why would he remove the functionality of the vibrate / I'm not shock / vibrate if he's doing the training? Like, why would he waste his money?
Because he wanted to stick to the vibration part of it, the vibration aspect.
But
of
you don't think he vibrated either. You don't think he vibrated either.
No. I think he has. He could. He can. He probably will in the future.
No. Did he that moment is the question.
Because you can't see his fucking hands.
Okay, but I'm asking the balance of evidence, and you're the balance of evidence that you think it's probable he didn't.
I mean, he could have.
I didn't ask if he could have. I'm asking whether or not, what do you think is most likely?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Well,
I'm saying by virtue of the fact that you can't see what the fuck he's doing in the moment, that's why that's the easiest takeaway. Yes.
The easiest takeaway is because you can't see his hands. He didn't. So if like a bullet,
if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
So if a bullet hit Kaya from that direction,
if the glove does not fit, you must acquit.
Okay. Hey, appreciate what you said about me earlier, but I think that I would have trouble convincing you if the day really came.
Oh my God.
Did you just shock your dog?
Please. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, thank you for your words. I'm gonna move on now, but appreciate your perspective. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
All right, later, bro. Is that what you guys want to see? You guys wanted to see that? See, you like it when it's me doing it against the sun, right? Is that what you wanted? No, you didn't want that? Good job. All right. We'll do a few more. I have to go in like 25 minutes. Yo, what up? Thank you for the super chat. By the way, Pisco, thank you for having such an even-handed approach to this on, so you can really convince people like Ogre Boy when he's caught in a lie. No, I mean, that was my point at the end there, but I appreciate you, Boris. What up, Crowbar? Thoughts?
Yeah, so I think my point is that this is from your earlier discussion. Yeah. Basically, what is your view on Denham's intent? Do you think she wanted to increase the likelihood of a CPS call?
I don't have evidence for that. For that, and so because
I think that's the fundamental difference between you and Hutch.
Okay, help me out.
So I don't have the evidence to prepare and present to you right now, but I think that if someone did present and go through all the content and all the history and the lore and all the BS, that the people like Hutch would think that her intent is clearly to increase the likelihood of a CPS call, whereas you don't.
No, but Hutch didn't say that. What Hutch said is that it was wrong because it was risky.
I agree.
Okay.
Hutch, I think you were right on every single point Hutch brought up.
Uh-huh. But you think that that even though he hasn't like realized to articulate that, his whole point is that she is trying to increase the risk of CPS call. But the problem is that is just like it's an unfounded claim that needs evidence to support it. People are trying to assume,
I agree. Yeah, and I think he kind of brushed against it with saying like, oh, if you look at all her content, but he didn't actually make that argument. He kind of bumped into it. And I think every time he tried to I think he was just thinking out loud, like I don't think he's well trained. I don't know his content very well. But it sounded like he was kind of thinking aloud, like to justify this emotion he had, this right brain thought he had. And every time he was thinking aloud and he said something that was, you could grab onto, you immediately like put the knife on the table and were like, boom, wrong. And I think you were right to show that he was wrong.
Yeah, like I'm not sure the best approach because I don't want to grant things I don't actually believe. And I do want to take objections when I hear something that I don't agree with. And so like I hear Hutch say something regarding or like ask me a question about whether some conduct is good or bad, and I want to respond to it, but I also want to keep us focused. I guess I'm not sure.
I agree. Yeah. I think the criticism I could say about the conversation is just that you could have maybe had a more collaborative tone. But I don't think it's necessarily. It was supposed to be a debate, right? You're supposed to debate the issue. So, in that context, then I think you were justified. But I think that's why he probably is coming away from that conversation feeling bad.
I don't know that he feels bad. I mean, I don't get that impression.
Well, because it felt like you kept digging in on points that he made that were wrong. But then you could see he's like recoiling, it's like he just can't articulate what he feels. Anyway,
I feel like this is a little condescending to Hutch. I feel like people will talk to him.
Maybe
Hutch is.
It may be.
They treat him like he's like a child, but I don't think he's a child, and I have a greater respect for Hutch.
My hope is that if Hutch heard this argument that I'm making right now, he would say, "Oh, Crowbar, you're right, dude. I agree."
You think he would agree that like I'm a baby that needs to be?
He would say, "I haven't I think part of the issue is that it's like these communities have been. It's like he's been immersed in this content for so long that there's a lot of like tribal knowledge that he can't articulate, and I don't think he's like a debate guy. At least that's the way it came off to me. Like I don't know if maybe he's like a professional background or something, but
maybe I think that he can hold his own in these discussions. I think that he. I don't view him as like bad at debate. I don't view him as fundamentally incapable. Like
I'd say he's not as good as you.
Well, I believe that. I mean, you're just now appealing to my ego.
Okay, but anyway, I think the point is that's a fundamental issue. I think, and part of the reason why. Okay, then the other thing is that it feels like you're upset. Like, oh, why am I getting all these comments? Why are these people getting upset with me? Right? Why am I getting so much flack?
Well, I think I know why. I think it's because they're emotional and highly feels based.
I would say partially yes, but like the example I would try to give you is like, what if you came to me and were like, "Hey, wasn't that tweet that Trump made about Marjorie Taylor Greene being a traitor like insane?" And I go, "Hold up, what do you mean insane? Like, let's go through. What do you mean? Let's go through the claims. Let's go through every single one." You'd be like, your alarm bells would be setting off, right?
I get it when like it's just a casual conversation, but when we're really talking,
this is an extreme example. This is an extreme example.
Like what we're talking about is like, should this person be basically tens of thousands of dollars, and we do this whole lawsuit, this whole song and dance? Is it right or is it wrong? I feel like we need to be very specific about what is the basis here. And
right. But like, if you were to if someone came into your chat and was like, "What do you mean Trump's calling her a traitor is wrong?" Go through the claim, go through every single claim, and then you go through the claims, and then you justify them to me, and I go, "Oh no, okay, you're right, I agree," and I just keep agreeing, and then at the end everything's fine. And I go, "Oh, I was acting in good faith. I don't know why," and then all of a sudden, like all these liberals are mad at me. Oh, why are you being so credulous to Trump, right? And if I was just if I was like a naive abuela, and I just didn't know anything about politics, okay, then that credulity is maybe justifiable. But if I was, Tim Pool, then I would be accused of bad faith, right? So I think that's the mix. It's like there's a level there that I think you're wandering into this highly polarized community between Destiny and Hassan and these guys, Ethan, or maybe Ethan and Hassan in this case, and you're like, you're being very credulous to people who Ethan's community view as like malicious intentionally lying.
You think I'm being credulous to people like Denims and Bad Empanada? I
no, not Bad Empanada.
Or like I don't take that view because like I'm willing sometimes even when it's not the case to take negative inferences against these people. Like for example, the chat thing, I accepted the representation that Hutch made. I didn't ask him to justify it. He said that all of the chat, by which I interpreted like some significant majority of the chat, was making this kind of call for CPS. I'm being told that that's wrong. But notwithstanding that, I took the negative inference against Denims, and so I don't know that that's credulous. That's me accepting people's representations. But oftentimes, by the way, I'll follow up, and then it's like a little different than what people are claiming or something. And so I don't know if that's credulity towards what their positions, Denims and them. I think it's skepticism towards the people making the affirmative claims, namely like Hutch. That's the skepticism.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like one piece I would say is going to the fecal thing or whatever. I guess you did that with the caller earlier.
Yeah.
Isn't it reasonable that someone would infer that they ingested fecal matter?
Yeah.
It's like, yes, but it feels to me, and he didn't want to say yes, but yeah, I think it is. I think it's reasonable, but it's like
right. But people are saying that
to me it demonstrates a level of credulity.
People are saying it's malicious to spread that around. Now, after you get the correction, I can say it's malicious. But I don't really know what the basis is to say something is malicious if it's a reasonable interpretation. Like why would it be malicious to spread a reasonable interpretation of something? Like that's what now if you add elements to it.
You know the answer to that, right?
Help me. No.
You could be like I could let's see. Like I could go and just take a random fact and present it to form a narrative that's not true, right? A fact that's true.
No, I understand that, but what people were saying is like the mere fact that they said this thing about the eating the poop. Now, if you add it to other stuff, like the other caller did, YOLO Swag, I can understand that, and I can be like, okay, the notion that this necessitates negligence or some kind of broader disorder in the household, that is unjustified and something that is, I think, deranged as a conclusion. So you can get there for sure, but I'm dealing with the arguments as they're presented, and if people are like they spread lies, what lie? They said that the babies ate poop, and that's not true.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, it might not be true, but is it a reasonable thing to take from what he said? I think, yeah. And like, it's not just enough that they contribute to a particular result, because by that light, Ethan himself would be like responsible for the whole CPS call. So we have to be talking about states of mind, right? No one's going to sit here and say that H3 is culpable for the CPS call, right? No one would say that.
Yeah.
Even though he probably shouldn't have done that. He probably shouldn't have shared that information. And he does have like a causal relationship to that occurring. Yeah. But notwithstanding that, people don't think, okay, even though this was a little bit risky, that there are people out there who are trying to clip chimp you. That there are people out there who have and so this was not like a smart thing to do, whatever. They would never say, and I would agree with them if someone said it's his own fault in that sense, that is, he's culpable for the thing itself. I would say that's deranged. Of course not. H3 is not culpable for the CPS call himself. That's crazy.
Yeah, but so I think again, that's where I comes back to like this issue of culpability versus like intentionality. I think that's the moral, ethical.
No. But here's the problem. That
mention is more interesting.
Culpability and the extent of culpability is linked to states of mind. In that, and significance of risk.
It's harder to prove, though, right? It's harder to prove culpability.
I don't know what you mean by
in
harder,
the case
harder
like
than,
when
harder,
it was like
harder,
the 5%
harder
or
than
whatever.
What? No. When I say 5%, these are abstractions, so I can get to like a kind of sense of like how culpable.
An intuition.
Yeah, an intuition about like what you.
But I think it's hard to prove. Like to me, it would be more interesting to say non-zero. I think it was a non-zero increase.
No, because that would be true then of Hutch. Hutch is a non-zero.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's like the intentionality. Is Hutch intending?
That's the question.
To increase the likelihood of a CPS.
That's what I'm saying matters. And that's so like you can't just be like, did they increase?
But why didn't you discuss that in respect to Denims?
I was.
I don't. It felt like what kept happening in the conversation was it was like he would just. It's like he just kept coming up with these weird things like. Oh, she should have moderated better, and then you went through and demonstrated like well, that doesn't matter, right? You went through and explained it. Oh, she should have done this.
No, so that's what.
And then you went through and
that's what people are misunderstanding, right? Because I can grant that she should have moderated better, and she's culpable for not moderating better, but that's different than saying that she's culpable for calling CPS. And no one like that is intuitive to me. It doesn't appear to be intuitive to like it appears to be something I need to explain again and again, that there are different ethical obligations and different kinds of ethical violations, and that because you violate one doesn't mean you violate another, right? Just because you violate an ethical obligation to keep from imperiling the life of your daughter recklessly doesn't mean that you violate the ethical obligation not to intentionally and maliciously murder your own daughter. Those are different ethical obligations, and I'm only going to say that you're culpable for the thing that you actually do.
But you see, wouldn't the intent matter though?
Yes.
You didn't say intent there. You just said the culpability or whatever.
No, so intentionality and versus reckless, those are both intentional states. Those are both states of mind. And when you just say intent, like generally, first of all, I did literally say intentionally there, so I did mention intent. But obviously, like the sum and substance of what I'm saying is the states of mind inform the level of culpability. And so because one would say that like someone is culpable to some extent with respect to the example we gave about like the daughter being sent to the bad place of town, the father who makes that recommendation, doesn't mean that we would apply the level of culpability of someone who like is sending her with the purpose that she die, right? Like if you sent your daughter to a place with the purpose that she die, we would say that that person is more culpable than someone who doesn't.
Okay, so that's the intentionality aspect.
But it seemed like I tried to make that clear maybe 8 times. And I have no idea why I was unsuccessful in expressing that concept to him, because I don't think it's that hard of a concept. And I can tell some idiots who are adding me on Twitter don't understand it either, because they're like, "Oh my God, Pisco says that she's not going." Like, you guys are fucking 1 IQ.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, okay, I think the fundamental disagreement issue is that these people who don't like denims, who are H3 minded, they think that it is very intentional that she was trying to increase the likelihood of CPS. And I think that you could make an argument, although I'm not prepared to give that.
Yeah, they have to make
presentation
that case.
Of facts.
Yeah, then they have to make that case.
Okay, so I hope someone does that. Yeah. Okay, and then the last thing is, I think it's an interesting topic, the general topic of how people weaponize their communities, right? Like, I think Trump is obviously the biggest culmination of that, but it's like modern technology has made it. And I think Bill O'Reilly was the first with that abortion doctor and like the concept of stochastic terrorism and like talking about this abortion doctor being evil.
Pause. Stoney McStoner. This is why I don't like you, Pisco. No one ever said Dem was responsible for the call. That wasn't Hutch's point. She was culpable for spreading the lies more. Hutch literally said that she's partially culpable for the call. And if you don't agree, we will get the transcript and you will walk that back, won't you? Stoney McStoner. Sorry, Crowbar. We'll get this. I feel like the teacher's talking to the one kid. I'm not trying to say that to condescend to you, but like, and then someone just fucking throws a paper airplane. These two. Oh, hang on. Sure, show me. Okay, so if I show that he thinks that there's culpability for the call itself, what will you do? Will you apologize to me, Stoney? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, keep talking. Sorry, go.
Yeah, so I mean, audience weaponization, I think it's an interesting topic. Like, I think it gets at this topic of culpability, intentionality, the grayness, the moral grayness that's happening. And I think with H3 Ethan guy, like I agree with you actually that he's not being his intentions are clearly nefarious, or like it's clearly this whole lawsuit that he's doing is retaliation, right, for the CPS thing that he clearly views them as culpable for, and it's a pretense to retaliate against them. And it's like there's a phenomenon of like fair game being declared, right? Like he thinks, and I think his audience, and this is what Hutch intuits, is there's this sense of, oh, you're willing to do this and be malicious and lie about me, whether it's true or not, right? That's an argument. But they think it's true. And so then they declare, it's like, okay, it's fair game. I can do this. And that's why they're looking the other way when he's doing that, right? When he's doing this lawsuit.
If that's a standard, then that's going to apply to much more content creators, and I just don't think it's a standard people actually believe. I mean, it's useful to apply in this case, but it doesn't even appear to be.
I think it happens everywhere. I think Destiny does it with his community. I think
you think Destiny
they declare fair game.
You think that he assumes strict liability for everything that his audience does?
No.
Yeah, no.
I think it's a gray zone that he exploits.
And if it were the case
as well,
and if it were the case that someone out of that community ended up doing something horrible and cites Destiny as a reason, would you apply any culpability to Destiny? Not saying that he's warned not to.
I think it's no. To me, it's not so clear. I think it's hard to say. Like,
no, you wouldn't.
If he's intending, so like, if Destiny went on stream and said like, "Hey, by the way, guys, this is Pisco's address. This is how you get to his house. This is where he lives. This is." By the way, there's a gun store right here. And anyway, I'm signing off for the day. Okay. Bye, guys.
You understand? You understand? There's plenty of good evidence in the specific case that his conscious object is a particular result, don't you? That's separate from the mere fact
like
that they look the other way.
In the case of Denim, she's like, "Hey, by the way, like this is something pretty crazy that Ethan did with his kid." And
quick pause. All right, this is Hutch.
Sure.
I ask him a question. So this is the question I ask. Ready? So does Denham's have significant culpability for the CPS call that she did not place? That there's no evidence that I've seen her encourage before the fact.
I never said that.
Wait. I'm just asking you the question, Hutch. Do you think that there is significant culpability by Denham's or Casey?
Define significant. Are we talking percentages here?
That is a primitive, and I will. But I will say I'll put a percentage on it. 5% significant.
Maybe. Yeah.
So you think that Denham's is 5% responsible?
I don't know.
At least 5% responsible.
Way to give you up. Maybe. Sure.
That is.
Yeah.
And what? So you did you hear him say, "Sure, yeah"? Stony. Maybe sure, yeah. And then he said 5.2 later on. So you would agree that there is actually a basis to suggest that he adopted this view. Initially some indifference, initially some whatever, but he did eventually say that he thinks that she's culpable for the CPS call. You heard maybe. I mean, there's clear instances in the call. I promise you there are clear instances where it says, yeah, she's partly culpable. And by the way, even the nature of the hypotheticals that we're using when we're talking about this murder victim, where he says, yeah, I would say that the dad is partly culpable for the murder. When we do that example, that should put you on notice that, yeah, Hutch is saying that there's some level of culpability for the call. Okay? So I understand that his statement there was like maybe started as a little bit more equivocal, but he does say, sure, yes. Just to be clear. Bro, I mean, he does in the nature of the whole debate, and we'll get other parts where he does say it, and I'll find places where I'll just control F CPS, and we'll get. I mean, I had the conversation. I know he said it. Even just the nature of the hypotheticals, where we're talking about whether the father has culpability for the murder. He says yes. I would say that he has some culpability. It's not where you say where Hutch never alluded to that, never suggested it. He does, and even then he adopted the 5%. Sure, yeah. So I want an apology. And I'll keep looking for the CPS where it's more definitive, but he does do it. I'm sorry. I don't think it's a standard that communities would apply consistently, and I really don't.
I think it's something we need to think about, though. I think it's a gray zone that I think creators are exploiting against each other, and it's like I feel like, and then they also feel justified in doing it against each other. Like once they notice that they're doing it to each other, and then sometimes people falsely detect it, like. And schizos go like Brett Weinstein, I think he's like famous for saying, oh, you know, good faith is everything and whatever. And I feel like he's the type of guy that would wrongly conclude someone's being bad faith against him and then start using, you know, nefarious tactics. And so it's like, it just breeds this kind of behavior that I think is really problematic. And I don't know how you regulate it or how you deal with it, but I think it's an issue that I think is at the core of this discussion. I think it's what people are getting at with this whole thing. But and anyway, if you can respond, I have one last question. Would you ban Trump from your Discord?
No.
Really? Even he's like the most bad faith, like lying is so, you know.
Wouldn't it be fucking amazing to have him in my Discord?
Well, I mean, sure, but I mean, from that perspective, I guess. But I mean, like, just someone who's like Trump, but maybe has no viewers and no influence. You know, he's just consistently getting caught lying and consistently, spreading false information, and I don't know.
Maybe not Trump, but maybe someone else like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
cool.
right. Later,
Thanks,
man.
Bye.
Later. Okay, so we're gonna go through all the evidence. So first, this is him saying, "What if I could show you a video of Denhams herself saying that someone should call CPS on Ethan?" This is what Hutch says right here.
What if I could show you a video of Denhams herself saying that somebody should call CPS on Ethan?
Go for it. Is that him in your mind suggesting that Denhams has culpability for the call when he says that, presents that? Does that sound like evidence that he's trying to marshal in favor of her culpability for the call? Yes or no? That's all you need to answer, yes or no, on that. Yeah, no, but what Stoney said was that in no respect can you understand him to be implying any level of culpability for Denhams with respect to the call. But that's just not true. And Stoney replies, do you honestly think Hutch would say Denhams is culpable for the call, yes or no? Somewhat culpable, yes. That's what he said in this conversation. And that's what you claimed wasn't the case. Hang on. So you said, oh, please don't tell me that there's too many chats to go back to where it was. You said, like, I don't like you because he never said that she's in any respect culpable for the call. He did say that. So let's just be clear of your view. So let's just get clarity on your view, Stunner. All right. Put everything else behind you. Do you think that Hutch says in this debate that Denhams bears partial responsibility for the call? Is that your view? Just tell me the view. So Stoney, here's the question, right? Stoney is, does Hutch communicate in this call that he gives some amount of culpability to Denhams for the call? No. So Stoney, whether I asked it, does he communicate his view, Stoney, that he puts some amount, at least some amount of culpability for Denhams on the call? That's the only question I'm asking. Yeah, Hutch wouldn't even deny this because he says it. But I just want to get clarity on the view. Stoney, he said maybe. Or, no. There's more, Stoney. I just want to get clarity on your view. So I'm only asking your view. Is it your view, Stoney? Your view, right? That Hutch says at least some, by which I mean more than zero, culpability to Denhams for the call. I mean, I totally agree with Kilo Tonics. It was literally the entire content of the conversation. Yes, obviously it was. I mean, this is an insane thing that we're even having. Like, this is the level that I'm having to fucking debate. Like, we are not in a shared reality. My view is you pick tiny points and went on. You see this? You see this? So he goes in and he says, this is why I don't like you, because you make these false claims. And now when he gets fucking pressed, because I see his little dipshit comment, it turns out you can't even answer the question. So I'm asking you, right, on good faith, you say, this is why I don't like you, Pisco, anymore. And I'm pulling you out and I'm saying, I want to hear your case. I just want to know your view. And you're such a dipshit, coward piece of shit that you won't even articulate your view for me to engage with. I'm trying to address your criticism and you're not letting me because you're withholding your own view. Because if you say yes, in some respect, he said it was culpable, no shit, that was a whole fucking conversation, then the basis for you to say, oh, I don't like you because you misrepresented the conversation totally goes away, because at no point did I suggest that Hutch put the entirety of the blame on Denhams. No one could say that. And so you can't say anymore that I'm a liar or that I'm misrepresenting if you acknowledge that there's some level of culpability, and that's what the fuck we were arguing about. And only a dipshit who didn't listen to the conversation and is just thinking with their emotion because they're all feelings based. Only someone like that. only a loser, feelings-based person who doesn't work in facts and logic would come to that conclusion and therefore come into the chat, say something totally unjustified, and claim that I'm lying. Crazy. And that was the entire conversation. You changed my mind, I like you now. Great, Sony. Thank you. All right. Last few callers. I gotta go. Okay. Hell puppy. I'm just doing alphabetical. Sorry if I'm. What up, hell puppy?
Hi, Pisco.
What up?
Hey. I wrote down my question so like it to go faster because I know you're a little bit pressed for time.
Yep.
So help me remember, because I don't think your stream when you originally went over the H3 again like 3 streams back, I don't think that's I think that's only for paid members by now. But towards the end of it,
which one? The original one?
No, not the original one. The closer to now, where you went over and said something to the extent that you thought that that your original like judgment of it was a little bit weak.
Off. Like, yeah. So no, that is not members only. That should be in the playlist. But
no, that's
okay.
fine. That's not point of the thing. I'm just saying that I don't remember it per memory. So like so I might be slightly off on the detail, but I remember like some of the complaints of H3 behavior as you laid them out were, I'm dragging them on top of my head, that it's a bit hypocritical to say the situation is not about money, but then take the money anyway, frame the action as good for or protecting good reactors, quote unquote, and then but not target the harder people that are, you know, by his own words, equally bad reactors.
Not precisely. So on the issue, sorry.
This is just laying out how I remember it.
Okay.
This is not the okay. So towards the end of your conversation with Hutch, towards the very end, where you were winding down, Hutch asked you, not word for word, but something approximating beyond the case's legal strength, what is your quarrels with his behavior or the suit?
Yep.
And the thing you laid down for him was the lying part. And I was wanting to ask you, is that to you what is like the most important part or like the most condemnable part of the behavior? Is it a sort of the lying makes the crime worse kind of deal? And I was wondering if you could expand on that.
Yeah, so at this point, I'm not sure if I have an opinion about which is worse, the misrepresentation regarding the motivation behind the lawsuit, or at this point, I think the decision to initiate an infringement suit for the purpose of, or at least where one significant purpose is silencing criticism. I take that to be kind of like an improper purpose. And so I guess I'm not sure what I view as more negatively. The notion that we would use the copyright statute, even though it would be legal to do. I'm not saying it wouldn't be legal to do. Where a significant motivation...
Given for this, for what it's worth, my opinion is equal to yours that, you know, as a layman, I perceive the case to be legally strong. That in the infringement part.
Correct.
But as I remember, and maybe you read the indictment, so maybe you can...
complaint.
The complaint. Did it accuse her of defamation? Was that part of any litigation? Yeah, so... So speaking for myself, the thing I find a little worthy of sort of criticism in the behavior sense is that I think he's entitled to ask for like the money that she made off his content. Completely fair. But it seems weird to me that part of this is, and I understand he has a legal right to ask, but it seems only for the purpose of ego and humiliation to ask her to but essentially take back a whole bunch of stuff that is
on collateral matters. On collateral matters, yes, yeah. I mean, yeah. So the example, I think it's bad because I think in any other context we would see that as trying to coerce a person related
my
to
thoughts
some.
Exactly. My thoughts exactly. I feel like I'd be careful not to accuse anyone, but it feels tantamount to sort of bludgeoning somebody with a legal force to extract,
right, on issues of policy, on issues of whether he's a genocide denier, on issues of whether he's a Zionist, issue about whether or not he, it was right to say this thing about Asmongold, or whether or not it was right to say shit about the fucking employees. The issues of anti-Semitism, and all that should be litigated in the public forum through conversation and debate, except to the extent that maybe there's some like underlying legal claim if it's defamatory, like you mentioned. I think that's what you're getting at. If there's some kind of legal claim that is wrapped up in those issues, I could see myself, having a different opinion there.
And he might have a case there, but to my understanding, that isn't part of the litigation.
Right. Yeah.
And like the sort of example in my head to try to make this sort of another example, like my understanding is the case John said bad things about Asmongold's mother, but what does that have to do with his sort of thing and extracting apologies on that? You might say that it's a fair apology to ask for, but it's not, it's not him. So in the future, if if she also settle, is he going to ask her to also apologize for her comments that she hopes veterans gets PTSD? That seems absurd to me at a certain level. No?
Oh, I think Frogan said that.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
Is she not also part of that?
Yeah, she is sued as well. I just want to be. I don't know that.
My apologies.
Maybe Adam said that as well, but no, that would be the kind of thing where I'm like, I'm starting to think that there might be an improper purpose, and in which case I think that's bad. Whether it's worse in the kind of lying aspect of it, I guess I'm withholding that opinion now. Like I'm not sure, but I do think both are bad.
Yeah, and maybe I've spoken too much because I'm not sure what the sort of proper lines for this are, because I don't know anything about the litigation they settled, and we probably won't know anything. But it seems, at least from the outside looking in, as like I will have a bunch of like concession only for my ego on top of what I'm sort of more reasonably owed. But that's, again, my judgment, or my opinion on the matter.
Well, listen, I appreciate your commentary there. I think we share some intuitions on the kinds of things that we don't like about the settlement, et cetera. And I think they're kind of tied up together, right? Like the reason why I'm more cynical about the motive with respect to the collateral matters is because I think that it's lacking on the copyright infringement side, and so I'm more apt to hold that the purpose is improper in the context of lies. I think it undermines credibility, and I think you should take a negative inference from it. But no, I think that we're aligned on that, and I appreciate your comment.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I have one last comment about something other short?
Yeah.
On your new interest of Scottish moral realism, it's been a while now.
Yeah.
But I put this in the chat, but in the same as Caseytron, I didn't put it. But I don't know much about the Scottish realism school, but I do know about them because I used to read a little bit of Hume's when I was more pretentious. But I believe your interlocutor cited the school to a person called Thomas Witherspoon. I might be telling lies here, but I swear he said Thomas Witherspoon. Thomas Witherspoon is not a real person. He's confusing two people.
Oh no.
John Witherspoon and Thomas Reed, who are both students, who are both it's a fair mistake to make, and he probably just misspoke. I'm not saying this is a big thing.
Misspoke.
But this is the sort of punchline. Like, these two were both students of the guy who invented the school or founded Scottish moral realism as a philosophy, Francis Hutcheson. And Francis Hutcheson was investigated by the literal Inquisition for heresy, which I feel like might be relevant for somebody that is a little bit of a presuppositionalist. It's too long to sort of go into what the church's beef was with the guy, but I find that a funny antidote to this whole thing.
No, I appreciate that, and no, thank you. Maybe I'll bring that up. I think I'm going to talk to him next week about some of the SCOTUS cases.
to be clear, investigated here just means that the church said, I think you're a little bit wrong here. He was not like officially charged or put in jail or something like that.
No, I appreciate that clarification, but it might be something to poke him with. So thank you for that.
Okay. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, we are running out of time. I am interested in disagreeers. I hope you guys appreciate that I love you very much. Even the people who are unhinged, you know? I just want to learn you. I just want to learn you. What up?
How's it going? How's it going?
Oh, good, man. What can I do for you?
So I was listening to the Hutch convo this morning.
Yeah.
Working. It was very well. First, I listened to the Rob Knorr conversation.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that was great for you.
Joy. I agreed with you on. I don't really care about the Ethan stuff because it's Ethan, whatever. But I found the culpability conversation was interesting. Particularly, like I agree with you on it. Basically everything about that case, other than when Hutch brought up if you leave a gun out and your kid gets it and then injures themselves or kills themselves, he said the parent is held culpable there. They're held legally culpable.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Like, I mean, I think you get manslaughter charges in some jurisdictions or whatever.
Yeah, no. Did you hear me to deny that?
No, it didn't. It didn't get talked about. It kind of got. I think then you went onto the street, bad part of town, whatever.
Yeah.
But I feel like that sense of culpability, because it's not direct culpability, it's like this sort of like passive secondary thing, and you even have it listed out on your thing, like the moderate chat 1 and then the call CPS 2.
Yeah.
Like I feel like having that sort of environment or this conditions there built up where that sort of thing would be possible. Like there is culpability in that too. It's just like a secondary thing.
Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to clarify, which is yes, they're culpable for their violation, and here I'm talking about ethical culpability. You're bringing up legal culpability because to the extent that it informs our intuitions about ethical culpability, right? So I understand what you're saying, right? But yes, I agree that the person who leaves the gun out is culpable, but what they're culpable for is what they actually the obligation that they violated, what their sort of. The thing is,
it's
that
not
they
murder.
Didn't do. Right,
it wouldn't
right.
be murder. Yeah,
correct.
I understand. And so she's not culpable for making the call.
Correct.
She would be culpable for
reckless. Right. Exactly.
Allowing for the call to happen.
Now maybe there's evidence out there that she actually wanted it to occur. Maybe there's evidence that she's the person who called. What you're saying on the current facts, no one has been able to make that case.
Facts are boring for me in this one. Like it literally just read and see who did what, and that's for all the no lives on whatever forums.
You appreciate like the normative conversation more.
Yeah, because that's what's interesting is like what culpability really means and what responsibilities you have. And you even like acknowledge streamers do have some sort of responsibility for that stuff. And Hutch, I think the direct words you were using were not the words he was used to hearing or wanted to hear or something like that. But I feel like that point was the closest you had to any sort of agreement was like, yeah, there is like some sort of responsibility people have, but you just didn't assume the direct culpability versus he sees that one inevitably leads to another, which I mean that's up to the crazy fans and all that.
But I think that's not the either lack of understanding of Hutch or the lack of shared intuition is not just limited to Hutch, because I see people being like, Pisco thinks that she's not culpable at all, and I think they're either just not getting it or they're being deceptive. Like, you should understand.
I will say, there is a segment of, even just listening in a little bit, there's a segment of I've been a long time listener. I just don't chat much. There's a segment of your YouTube chat at least, and they are avid Hutch haters and Destiny haters and all this stuff. And I don't know where this these people are crazy.
I don't know what like people think I ought to do with that, because there are Destiny fans and there are Destiny haters, and there are Hutch fans and Hutch haters in my community and in my comments. And my approach has been, let them battle out their ideas and say what they want to say. If it gets too fucking drama-y, it's going to violate one of our rules. But but in general, I'm not going to. These are places that are open to people, and people come with different appreciations and understandings of these communities, and I'm not going to like just ban them because they have
No.
a view on that, you know? Or what do you
No,
think?
of course
Give me
not.
your thought.
I'm trying really hard not to get one guyed by this dude.
Yeah.
So I would contrast, like, I agree with you. You can't select your community, obviously. But when we look to people like Ryan Mullally, the base centrist, and you look at his YouTube comments and what they're saying, they're not like centrists. They're Republicans.
Yeah.
And so it's something, there is something that in the things he is saying that speaks to them. And he might not be conscious. He probably isn't. He probably is conscious of it. But for a lot of people who have these like sort of anti-fan communities, I'm not saying, I'm thinking of DSP in my head, Dark Side Phil. But that those sort of people, the creator is doing something that attracts those sort of people, whether or not they're aware of it.
Yeah.
And so I feel like you should never be like, whoa, where is this coming from? I don't know if, I mean, you're obviously aware of some sort of discourse with that, but I feel like that always strikes me as interesting because the people are tuning in for what the people want to tune into, and it's not there on its own. It's never it doesn't just grow on its own. But I just don't know anything about.
Yeah, like I hear what you're saying, or at least I think I understand what you're saying. I think that there is. Listen, I know that, for example, I'm not going to claim ignorance when I know Just Still reacts to some of my content. I know that Connor reacts to some of my content. I know that Destiny reacts to some of my content. I know that, like, so different communities react to my content for different things. And that is, you know, that's something that I don't control. That is something that I don't promote. Like, I'm not asking Just Still to react to my content. I'm not asking Connor to react to my content. I'm not, asking Destiny to react to my content. I've reacted to his debate with Soy Pill and that stuff. And so people, that's going to occur. And I just don't understand why the implication is therefore that I'm part of snarker communities, because people who I don't control, who I am not encouraging in any respect, react to my stuff, and who happen to exist either in my comments or in my server through no encouragement of mine and subject to the same rules and restrictions as any other person.
Yeah, I agree. You don't do anything explicitly. And I don't think these people are just looking for their outlets to vent out. And if you say you have an open free speech community, and that's just, you're semi-adjacent to all of the sorts of people involved with it. So it just seems like a good breeding ground of it all. So this isn't, you're not at fault or anything. I don't care.
Well,
like people on the internet are gonna be stupid people on the internet. Like,
yeah.
Who cares?
No, I appreciate that. I just I understand that it feels like it feels a little bit like, oh, woe is me. I love having callers and people who say they disagree with me, or like whatever they say. But truly, the reason I open these calls is because I do want to hear if I'm wrong about something. Like, why else would I do this kind of open calls? Like, I am interested in people who have dissenting views. And so me engaging with it isn't, in some sense, I think it's like, yeah, I am trying to defend myself. But there are tons of haters within my comments, like one of them, Debate Bore, this guy, Lisandro Peña, who's always on my fucking, I don't fucking get rid of them. And they say some malicious shit and shit that's wrong or wrong-headed. But you know what? I love my haters in that sense. What annoys me is when like people say fucking shit they can't defend, or they don't come and talk. But that's, that's.
I mean, you're arguing with Stony McStoner 69. Like,
yeah.
This dude is not a serious guy.
Yeah, fuck, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all memes, but I do appreciate what you're having to say.
One more. Pisco's World on the Twitter Spaces.
Oh yeah, back in the day.
We need some more of that. That was excellent.
Yeah, I mean, like,
entertainment.
Yeah, like,
I understand the situation's a little odd and difficult to navigate with that, but
yeah, and just to comment on that for a second, like, I don't want to wade into a lot of so for example, the person who was supposed to come in and talk to me at too, they're like, you're a hypocrite because you're not covering the lawsuit and litigation involving Destiny. That's not true. I have a basis and reason that I don't do it, and sometimes you're never gonna know, like, the reason that I do something or don't do another thing doesn't mean I don't have a reason for it. As it happens with that litigation, specifically in my commentary on it, I have made my views clear about why I don't do it. Whether they care or they think that those reasons are convincing or not, that's on you. I mean, those are my reasons. I am applying a standard to what I choose to cover and what I don't choose to cover. And likewise, there will be aspects of, you know, my behavior or who I choose to interact with and on what terms that people are going to disagree with. Understand, it's not a one-to-one thing about like who I think is the worst person or who I think is a bad person. The standard, or what I view, and like the reason why I might interact with one person versus another on certain terms or certain topics versus other topics or certain things, doesn't turn exclusively on my intuition about whether these people are bad people, whether they are, you know, communities are bad. Sometimes it relates to things that don't one-to-one compare. So I can understand people being like, well, he hangs out with Rob Noor, right? He fucking does content with people who believe the country was like, but you understand that it's not, there's no like one-to-one just because someone is a worse person. Then a good example of this is like, right, like let's say you hang out with, you know, so
I agree. I think that argument's all stupid. Like whoever you hang out with, especially with like it's content. It's literally like a job. It's but your duty. Yeah.
One's reasons for doing a thing or interacting with one person or another aren't necessarily reasons for whether a person is good or bad. And I don't want people to take it that way. And there are some reasons that you'll never know because I am not going to talk about them or release them. And I know that that's frustrating for certain people. And I know that that's like sad for people, but like, I have other obligations and other responsibilities and other reasons why I don't disclose everything all the time. And that all I can ask for you is like, try to understand some of it.
No, I understand. This is all internet entertainment for me. I have no stake in anything. And like, I don't get invested in this stuff. I think it's silly when people care about all that, but I was just, I had a point on that.
Yeah.
I want to go quick because this dude wants to talk to you.
Which dude?
The waiting for 4 hours guy.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't remember. That's fine.
Okay.
Right,
hey,
have a good night.
Thank you, man. Hey, I appreciate your comments. Okay. Waited for 4 hours guy. All right. We'll do Yolsag. You already went. So we're going to do the last two. Waited for 4 hours and then Young Wiz. And that's it. And no one else coming. Yo, what up? Waited for 4 hours.
Hi.
Can you talk? You're a little quiet.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, I actually did wait for 4 hours. So really,
I believe you. Say something.
Okay, so here's the thing. My problem is the way you approach the conversation with Hutch. So I feel like you wasted so much time talking about CBS, poop, Giardia, whatever, when it should have been like, did Ethan Klein have a reason to sue these people?
When you say Klein. Yeah, so like when you say reason, what do you mean? Like a ethical reason or ethical justification?
Okay, so he's suing for copyright, right?
Correct.
What does fucking CBS? Sorry for language. Maybe I should use that. What does CBS, Giardia, what harassment, whatever that means, snark has to do with copyright?
Well, that's my point, but it presumably.
I know, but I feel like you haven't you conceded to Hutch. Hutch, like at the start of the argument. I said, I don't want to talk about his reason. I don't want to talk about why he's suing. I don't care about that. What do you mean I don't care about it? I feel like you should have hammered on that point because this is like, are you saying Ethan's lying? Because he conceded to say like, I don't care if he's lying. Okay, so you don't care if he's lying. He said, oh, I don't care. It's like, it's content. It's content. Okay, so I can go ahead and say, oh, Hutch is like whatever. Like Hutch is a criminal. Hutch is a pedophile. Oh, I'm doing for content. It's okay if I lie for content. Like, what do you mean by that? Because you're going to debate Lunarbox, right? And the reason I don't want this to be just about.
Okay, Young Wiz.
Hey, 1 second.
How can I help you?
How's it going?
What's up?
So I'm not sure if I disagree with you, but I'm curious, who do you blame for the CPS call?
The person who called CPS.
Do you think that there's any what about the anti-fan community? Like, do you think it would have happened without this anti-fan community he's kind of cultivated?
Would it have happened but for the anti-fan community? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
The CPS call. I don't know because I don't know the facts about who called CPS.
Oh, I mean, what would you guess? You think it's more probable than not, or no?
I think the existence of anti-fan communities and snarkers that community existing at all increases significantly likelihood that CPS is called, if that's what you're getting at. I don't know the actual causality. I just happened. I think that it's likely that contributed to the CPS call. That's my intuition. I can't prove it.
All right. So you think it's probably someone in the anti-fan community who called? Like that's like.
I'm not sure.
That's your intuition right now?
My intuition is it probably is. Okay.
Yeah, like to me, I'm not sure. Like this word culpability, I'm not trying to say you're doing a trick or anything, but I don't know. Like, what if I use the word blame? Like,
I view that as I view that as interchangeable. Blame, moral fault, culpable. Great. They're all the same thing.
Yeah. So, would it be okay to say? I mean, would it be okay in your view to say that the anti-fan community deserves some amount of blame for that CPS call, more than likely?
I'm not sure, because what I told you was that it makes it the thing more likely to occur, that there exists an anti-fan community. But just because a situation makes something more likely, it doesn't mean that I'm going to impose blame or culpability to that group. Like, for example, the fact that there's a group of people who are dedicated to calling Trump fascist and saying he's a horrible piece of shit and that he's a criminal and deserves to be whatever he deserves to be done, that almost certainly increases the likelihood that someone makes an attempt on Trump in the all else equal. Correct? Agreed?
Perhaps, but I don't think that would.
Why is that hard? You don't think that people making claims about Trump makes increases?
I'll just say yes. I mean, there's like, I could go off on a tangent there, but like, I'll just say yes for that.
Okay, but the mere fact that it makes it more likely doesn't mean that you would blame them if something, in fact.
No, of course not.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, right. But like, don't we both agree that it's more likely than not that someone from the anti-fan community did this, just with like the timeline of events?
Just like it's all else equal, more likely that's a critic of Trump or someone who hates Trump from a community of people who are against Trump is the person who tried to kill Trump, right? All else equal.
I would say that's more than likely, yeah.
But then you wouldn't blame all Trump haters for someone trying to kill Trump, would you? That's the Republican argument.
No, you wouldn't. But like, if someone said, like, I think peddling the rumor that like this child is in danger with this like rare disease, that like.
Well, hang on a second.
That type of
distributing
that rumor.
Did Ethan do that? Did Ethan do that?
Ethan mentioned like some stuff that was happening.
He said that he has.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
You mind if I answer? Yeah. So like Ethan runs a comedy podcast where he talks about his life in a humorous way, and then a month later, his anti-fan community kind of like brought this up and kind of made it like a talking point. And they kind of had a little hate boner off of it for a while, and that's about that time is when the call was made, right? We both agree on that, right? Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming that that's the timeline. I don't have perfect recall of the timeline, but I'm assuming that that's correct.
Yeah. So I mean, to me, like the timeline just points to like this hit off when this caught fire again in the anti-fan community, right? So I would distribute blame like that. I would say like, okay, the people spreading this rumor, because when you like, if you go out there and you say a child is in danger with a rare disease, you know, I think that's kind of like, that is tantamount to a call to action, I think.
So for example, if I say that Trump is a fascist, he's a danger to the country, which this is also how I say, he wants to make a dictatorship. He's trying to take away all your rights. He's sending people to torture gulags, and he wants to have the right to just kill people unilaterally. Is that a call to action?
I think, I definitely think it's pressing some of the buttons, you know?
Wait, is it a call to action? It's a question I'm
I
asking.
said it's tantamount to a call to action.
Is it tantamount to a call to action?
I mean, you're talking about like you're saying call action to do what? To kill the president?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like not really, because I feel like that's like such a hard thing to do. Not like I would know, but like you like That it's like if you said there's like a bunch of gold on the moon, and that would be like tantamount to a call to action to get to the moon, but that's like not easy to do. However, making a CPS call is very easy to do.
So if it were easy to go after Trump, and I said that, like, you think it would be that would change whether, even if it were my genuine opinion, even though I'm saying that it would be a call to action to do it? Oh, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I think if you like really press a problem to like a people who are really receptive to that, it's like it's a call to action to solve that problem. If you're saying like a kid's gonna die because of a rare disease,
yeah, I'm saying you're gonna lose your country, right? I mean, you're gonna lose your country. You're gonna get dictatorship.
Yeah, I think in certain situations that could be a call to action. Just like talking about a kid who is sick is a lot of times not a call to action, right?
Wait,
but like,
no, it's not a call to action, man. I mean, you can't really. If this is the standard, right? So I'll give you another example. People say of anti-vaxxers, you're really threatening the lives of your kid. You are really fucking. This is wrong. When they're reviewing anti-vax content, imagine hypothetical. They say these parents are imperiling the lives of their children if they don't inoculate them against these diseases that are really harmful for their children. Is that a call for CPS?
I think
is it tantamount to a call?
Yeah, I'll say it's tantamount to a call to the right audience, right? Like that's the other factor of this thing.
No.
It has to be. It has to be. If I say that to a guy on the subway, I mean, who's gonna be like, okay, but if I say that to like a group of like people who tune into like a hate show, right? Like a hate boner show of this show. I think that's really stoking the fires. You're peddling that,
The question isn't is it stoking the fires? The question is, are you culpable for someone who later on calls CPS on the anti-vax people?
Yeah, I think the entire anti-fan community will share blame depending on how much they influence the person, because I think that person was influenced by a community.
So let's distill it in a rule. I see someone doing the anti-vax and they talk about their kids. The kids are so much healthier. They're using snake's blood or whatever they're using, and they're not doing vaccinations. And the rule is, do not criticize that or call attention to it because it might stoke the flame of someone calling CPS on them. Is that the moral ought?
I would say, hold on. Sorry, could you run that by me again?
Yeah. So you just said that the example I gave about the vaccinations, that was tantamount to a call to action with respect to a certain community. That's what you said, right? Did you say that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It could be.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm asking you, therefore, if that's your conclusion, then the moral ought is do not cover this on your stream because it's tantamount to a call to call CPS, and which of course is unjustified.
I would say, well, can you answer hold on? First? I'm not trying to dodge.
Yeah.
I have to modify it a little bit to make it totally analogous, but you could tell me if it doesn't work for you. I think like if it's about a specific person, I think that changes everything.
Really?
If there was like one anti-vaxxer and a bunch of like, vaccine people, we're spending months like kind of stalking this guy or person online, I think that changes the calculus a little bit. Do you?
No.
No? Really? So it's like if you have a group of people who are all kind of mobbing around somebody and someone is saying, hey, he's going to hurt his kid. He's going to hurt his kid. That, to me, that just feels like a totally different situation than saying it.
I didn't say it was a different situation.
A person on
I'm saying it doesn't make it's not a distinction with a difference such that it changes the calculus about whether you have culpability, because I don't think any of these people deserve culpability.
You don't think anybody does? Okay, so let me ask you a question on that.
Let me just be clear. For the thing itself.
Okay.
For the thing itself.
Gotcha. So would it have happened if the anti-fan community didn't exist? You might have already answered this.
Yeah, you're just repeating the same thing. But I'm just going to give you the same. Yeah. So I suspect that the snark community is, though I can't prove it, a but-for cause of the thing happening. But then I provided you the countless examples where, notwithstanding that someone is a but-for cause, right? Like, you agree, don't you? I just want an answer to this. Just answer it first, and then you can explain.
I will.
Ethan himself is a but-for cause for the CPS call, correct?
Yeah. If Ethan,
okay.
Yes.
All
yes.
Right.
Of course. Because Ethan. What do you mean?
Right. But you don't.
If Ethan didn't exist, if Ethan never made the clip.
So then this is the logic, right? So, but he's not culpable there for the CPS call.
No, he's a victim.
Okay,
yeah.
right. He's not culpable. He's a victim, isn't he?
Yeah, but
So
Denham's isn't
merely
a victim.
so I didn't say that Denham's a fucking victim. Holy shit!
Oh,
Can you
let's
guys
make
like?
complete sense.
It's not like it's like I'm not saying what I'm not saying.
Come on.
All right,
let's get to it.
So I didn't say Denham's a victim. I want to be clear about that. I didn't say that. But so the mere fact that you're a but-for cause of a triggering incident doesn't make it so you have culpability. So everything you have to say about the star community is a but-for cause. It doesn't get you to where you want to go, because just being a but-for cause doesn't make you culpable. You need to show a violation of an ethical obligation.
Yeah, I think people have an ethical obligation, especially if they're like make a living critiquing somebody or like, you know, kind of hating on someone. I think you have an ethical obligation to really draw clear boundaries, you know, and a lot of communities will do this. Will
I
say,
agree with that.
all right, message this person, like they'll like lolcow, right?
I agree. Hang on a second. Let me stop. I agree with that. And if you don't do that, you violated that obligation. What you haven't done is taken on culpability for the call itself. That's what's the difference. And I don't know why that isn't intuitive to people, because it just seems very obvious to me. But
all right, yeah, I mean, I guess just not intuitive to me. But
wait. So let's sorry, you've intrigued me. So if let's take the murder example, right? If someone tells their daughter to go to the bad part of town, to go pick up some pizza because he likes it from there. He knows that it's dangerous. He knows there have been murders there. He knows that it's possible, even like a decent chance potentially, that something bad happens to his daughter. And notwithstanding that, he doesn't want his daughter to be killed in this example, right? So don't.
Right, yeah.
So he doesn't actually want her to be hurt in any respect. He just wants the pizza, and he sends her to the bad part of town. Lo and behold, she's murdered. Is this person culpable for the murder?
I think they're.
No, because he didn't.
You know,
he didn't.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, I know you want a yes or no to every question, but to me, he's culpable to the death.
In some,
I'm not sure the distinction there, but I kind of see one.
Here's the distinction, obviously, which I think should be intuitive, that we place much lower moral culpability for someone who recklessly causes the death of their daughter as to someone who intentionally, maliciously kills their daughter, okay? And that's why it matters to specify which of the ethical obligations you violated. Did you violate the ethical obligation to refrain from recklessly causing the death of your child? Or did you violate the ethical obligation to refrain from intentionally and maliciously killing your own daughter? You understand why it matters to suss out which?
Yes,
okay.
I get that example.
All right.
So I think there's an ethical obligation to, like, if you have a community that's like, that is really like towing the line of being a kind of hateful place for an individual, I think you really have to toe that line. I think you have an ethical obligation.
I
agree. And I think if you stoke and peddle in these rumors and it spills out into the real world, you share some of that blame. Not
for something you didn't do, right?
Not for calling CPS, but for CPS having been called.
Only to the extent of the violation of the ethical obligation to refrain from clear delineations or whatever that is. But we would put a much lower ethical weight to that violation that we're assuming, I just want to be clear, we're assuming that it's a but-for cause and that there's a relation between the it being a but-for cause and the violation of the obligation with respect to maintaining decorum and clarity in the community. But that is much lower culpable conduct than culpability for the call in the intentional sense of the substantive act. That's why it's so important to suss out that difference. And you acknowledge that difference in the context of the murder. Well, do you disagree with what I just said? You don't disagree, do you?
No, I'm saying I don't know what you just said. Sorry, you were talking a mile a minute. So could you simplify that for me? Sorry.
One has an ethical obligation to refrain from having their community not clearly delineate the nature of what one ought do with respect to like a lolcow person or someone that they're attacking, right? So one should be clear when they're criticizing a content creator, I don't want this person hurt. I don't want you harassing this person, right? So that's an ethical obligation. Agreed?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think so.
A different ethical obligation is to refrain from maliciously or improperly calling CPS on someone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. They're different. Agreed?
Yeah, they're one's more specific than the other. Yeah, they're different.
Okay. And the violation of one does not entail the other, correct?
You could, essentially you could like do the greater harm of just spreading malicious rumors all the time without any singular harm actually breaking out into the real world, right? That's your point.
So is the answer they don't entail each other, correct?
Yeah, I would say they don't entail each other.
Right. So if someone who does the former isn't culpable for the latter unless they
necessarily.
Someone who
they don't entail each other necessarily.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So someone who does the former does not violate the latter unless they do the latter, right?
Sorry, someone from the former can't violate the latter?
You're not culpable for ethical violations that you haven't done, right?
No, of course not.
Okay, so just because a person is ethically culpable for not maintaining decorum in the way that I described for their community, and they are guilty of that, or whatever other reason blameworthy of that, doesn't mean that they're blameworthy or culpable for the other act itself. That's the point I'm trying to drive home. They're culpable for what they do, not what they don't do.
I think they're kind of culpable for the result of what happened. That's my opinion. Like, yeah, because if you're always putting out this signal of if you're always putting out this signal that like this bad guy is doing something bad, and like you're always spreading malicious rumors about someone.
But hang on. So
not necessarily. When something does happen, you contributed to that. When something does happen, you contributed to that, right?
Is Ethan culpable for the
when
call?
When something does happen, you contributed to that, right?
No, not necessarily.
So if that person, like the person who called CPS, like this is obviously we don't know, but like if that person, saw a denim stream, dialed it up really fast, and was like, I gotta save these kids. My favorite streamer Denims told me to, like that. You would say that Denims had no influence on that person.
I didn't say that.
That just seems. Would you say that?
So I understand contribute to mean culpably contribute. Do you just
they share blame?
Do you just mean causally? What do you mean by contribute?
I'm saying that like they share blame, and that wouldn't have happened without Denim's influencing a person.
So would the call have happened but for Ethan revealing it in the first place?
Would it have happened if Ethan never revealed?
Yes, correct. Answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it never would have happened if Ethan. If Ethan didn't exist, it wouldn't ever happen either.
So did he contribute to it?
Did he contribute to it by like having
by disclosing it? Did he contribute to it?
Yeah, by having a podcast and putting yourself out there on the internet, you open yourself up to crazies who could do something to you. Everyone knows this, right?
So then, therefore, but you wouldn't call him culpable. The mere fact that you contribute.
No, he's a victim.
Oh my God! Just follow, okay? The mere fact that you contribute to something on your view isn't enough to imply any level of culpability. Even if you are a but-for cause in what happened. Culpability requires some level of culpable conduct. And the mere fact that you causally contribute to a result doesn't mean that you're culpable. Agreed?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say they contributed to it because if they hadn't have done it, it wouldn't have happened, that's not helping your case.
Yeah, it is. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. Holy shit. We just walked through this. It's like the fucking Patrick Wallen meme. Holy shit.
I'm sorry. Dude, no. I'm sorry. This is silly. They're called influencers, all right? They influence people. Ethan let himself get exposed.
Is Ethan an influencer?
Of course, he let himself get exposed. He let himself get exposed by like being too open with his audience, and that was exploited by these people to make a couple of bucks, right? Like that's the whole thing.
So it's not a distinguisher. Ethan is an influencer. He exposed himself, yet he's not culpable.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, so you're saying like, oh, well, because a butterfly could flap its wings and that could cause. No,
that's what you're saying. That's my.
Ethan.
That's
no. You're saying that.
Are you
like,
drunk?
No. Listen to me. I am sick, but listen to me for a second. So you're saying that like if something is causally related, then that like. Doesn't hold on.
You know what I'm saying? So what you inadvertently stumbled on is my critique of you that you don't blame the butterfly that causes the effect just because they're a but-for cause, even if they're a predominating cause, even in the sense that Ethan really is central to what's going on. He really shouldn't have said what he said about his own kid. It really was a bad idea. Agreed?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think it was a bad idea?
No, I don't. No, not at all.
So in virtue of what would you blame the father who does something that imperils negligently the life of their child?
I don't think he did anything of the sort. So I mean, what are we talking about?
Do you think that he's aware that there's a community of snarkers that are waiting for any opportunity to fuck with him? Is he aware of that? Yes or no? Can you answer the question? Can you answer the fucking question? Yes. So if someone is aware,
so a month before, I wasn't sure if was he aware?
Of course,
a month before March.
Of course, he was. No, there was a community of people who are bad faith snarkers that take any opportunity to fuck with him. He was aware of that, wasn't he?
I don't know if he was at that point.
This is not hard. You guys, I bring you people in, and you're desperate not to answer a question directly. Of course, he was aware of that.
What am I supposed to say? I don't know at that point. Like I feel like
you don't know whether he was aware. So just be clear, you don't know whether Ethan was.
Do you?
Yes, they complain about it all the time. He was complaining about it in the context of the Hassan podcast. How can you possibly hold the view that it was justified to do this lawsuit because of this community of snarkers that everybody knows about, but Ethan himself didn't know about it? It is the most deranged explanation I have ever heard from any of the defenders.
I wasn't talking about the lawsuit. I was talking about CPS.
No,
right? And I was talking about how Denims shares some blame in this occurring.
No, listen. You need to be very focused on what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is that you wouldn't blame someone merely because they are an integral but-for cause. And you agree with that, don't you?
Merely? No, I would not. I would not blame them.
Correct, right? Because it would be deranged to blame Ethan for what happened, right? In that sense.
It'd be deranged to blame the inventor of the internet, too, yeah.
Okay, so what we're looking for isn't just that you helped cause, contributed to the cause, were an integral part of the cause. We're looking for culpable conduct. And we need to...
so like an influencer maybe, like, right? Like someone who, like's job is influencing people maybe. Like, would that person be culpable if they influence someone in a poor way?
That's not going to help you. You need to show, to link the specific thing that happened, a violation of that obligation of the specific person. That Ethan is an influencer as well.
How about how we both think the same thing, that this is like more than likely comes from this community of hate watchers.
You keep going to but-for causation. Yes, I will grant to you. I already granted it to you that it's likely given the circumstantial. Now, you never grant this of the Hassan detainment, by the way. I am ultra good faith in that I grant all of these different theories.
You're the best faith.
Yes. And so you're saying the timeline helps the case that the snarkers are probably responsible for this. I agree with that. I'm just noticing in this moment that I'm willing to accept circumstantial evidence when they make reasonable inferences. So I'm willing to make that inference. What I'm trying to tell you is culpability is with respect to an obligation, and it's with respect to a particular actor. And you can definitely give culpability to a particular person for the ethical obligation that they in fact violated. You can't for the thing that they didn't do. And so I'll give you the other example, the one that you're trying to get away from.
I'm not trying to get away from anything.
So do you agree that it's that one who continues to call conservatives fascist, continues to say that they are trying to destroy the country, continues to say that you don't feel bad if something happens to them, that in fact all else equal increases the risk that something bad happens to that group?
Yeah, I would say so, for sure.
So would you ever give culpability if that bad then actually occurs? These people increase the risk. They didn't moderate their community to the extent that they should have under their ethical obligations. Would you say, therefore, if that person ends up killing people on the basis of that and even cites the streamer in that context, would you say, well, that streamer is partly culpable for the massacre?
Yeah, and I could even put a face to this. Like, let's say Lauren Southern.
Yeah,
I think
so you think Lauren Southern is partly culpable for murder?
Absolutely. I think she is to blame. Like, people who peddle these things, that's not without a cost to society, to peddle these like baseless rumors and hate against like just minorities and stuff like that. And I think, she is to blame somewhat for making a living peddling these things.
For murder?
Yeah, for influencing someone. Yeah, you don't think so? So there's nothing someone could do.
No, that's not what I said.
To influence. Okay, well, give me an example then. I'm struggling here.
So Southern could be culpable for spreading misinformation. Southern could be culpable for not properly disavowing violence. Southern could be culpable for even saying dangerous things. What she's not culpable for is murder. Agreed?
No, I think I'll say yes.
Okay.
She's not culpable for murder. She's culpable for those people dying. She's culpable for someone being influenced to the point of insanity.
But a result untethered to culpable conduct isn't something that's blameworthy. We established that already. We keep going around in circles. I don't know why you're not getting it. Maybe it's really not intuitive to you.
Okay. Could you give me an example? Give me an example on the other side. Like, do you think it's possible for any influencer to influence someone to do something bad online? Is that possible?
Yes, it's possible.
Oh, okay. Give me an example of that. Like, what is something that would like reach this threshold where they're not just a causal entity in the ether?
Well, so I think, for example, if you're encouraging people to go do a thing, you're culpable for that encouragement, and that we should hold you to that violation of an ethical obligation. So, for example, if you say go, you're encouraging people to go, do acts of violence, criminal violence, that you violate an ethical obligation of doing that thing, of encouraging your audience to go do violence. So we would give you culpability for that, for the violation of that norm.
Okay, and what about like if it's something like this person is going to do something bad, we need to stop them, like or without that, we need to stop them, like that. You think there has to be a direct command?
No.
Just clarifying.
Stop.
So tell me.
You're just not getting it. There's an ethical obligation. Yeah. So listen. Okay.
I'm listening.
Stop trying to preempt stuff. Listen.
I'm not preempting. Just talk, dude.
There's an ethical obligation to refrain from intentionally advocating for unjustifiable things. There's an ethical obligation to refrain from recklessly advocating for unjustifiable things. There's an ethical obligation to refrain from negligently advocating for such things. And the violation of any of those norms carries with it different moral weight that we will assess differently. And so, yes, I have acknowledged from the beginning, though you're not able to comprehend it, that they're absolutely,
I'm not.
even to the degree of you have an ethical obligation to moderate your chat. I said, yes, you have that ethical obligation. And so it's not that I'm not applying ethical obligations. The question is, but the culpability relates to the violation and is only what you actually violate, not what you don't. And but what you want to do is, because you have an ethical violation related to the topic of whatever it is you're talking about, then you eat the whole bag and you are culpable for the malicious actor down the line who does the actual thing. That's what I think is unacceptable. It doesn't even make any sense.
No, I don't think. Let me be clear. I don't think anyone eats the whole bag except for the person who decided to do it.
Boom.
I think people eat like a percentage of the bag.
They eat what they've done.
I think it's a vector. It's not like a binary.
What they've done. They don't eat what they haven't done. And what these people
they contribute to it too, right?
What they haven't done is call CPS, right?
They have not called CPS.
Okay. What they haven't done is intentionally call for someone to call CPS. Fair?
They have not done that. No.
Okay. What they've done, perhaps, is foster a community that increases the risk, right?
They've definitely fostered a community that increases the risk, and they definitely put a urgency. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
They definitely put you agree that saying a child is going to die puts a sense of urgency into
so does calling someone a fascist.
Atmosphere.
So does calling someone a fascist, right?
Well, yes or no? Do you agree
I did say yes. I've already answered this maybe 5 times. I did say,
I didn't hear you say yes.
So I have answered this. I have said yes. You're repeating it, and I'm asking you now.
Okay.
So I agree. Calling the current politicians fascist, that is a sense of urgency. Yes or no?
No, not necessarily, because you can have a fascist who is. Yeah, you can have. There's a lot of fascist people who
if
do harm. Yeah.
If fascists take over your government, that's not an urgent problem.
It's an urgent problem, but not something that justifies doing something illegal.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it fucking did.
All right, well, I'm giving you a full answer, not just one word. All right.
So when you just said it wasn't urgent to call them government officials a fascist, you were wrong when you said it wasn't urgent, right?
Sorry, again?
When you said before, hey. Because I asked you, is it urgent when you call someone a fascist in the government? You said, no, that's not urgent. And then afterwards, I pushed a little harder and you said, yes, it would be urgent. You were wrong initially when you said it wasn't urgent. Fair?
If I said it wasn't urgent, I would say it's not urgent if you just say someone's a fascist. I think that's fair, right?
And if you just say someone is... Wait. No, I think that it's urgent on the same level as calling something dangerous for the child. They're both urgent, right?
I don't think so. I think like there's been fascist people in this country for
and there's been
since
dangerous
fascism
moments
existed.
and there's been dangerous conditions for children since children existed.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So
what's your point?
So something being an observation of an urgent condition that requires attention isn't sufficient to say that the person who is calling attention to the thing, which might incidentally be true, right? That's another thing that you have to deal with is if it's true that it's urgent to call someone a fascist. It doesn't imply necessarily some kind of action that must be taken, that it should be illegal or whatever. Similar thing, by the way, to saying that like, wow, you're putting your child's health at risk by not giving them vaccinations. This is really, really unsafe and unwell, and you shouldn't do this. That wouldn't imply that we want to call CPS. That's just calling attention to something. And maybe you should clarify, and you have a duty to clarify that you're not intending to imply that other means should be taken. But that's what the violation is, if anything. I'll give you the last word because I do have to go urgently.
Yeah, I'll just say, God, you're going to hate me for saying this. But I mean, there's a reason that we blame Trump. There's a reason we blame Trump for January 6th.
Yes,
even though
he intended.
This is my last word. What the hell, dude?
Well, no. I will give you a further last word. But the reason
I
will give you a further last word. Absolutely, I'll give you a further last word. But the reason why we think what Trump's conduct is so bad is he maliciously intended. An incitement requires intention. Something is not incitement if you don't intend it. And additionally, not only with the specific force or intimidation that he in fact incited, but the intention to steal the election. That is all part of why we think what he did is bad. To remove the intention and say, oh, it didn't matter, that's why we blame Trump, is fucking delusional. You have the last word.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I mean, look, I would say this. I'll say if Candace Owen, like if something happened to Erica Kirk and it happened and Candace Owens, like it was shown like that Candace Owens rumors and this like peddling that she's done, I would put some culpability on her, and not for the murder, but for the death. And all right, Pisco, have a good one.
Hey, later, man. I do truly feel like the Patrick Wallet meme. It's like, I don't know how much clearer it can be. Maybe for all of you, you think that this is like crazy. Like it just seems so obvious to me. So maybe I could be out there. I could be totally insane. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but I really do think that this is like basic stuff. That said, I love you guys very much, even including the haters. It's not my desire to dwell on this endlessly. It's not my desire to dwell on this endlessly. But if people persist in, raising especially novel critiques, you know me, I get obsessed. So just keep that in mind, and love you guys, even the haters. Stay hating, stay loving. Like my recent video with Connor, okay? I like it. And stay cool.